Hey you, so last stream I talked about a contribution I made, just some of my thoughts. And I made a couple contributions here and there. And I felt like I should get some of these out of the way, you know? I should speak about them now so that I think the earlier I talk about them, the better it'll be for me to set up like the foundations for the lore of my character in the future. So some of the things, like I was really out here like basically just trying to be a smartass. Um, so I try to BS my way around just coming up with as many original thoughts as I could, and like sometimes it was in like the sciences, um, like for example with the understanding of like qualia, um, or I did come up with a theory about why people are masochists, like an evolutionary theory. Um, I have quite a few contributions in storytelling actually, but they're all like really minor. Like the one I mentioned previously. Um, my my main one that really got me started was, oh, it was when I was really little. Must have been like 10 years old when I really put this one out there, and it was like generally it's agreed upon that in order for a character to be compelling, you don't need to relate to them, you just need to understand them. And this would make a lot of sense when you get to a higher level of writing, or like a medium level, or higher than beginner at least, because there's limitless potential for this. But I actually argue against this. Like in college, you'll be taught this storytelling principle, but I disagree. I think that in order for a character to be compelling, you have to be able to relate to them. Like just understanding them is not enough, because you can't understand them without relating to them in some way. And not in the way like, oh, I've been through that same experience, like as this superhero with superpowers. But you relate to them more in the way like, oh, if I was born in the situation and I had the same parents and I had the same superpowers, and I was in the same world with the same friends, same environment, same entire situation, then I could see myself doing the same thing. Like, and that's actually what makes people not narcissists, is when people are able to understand other people's situations and realize that if they were in those same situations and they had gone through the exact same things, they would be the same person as that person. Which really, this is something I want to talk about more, and I'll probably get into that later on in this stream. But it's the whole idea that like filmmaking principles, if you can make good film, then you can live a good life. The or storytelling principles. Stories are just lives without any of the boring crap in them. And if you understand what makes a good story, then you also understand how to live a good life. And this is one of those things that allows you to make good stories and also teaches you how to live a good life if you truly follow it. It's like the people who get super upset about everything else in the world. Oh, I can't believe this politician is like this. You know, if I was in their position, I would do something different. No, you wouldn't. You're not in their position. And if you were in their position, chances are you would do the same thing. People fail to understand, like, oh yeah, no, if you were in the position of a normal citizen in Germany in the 30s, you would, chances are you would be a Nazi. You think you're so great and so virtuous or whatever, People are going to look back and be narcissistic at talking about us. They're going to be like, oh, I would never be an animal slave owner. That's probably what they're going to call us today. People who own pets. People in the future are probably going to look at us and be like, oh, those guys are slave owners. I would never do that. And there's probably going to be a whole bunch of offensive things, probably like dressing up as a furry is going to be considered blackface in the future. It's going to be considered just as offensive. And but I would never wear an animal costume on Halloween. An animal costume? No way. I could never do that. I would get canceled for that. It's probably going to be the same thing happening. They're probably going to look at us and they're going to be like, oh, if I was alive during that time, no way I would have owned a pet. No, you probably would if you had the opportunity. And same thing goes for all throughout history. All of the people who were committing atrocities, war, slavery, all that stuff. Yeah, chances are, if you were alive during that time period, you'd be doing the same thing. Um, and I think that's like the cure for for having an inflated ego, for thinking that you're better than others. And it's also a brilliant filmmaking principle that I strongly strongly push for when people say this whole idea that, oh, you don't need to relate to characters, you just need to understand them. Nah, in order to understand a character's actions, you have to be able to hypothetically relate to them. You have to be able to relate to them on a human level. Like, simply being able to say that someone else's actions are understandable, that's literally meaningless by itself. Because anyone can understand why anyone does anything else. Like, you can understand why rocks don't move on their own, But is that a compelling story? Can you relate to the rocks, though? No. So it's not a compelling story. And if the character doesn't show human characteristics, or characteristics of the archetypes of the fundamental stories, or characteristics, not even human, no, human covers this, but I want to be clear. Because when I mean human characteristics, I mean any characteristics that elicit any sort of anthropomorphism indicating that they have any kind of similarities to you. Because then you can relate. So even when people anthropomorphize cars and they're like, oh, the front end of this car looks ugly, it looks like his face is drooping, you're relating to the car. You're relating to this inanimate, well, I guess it moves and stuff, but it's an inanimate, like technically, I guess you would call it an inanimate object. But if you can't relate, then the design of a car and the compellingness of a character, it doesn't exist. And humans can relate to human characteristics. Even when they're in like animals like Beastars or Lion King. And even in inanimate objects like the companion cube in Portal, or like the rings in Halo. But like the rings in Halo are a bit different. I actually scratch the rings in Halo, but like the companion cube, definitely. Like, these things have human characteristics, whether you notice them or not. And it's why they're compelling, because there is a part of us that can relate to that. Like, I feel like I can understand the companion cube. And I also understand the regular cube. But I can relate to the companion cube. I can't relate to the regular cube. But yeah, I figured like I would just talk about some of my contributions, like some of the more major ones I thought of. I don't want to talk about all of them. I feel like I'll go through them throughout the rest of my streaming journey that I go on. Eventually, it'll come up in conversation here and there. But yeah, I just wanted to go through some of the like the original thoughts I've came up with. I've made quite a few. I've made at least one decent original thought or like idea contribution pretty much every year since I was like 6 maybe. I know I have one from when I was 6, but I have to get the recording from my mom. My mom recorded what I was saying. And I don't even know if I'm gonna show that because my voice is really high and it's embarrassing. But yeah, well, I guess I'll just get into it. So I have bullet points of some of the original thoughts I have, but I'm not going to go through all of them. I might go through all of them later, but I'm only going to go through one that I have for each year. So, okay. When I was 7, this is the first one. Okay. So when I was 7, I learned a very important lesson, okay? And it's a lesson that I feel like is integral to growing up. Yet so many people don't understand it. So this isn't necessarily my original thought, but it's something I want to share anyways. And it's something I have contributed quite a bit on. So this was around the time where I started to doubt religion. But it all started because of this was earlier actually. It started because of this incident. But it was only a little bit. It was only like scraping some stuff off the top. Like, oh, why the hell do I have to pay money, like physical cash money, to get blessings? Things like that, you know? So, where it all started was one day I walk in on a conversation that my brother's having with my dad. And my mom was there too, but she wasn't really like talking. Um, and my brother, who was 11 at the time, he was like, oh, religion is a scam, Islam is a scam, and all that. And I'm like shocked hearing this. And I immediately like go into defense mode. I start defending religion. And I go like, Faraz, you're wrong. But I was a little kid. And I didn't know what was right and wrong. I just thought that what I had already learned was right, especially considering my trusty parents taught it to me. And I was kind of being annoying, not in what I was saying. Like I, the more I grow up, the more I find myself being more and more forgiving of people being fools because like everyone is a fool. But I was being annoying in the way that I was butting in on their conversation. And then my dad like stopped me and he stopped the whole conversation and he's like, hold up, first of all, Afraz, like Faraz is right, okay? Second of all, you can't just come in here and act like you know what's going on, okay? You haven't been a part of this entire conversation until now. You can't come in here, hear one thing, and then act like you have all the answers to all the questions. You didn't even get asked them, all right? You're not a part of the conversation because you didn't get asked the question. And even if you were, like, here earlier and you did hear everything that was going on, you're not the one being asked the questions, so you're not a part of this, so leave. And he didn't say it exactly like that. Um, the reason why I'm interpreting it in a very harsh way is because that's what my 7-year-old brain imagined it. He said it in different language. He said it in Hindi, but that was like that's what I got from what he said. And naturally, he probably said it in a very lighthearted. Probably wasn't even saying it in a harsh way, but that's the way I took it. That was probably like that was the most devastating thing I had ever heard up until that point. I was like shook to my core. Nobody ever said anything like that to me before. Nobody had ever made me question myself like that. Like, like what was going on? Was my brother right? Well, he's usually wrong about most things because he's my brother, and that's just what brothers think of each other. But my parents said he was right. But then doesn't that make my parents wrong? Because, like, at one point they said something and now they're backtracking on what they said. So are my parents wrong now or were my parents wrong then? Because either way, they were wrong one way or another. And that was kind of like a bombshell at that age, you know? And not only that were they wrong, they were seriously wrong about arguably at that age the most important thing you could ever be wrong about. And I like ran away, not ran away, I ran to my room, which was a shared room with me and my brother. But I learned a lot that day. And I cried a lot. I it was it was like the most earth-shattering thing ever. I can't even describe how I felt. Things just become really exaggerated when you're at that age, you know? The fun things seem way more fun and the devastating things seem way more devastating. And the one thing in particular that I'm so grateful for learning in that whole encounter is that not every fight is your fight. Like, even if it's right in front of you. I often found growing up, like, people will always try to guilt trip you into doing stuff. Like, people always say stuff like, oh, uh, why are you not um, advocating for social justice? Don't you know that there's these marginalized groups of like um, black people and women who don't get opportunities the same way white people and men do? Why do you just ignore politics? Why do you not care about these things? You know, you need to join in and do something to change the people of the world and educate them. You know, we need to talk about the political and socioeconomic state of the world. You should be posting Black Lives Matter on your page and you all this. My thoughts were like, dude, no, this is stupid. I couldn't really pinpoint why, but now I can really look back at that and be like, it's not my fight. And I know that at the time, if I were to say that to them, it would sound really bad on my part because they would be like, "Oh, so you only care about yourself? You don't want to help others?" And I know if they brought up that point, I wouldn't be able to counter it. But now I can counter it. Now I know there's a myriad of ways that they're wrong. First of all, if you're blaming someone for not helping a system to have less suffering when you're doing absolutely nothing as well, then they're not any more wrong than you are. You have no right to scold them on it. And even if you're out here donating, helping people in need, you know, let's say you're taking 100 impoverished, uh, poor souls every single day and turning their lives around for the better, you're still doing nothing. We live in a world of 7 coming up on 8 billion people. All right? You are doing absolutely nothing. Every time there's any sort of bad news about the world, oh, there was there's slaves in China. Oh, there's um, government police attacks in India. Oh, like whenever there's any sort of bad news, you have to understand this is the news that we get for the whole world is only maybe 1% of the actual tragic news that goes on in the world. Maybe that. But it's probably not even close to 1%. It's probably way, way less. The only things that these people care about, like these white girls on Twitter who get offended on behalf of others, the only things they really care about is appearing and feeling good about themselves like they're a part of these other fights. When really, if they truly did care about the rest of the world, they would spread themselves so thin that they would basically become two-dimensional, okay? There is no way to make all of the world's fights your fights, okay? Everyone's like, oh, save the pandas, save the pandas. Yeah, pandas are not even in any level of endangered species anymore. Like, there's so many pandas now that they're not endangered even in the slightest. People are so worried about pandas going extinct that there's millions of dollars going to panda conservation every year. But what about the 4 or so species of bugs that go extinct every single day? Does anybody care about those? Well, no. And you know what? That's totally fine. It's not your fight. You don't care. You like the pandas, and that's good enough a reason. You don't care about the bugs that go extinct. That's fine. Technically, on a technical level, if you truly did care about preserving life and about preserving all the species of the world and making sure a species doesn't go extinct, you would be losing your minds over the ungodly numbers of you know, microorganisms going extinct like every second. But really, these people don't care. Really, these people are doing this based on their own personal opinions, and they're just too stupid to understand that. They're too stupid to realize that. They think that they're actually making a difference in the world, when really, you can make a difference in a million people's lives, and you will not have scratched the surface of making a difference in the world. In reality, on a grand scale, it's like if you take infinity and you add 1,000 to infinity, it's still infinity. You haven't made a difference. The scale of the world and the world's suffering and tragedies is so massive that it does not matter how much you do, you will not have a majorly positive impact on the world unless you are someone like Jeff Bezos or something like that, you know? But other than the very, very rare exception, and I'm not talking about Jeff Bezos for donating to charity, I'm talking about Jeff Bezos for creating Amazon. Amazon has created so much value for the world. That's what it is. That's what did it. And unless you are one of these, you know, hyper rare individuals, you're not really making a difference to the world. You're only making a difference to what you think is the world. And what you think is the world is only what you immediately see around you, your surroundings. And on the internet, you get the false impression that these things are your surroundings, and you think that you're actually helping the world. But no, you're no better than someone who will have the mentality of saying, well, if I don't see it, it doesn't happen. Those kids starving in Africa, they're not here. I don't see them. So why should I help them? You're no different from them. If you're out here virtue signaling, oh, I'm going to donate to this charity that's helping it, you're not seeing them. It's only making you feel good. And it's been shown time and time again. Even the most charitable people, when they don't get the feeling that they're helping people, when they don't get the reward of being able to see what they are doing, they don't care. When you can give numbers to people and stats to people about the world's suffering, they don't care. In fact, that actually makes it less likely for them to donate. But if you give them stories and you show them examples and you allow them to see where their money's going, it doesn't actually make a difference in what they're doing, but it makes them more likely to do it. And this is the case for all humans, and we should stop pretending like every fight in the world needs to be everybody else's fights. That was a bit of a like, this is just one example of how these people who try to guilt trip you into encouraging their virtue signaling is wrong. There's a million different ways that they're wrong. You know, I can break down all these different ways. Like, oh, the victim, helping a victim doesn't actually help them. You don't give a man a fish, you teach him how to fish. But even then, it's actually better if he learns himself how to fish. The victim rising up to the oppressor is the only way the oppressor actually backs down in the long term. You're not helping anyone by stopping any oppressors from hurting any victims. The victim has to stop them, not someone else stepping in. And there's another example. I can go into detail now. I don't want to go into detail on that right now. But also, there's this whole idea of people calling themselves victims. Just calling yourself that creates this social nocebo where they don't work as hard. They don't try as hard to make themselves stronger. They make excuses like, oh, well, I don't need to study as hard. I mean, it's not like I'll ever have any as many opportunities as like a straight white man. So why the hell would I bother giving it my all if there's no way I could ever make it to the highest levels of this game? And that's literally what ruins them. Like, it's not the straight white man. It's that mindset. Mindset is everything. And perpetuating that mindset, encouraging that mindset, is just making things worse for them. And then there's the whole idea, which I can go into on a different day, about how raising awareness for issues doesn't actually work. It's not persuading anyone. It only serves to make people more divisive and go further and further into their thought bubbles. The only people actually convinced by these white girls posting about BLM on their Instagram are other people who are already in agreement, but nobody who doesn't agree with that is going to go, oh, this white girl's posting BLM on her Instagram? I guess Black Lives Matter. Oh, I didn't even think about that. I didn't know. This is so enlightening. Nobody's thinking that. That's never happened. It's there's a lot. There's many, many, many different reasons, valid reasons, that you can counter with when somebody tries to guilt trip you into acknowledging that their virtue signaling is not signaling and it's actual virtue. But yeah, you look at like the state of what people have going on today, like, in China there's literally, I believe China has killed more people, like the modern day China, the surveillance state that it's become, has literally killed more people that don't align with their homogenous genetic Chinese population. They've literally killed more people than Germany did during the Holocaust. Yet none of these people in America really care about that. These people go like, oh, if I was in Germany during that time, I wouldn't be. No, you would be, because you're living in that time right now and you're not doing anything about it. You can go to school right now and wear a t-shirt that has a hammer and sickle on it, but if you go wearing a swastika, you'll get kicked out. No question about it. Even though from a utilitarian perspective, the hammer and sickle as an ideology has killed more people than the swastika. It's done more damage to the world than the swastika. Or for example, what Americans are so concerned with, like 9/11 or attacks in the Middle East and things like that, like bombings and terrorist attacks. Motherfucker, attacks like that happen in that area literally every single day. And a huge chunk of them are done by American governments. But most of the people who care about these issues, they only care when they're told to care. If they were to spend their time worrying, truly worrying about every major issue, they would never do anything else. They don't ever think to themselves that maybe it's better for the world as a whole to decide to have a, or not even decide to have a threshold for what battles they want to be a part of, but to understand that they do have a threshold for what battles they want to be a part of, and they always will, and there's no getting around that, and to acknowledge that, and to understand that, and to admit that. And it's like, there's millions of people on Twitter that care about like crucifying someone for not making a gay wedding cake, or for making a t-shirt that says coolest monkey in the jungle. All of those people don't really care about helping others. They only care about fighting. They only care about, choosing violence, basically, because they're literally choosing to do that. They're looking for a reason to get outraged. You fight the fights that you choose to be a part of. And when someone is not fighting the same fight as you, when they're not playing the same game as you, insisting that they fight alongside you and then guilt tripping them into doing it, pressuring them into doing it, simply because they can't logic their way around your manipulative guilt trip methods, and telling them that they're a terrible person unless they join the cause, that makes you a despicable person. That makes you the one perpetuating the us versus them mentality and enforcing it onto others. That makes you the one who's not following the like live and let live attitude. Because, you have to appear oh so virtuous. Also, if you're really gonna feel empathetic towards everyone, like if you're gonna say rest in peace every time someone dies, this is how you're gonna live your life. You're gonna go rest in peace, rest in peace, rest in peace, rest in peace, rest in peace. You're never gonna stop. Every time some tragic injustice happens, if you're going to feel empathetic for everyone on earth, you will never stop being miserable. You have to pick and choose your battles. Not every fight is going to be your fight, and the sooner people learn that, the better. Because most of these people, not every fight is their fight, but they don't understand that, and they think that every fight is their fight. And so they have a very warped perception of reality. And I can go on and on about why these people are wrong, but back then I couldn't. I knew they were wrong, I just couldn't put it into words. But that's what this taught me. I'm circling it all back. When my dad told me, like, hey, you're not a part of this, nobody asked you, so you have no say in what we're talking about. But that's when I learned that. I mean, that's where it stemmed from. I've learned that over the years, but not every fight is my fight. And I don't need to make it as such, because it never will be. And it's a shame that a lot of people, like even my brother, never fully learned that. Not to the level that I have. Like, he never stopped doing what my dad got mad at me for. I even remember telling my dad about it, and like this was, I don't know, I must have been 15 or 16 at the time, and I was telling my dad, like, oh, thank you for that. You remember telling me that? I'm so glad I learned that lesson. And we started, debating something, because that's what me and my dad do. We basically never have a conversation without it turning into a debate. And then literally, like 30 seconds later, after this conversation, it was poetic, because after this conversation, during this debate that I'm having with my dad about something else entirely, we're arguing about it, and my brother walks downstairs, and he butts in, and he goes like, Afraz, why do you argue like this all the time? Why do you act like this? Like, what's your problem? Like, that's literally what he says. And in my head, I'm thinking, like, you weren't here. We're having a normal conversation, and you don't know what's going on. This is not your conversation, so back off. But on the outside, I knew that he had never learned what I learned. He had never been through that. He had never had that, like, pivotal moment that I had, that I believe is essential for people to stop being a little baby about everything. And you can't blame babies for being babies. So I just let it slide. And I didn't say a word. I found myself doing that a lot lately. Somebody's complaining, oh, why are you doing this? I don't even say anything. I have no business talking to them. There's nothing to say to them. And I did that a lot around that time. So yeah, from the time I was 7 and he was 11 to the time I was 17 and he was 21, that part of him never really changed. He never grew up in that department. He never had that essential, in my opinion, essential experience in those formative years. Maybe 7 is not what you'd call formative years, but it's a lot more formative than 17. And this is something I teach to kids a lot, by the way, that you don't need to fight everyone's fights for them. That sometimes it's better to let them fight for themselves. Sometimes the best thing you could do for someone is letting them be. Even if you know they'll suffer. Even if you know they'll lose. And even if they do lose and suffer and they're in pain, and it'll happen again, and you know it will, and it does happen again, sometimes they need to experience that for themselves to grow in the long term, to prevent that from happening when you're not around. I actually wrote quite a bit about this, and I taught a lot of kids about it, and I taught a few parents about it too, about like making sure kids understand this concept of of realizing that the world is too big now, that not every fight is going to be your fight, and it can't be, so now you have to pick and choose. That's my contribution I made to develop. I'd say I made it to parental psychology, but it applies to developmental psychology more, I think, technically. But I don't really care about developmental psychology. I mean, It's not my fight after all. So that's a great way to end it. Okay, what's the next one? Um, when I was 8, let me. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. This isn't. Ah, man, I have contribute. I'll talk about these one day. But this is another thing my dad told me. This isn't necessarily like an original thought on my part, but he told me. Um, actually, when I was like 19, I asked him about it, and he told me that he didn't even know what he meant by that. He told me he remembers vaguely telling me this, but he didn't even know what he meant by it. And I didn't even fully understand it at first, but I kind of understand what he meant now. And I know I was 8 when I learned this because I wrote it in my journal, which I burned when I was 14, so you guys aren't going to be seeing that. But my dad told me that basically, he said, every answer to every question that I may have, or anyone will ever have, like the questions that actually matter, every story that was ever told, every life of every person to ever live, even thousands of years ago, the secrets to the universe, the meaning of life, the answers to all unanswerable questions, everything that you will ever need to know is already in your own head. And it was so profound when he said that to me. I didn't understand it. And he said it with this context of like, we were watching a movie, and the movie was about people who lived in like prehistoric times. And my dad was kind of implying like, oh, all the stuff they felt in that moment is already in here. It's already in your own brain. And I didn't get it at all. But I knew it was important, so I wrote it down anyways, so I can look back on it. I thought about it for so many years. Like, how could I understand what somebody else, was in their head? How could I? The main thing that stuck with me was like, he was like, yeah, what other people are thinking, what people have already done, the things that they've already done, it's already in your own head. And I'm like, how? I was thinking in a very shallow way. I wasn't thinking metaphorically at all. It was all literal. I was like, memories of people don't transfer over. I don't have anybody else's memories in my head except for my own. They don't get stored in your genes. Well, like epigenetics is kind of popping off, but at the time I didn't even know about that. I didn't even know how babies are made. How could I know about epigenetics? But yeah, in my mind, it was kind of weird. He was trying. I thought he was trying to convince me that like reincarnation is a thing or something like that. And I'm thinking like, how the hell are the thoughts and minds of everyone who's ever lived in my mind? Like that's the part that really stuck out to me. And now, I mean, earlier, but now especially, I really understand what he meant. It's not that, you know, these people had these certain thoughts and desires and whatnot, and I can remember them like in some supernatural way. Like I can remember somebody else's memories. It's that our minds are the same. It's not that we're different and I can figure out what's in their head. Like I can understand that the I can read the mind of someone different than me. But it's really that I'm the same as them. So what's in my head is also in theirs. And even though I couldn't put it into words, I would still tell this to people. Even back then, like in elementary school, I would go around telling this to people. And this is my contribution to philosophy. But I would say it's more of my dad's contribution. But he never, went out telling these people. He told it to me, and I was out here spreading the word. I was the Plato to his Socrates. So it was like, I wanna elaborate because this is gonna. I want to make sure people understand. So like think about it in the way of a story, okay? A society cannot exist without stories, without storytelling. Like stories exist in the deepest part of our brains. Like, actually think about it for a second, okay? Stories are so ubiquitous that nobody actually stops to think about how absurd they are. Like, nobody, like, the thing about very ubiquitous things is like, nobody's out here making um, reviews, YouTube reviews for air. You know, someone did it as a parody, but it's a parody for that very reason. But everyone's out here making reviews for Elden Ring. But way more people breathe air than play Elden Ring. Why are there not equally as many reviews for air? Because everybody understands it, because it's so ubiquitous. A thing that everybody can relate to, that everybody can understand to, you don't need to make a review of that. You don't need to teach people that sort of thing. And with stories, stories are so ubiquitous, they're so universal that nobody even realizes the absurdity of them on a logical level, like on an evolutionary level. Like a movie, for example. Like when you watch a movie, think about exactly what you're doing. Like you're taking time out of your day. You probably have stuff to do. You could be productive, you know, you could be working out or you could be learning something. But instead, you choose to allocate out a time frame to waste time, basically, not do anything that you could be doing. And you choose to sit down and do absolutely nothing with your body and just absorb some story that literally never happened. Literally just fiction. And even when someone films a movie that's nonfiction, that's not real life. Those are actors. There is no logical reason for you to actually take stories seriously other than the stories that, are filmed documentaries and stuff like that. In reality, when people go watch movies and TV shows, they're technically just wasting their time, but everyone still does it. And nobody goes like, nobody ever stops to think about this. Have you ever heard anybody else? Oh, I'm going to the movies. Why would you do that? Why would you waste your time? No, everyone gets it. Everyone knows why you would go to the movies. People might go like, oh, no, don't. It's going to take too much time. But nobody's ever questioning your motives for going to the movies. Everybody knows why you do it because everybody experiences that. Or even like bedtime stories. Like, why do bedtime stories even work? Like, why do kids want to hear bedtime stories? I was never taught to enjoy bedtime stories. Like, I remember being 4 years old and I would just demand bedtime stories or else I threw a tantrum and I cried. But like, why? Like, what the hell is that story even doing for us? And it works on everyone with very, very few exceptions. And typically those exceptions are people who have had severe brain damage. But just about every person who has normal brain chemistry, these like stories works on everyone. The fact that you can go up to some random person and ask them what their favorite movie is, like think about the absurdity of that question that you're asking. Like, oh, hey, what is your favorite fictional story depicted in sound waves and pixels that never happened, that you choose to waste your time on, that you probably waste your time on multiple times over and over and over again, even though you know what happens in it? What's your favorite one of those? Random person who I don't know. And it's like, you could think about the message that you're communicating to them. You're literally like, you're basically telling them that, oh, I'm not in your head. I don't know what's going on in your head, but I know you so well that I'm going to make the assumption that you enjoy wasting your time to watch stuff that will never affect you in your life. Stuff that isn't even history, but stuff that literally never happened. On a screen, too, that has no depth perception. It can even be animated. Most people I know personally, their favorite movies are animated movies. And I'm just going to assume that you like them. I'm going to assume that this is something you enjoy. Like, dog, that's basically mind reading. The fact that you can even know this much about another person, it's so absurd that we like stories, but we all do, even babies. You put a kid who doesn't even know how to speak in front of a TV, they won't bother you for the entire time. They'll just be absolutely immersed in what's going on the screen. That's why so many kids have iPads with YouTube Kids on them, so that like lazy parents don't have to deal with raising their children, because these stories resonate so strongly with everyone, even from birth. So it's a effective strategy for these lazy parents to to not go through the effort of raising their kids. Like we're born with this weird intrinsic desire to experience stories. So here's the deal. Some stories resonate with people, like the hero's journey and stuff. And some stories don't. Like if I say like scissors, that's it. That's my story. Thanks for listening to my story called Scissors. Well, that doesn't resonate with anyone. Well, if enough people see this, it'll probably resonate with a few people. But you know what I mean. You get my point. It's not a story. So although it is difficult, although this kind of thing would be difficult, you can, in theory, work backwards and think about all the possible combinations of thoughts and ideas you can have in every possible order and trace back what actually makes up a story that resonates with people. And it's not that you need to actually listen to every story and figure out what resonates with you, but it's that like it's like sorting algorithms. You could find a more efficient way to do it, but you could, in theory, find the formula as to what makes stories resonate with people simply in your own head. You don't need to talk to a single person to figure out what stories, or rather, why stories resonate with people, simply by looking at what resonates with you when you think about it. And that will actually trace back to the fundamental stories of humans, and like the motivations and the desires and the struggles and the ups and downs and the great potential for immense pleasure and terrible suffering. Like you'll understand all of it if you work backwards like this. And just like that, although it is a magnitudes more difficult than being taught it, everything that you will ever need to know about anyone or your own life, all of the important things rather, not like the menial, like, oh, what's the 10,000th digit of pi? No, all the things that actually matter in life, all the decisions, all the things that will drive you, that you need to take into account when making real important decisions, they're all already in your head. It just depends on how much effort you're willing to take to open them up. And there are some smart people out there who have worked their whole lives piecing together the fundamental stories of mankind. In fact, this is a great way you can actually define intelligence. I think it's an excellent way. It's like how far people are willing to open up their brains and uncover the secrets to their own minds. That is a great measure for discerning one's intelligence, depending on how you would define intelligence. But I think it's a great definition. It's a definition, for sure. One of many. But that's a topic for a different day. I didn't really understand all this when I was 8, though. But I had an inkling of it. So, because I had an inkling of it, I'm including it from when I was 8. I'd literally go around and tell this to get, like, the reason why I know I had an inkling of it is because I would share it. Like, right as I got into the 3rd grade, I remember I'd go around and I'd tell all the kids in my class, and I'd met kids, like there's one girl in particular, who understood what I was saying, and she resonated with it the same way I did. And I knew, like after telling her that, I knew, like, oh, she's awesome. I had a crush on her because of how smart she was. But I knew, like, oh, these are the people I should stick around. And of course, I don't remember the names and faces. I remember her name and face, but I don't remember the names and faces of all these other people. I remember telling a bunch of people at lunch and stuff. And then, like, telling them the plot to like Three Idiots and things like that. It was all these things were just as profound to me. There's a good Exerbia video out there that explains this well. Here, let me pull it up. It's I have the link here. It's in my bookmarks. Okay, I'll open it up in this window here.
Recently, we've got pretty clever with telling stories, like setting the plot out of time, setting the plot in space, disregarding the plot entirely, but I don't think much has changed about what we like in a story. For all of our postmodern yada yada, stories basically still just come down to does characters what we like escape from this ungood situation? I hope they don't get murderized or nothing. Does characters what we like love each other and want to make out and stuff? Is what we thought the story was the real story, or is there a twist with the robot man or a dubious soap salesman at some point? And while that's all well and gravy, I'm going to propose a little theory of everything about why we like stories when we like them and why we really don't when we don't. And it's called feelings, pictures / context, and ideas. And it works like this. If a movie or a book or whatever only cares about feelings, then it's either really crap young adult fiction or daytime television. We get that the characters have emotions, we just don't really care because we don't understand where they are in their lives or what's going on, and they don't propose anything new. If a movie or a book only cares about pictures or context, well, then you get a story that's obsessed with the weather or the cinematography or what the moon looks like, and everyone knows what the fucking moon looks like. If a movie or a book only cares about ideas...
This is something I can actually break down even further. But there's a lot of overlap with, in particular, the whole idea of aesthetic versus narrative. And I think the old digibro of aesthetic is narrative is a really, really good starting point. But I think there's a lot of expansion that can be done. Like, that's scratching the surface. But yeah, for someone who does like just in general, just like philosophical comedy videos, it's it blows my mind that he has such an intuitive understanding of story.
That's great, but it's usually boring as shit, and you get unrelatable science fiction or art movies where people just vomit their opinions about things like no one does in real life ever, except narcissistic pricks like, I don't know, YouTubers, for example. But if you properly pickle that pineapple and you include all three...
That feels like a personal attack, dude. That feels hella personal.
You get a classic. When a writer or a director gets feelings, pictures, and ideas working properly together, we can forgive basically everything else. I think that's why you can still watch Citizen Kane, or 12 Angry Men, or read Moby Dick, or Shakespeare decades or centuries later, and they're still brilliant. They're addressing feelings we have today about death, or love, or whales, or crybaby Danish princes. They're using interesting contexts like huge castles, or the ocean, and they're throwing us ideas we don't think about that much on a daily basis. Should you be or not be? What's the big deal with Moby's Willie anyway? Further example, everyone bangs on about The Empire Strikes Back being the superior Star Wars.
The highest and most valuable art form is comedy. And the fact, like, if you can make jokes like this is an intelligent guy. Like, the videos he makes, I often look at like people's videos and I'm like, oh, this is kind of impressive or whatever. And I think about it and I'm like, what would it take for me to make a video like this? Like, not after having seen it. Like, what would it have taken for me to have ended up in the position where I would make a video in the same way of that same quality and everything? And I look at this dude's videos and I'm like, I can't do it. Like, I'm not capable of making videos at this guy's level. Like, these videos are too good. He thinks of things that I simply can't imagine myself ever piecing together. He's a really, really intelligent person. Super underrated videos.
Wars movie, blah blah, and that's probably because it definitely is. But if we apply the old feelings, pictures, and ideas model to it, I think it's pretty clear why it was indeed amazing. Well, there's certainly feelings, everyone's in a pinch, everything's shit, Darth Vader wants everyone dead, there's interesting pictures, there's the pretty snowy bits, and the spacey bits, and the cloudy bits, and there are lots of ideas about loyalty, and sacrifice, and making out with members of your own family. To be even simpler about this, stories just have to be about someone we understand, set somewhere vaguely interesting, and propose something, anything, even remotely new that we haven't thought about too much before. They are also required to make sense. The main character can then be a robot, or a drug-addled horse, or a personified teddy bear. What a story, Mark. For more popular examples of feelings, pictures, and ideas done perfectly, there is the Blink episode of Doctor Who with all the terrifying garden features, the entire first season of Mindhunter, the Christmas episode of Black Mirror, The Great Gatsby, Cloud Atlas, the book, that is, Catch-22, To Kill a Mockingbird, original fucking Bioshock, and Wild Tales. That's us, the storytelling ape. Sure, we stopped pooping in the woods and huffing volcano vapor.
Damn, the storytelling ape. What a nice way to word it.
Well, maybe you did, but not too much has changed with human hardware, with the brain. We still seem to be telling basically the same stories our ancestors enjoyed, and most of them center around romance, power, and shouty robot people. Primal stuff, right? Yeah, okay. Why? Because this is...
What's funny is that even the shouty robot stuff actually is really primal. Somehow. Even though there doesn't seem to be any evidence of ancient humans ever experiencing that sort of thing, it really does seem to trigger the same primal mechanics within us. Maybe there was, some giant robot apocalypse that happened way, way, way in the past that, we don't know about, is lost to history or something like that,
our conditions.
That probably didn't happen, but it's kind of odd how you can make that joke and everyone will resonate with it.
Still, balancing between being animals and gods. We care about base stuff, but we want a bit of clever mixed in too. We evolved in tribes. We love gossip and the feelies. We evolved in nature. We like scenery and contact.
See, that's what I want to talk about that again. Not again. I want to talk about that as well, which is like, we like gossip. We like drama. And everyone, like, drama has become such a bad word. Like, drama is such a stigmatized word now. Drama is not a bad thing. Like, literally, it is not a bad thing. It is a good thing. Like, we like a drama. There's no problem with that. When people talk about drama, the colloquial definition of what people consider drama to be, typically there's a problem with that. If you're keeping up with the Kardashians, yeah, there's a problem with that. But drama in general, like, if you're a YouTuber and you're out here in the community and you're watching Keemstar or whatever, yeah, there ain't nothing to it. But that is a topic for a different day. And you know what? I am positive that will come up because I do like reacting to drama.
We also evolved the Lamborghini.
So I'm sure eventually a controversial time will come up in the future where somebody will go like, "Oh, Froz, why do you get involved in so much drama?" Because I like it. And then I'll have to justify it, and then that's when I'll really get into it, because I don't really have the effort to go through that right now.
And the feelies. We evolved in nature, we like scenery and context. We also evolved the Lamborghini of brain areas, the neocortex. So we seem to be really into ideas like ethics and politics and putting watches up your bottom. We're designed to feel stuff, see stuff, and think stuff. Stories seem to work when they mimic those basic needs. And more than that, telling stories is a fundamental human activity, I reckon. And if you needed a kick up the arse to make your
Facts. Not you reckon. That's facts, bro.
own stuff, I will attempt to provide it now. I doubt you know much about who your great-great-great-grandparents were. I certainly don't know anything about mine, and truth be told, it's very unlikely that your great-great-great-grandchildren will know much about you. But one day, our distant descendants will probably get curious about who we were and what we thought about the world, and they'll look back at the stories we're telling now, to our literature and our movies and our video games and our TV and everything else. That's how we build time capsules. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying all our media is great, but hot diggity, we're making some good stuff at the moment, and hot diggity, I'm sure lots of it will survive for a long time after we're gone. And the cool thing is that there's really not much stopping any of us from making our own stuff in one form or another. Not necessarily to be immortalized, but just to have said a true thing about where we are now. Because the world won't look like this forever, and we won't be here forever. Humans are transient. Stories are eternal, or as eternal as we'll be getting anytime soon. It's a little nod to future generations. Hey, we were here. We felt stuff. We saw stuff. We thought stuff. Love and kisses from the 21st century. And we also saw the first launch of the Falcon Heavy, so fuck you. It's debatable whether cryogenics or mind uploading will take off in our lifetimes. We're probably not going to be the first immortal generation. But if you can say a true thing about how we feel about the world right now, and what it looks like, and what we think about it, there is every chance that that will stick around. Happy making things, mother lovers. All the best. Ciao.
Wow. I as he was saying that, it's been a while since I watched this video, but as he was saying that whole spiel, there were parts in there where I'm like, okay, I gotta be sure to mention that, and then I could expand more on that. But he kept saying more and more profound stuff as he was going, and I'm like, damn, I can't keep track of all this. I'm not writing any of this down, so, and I didn't want to pause it. No way I'd be. I could never pause that kind of thing. That's not my decision to make, you know? I'm not worthy of pausing that sort of thing. But damn, I couldn't have said it better myself. I couldn't have said it that good myself. Like, this is what I mean. I can't think of this stuff. I can't think of this stuff. Like, I literally can't. But he said something about you know, your great grandparents probably have no idea who you were, and you probably have no idea who they were, and you know, future generations down the line, your great grandchildren are not going to know who you are, chances are, and you don't know who they are either. But you kind of can understand who they are by understanding yourself. Because the human brain doesn't evolve so rapidly. It isn't so quick to change in the grand scheme of things. We're not individual brains that live in our own individual pockets of the world. We're a species. You separate a human from the rest of the humans, they're done. You can hardly even call them a human after a certain point. All of the characteristics that make them human, their humanity, evaporates if they don't have other humans around them, or other even things that they consider human to stick around them. Like that Tom Hanks movie where he was stranded on that island. That was based on a true story, right? I remember that being based on a true story. But when my dad told me that that everything that has ever, all the emotions and experiences and life lessons that can come for everyone else is already in my head, when he told me that, a part of me understood it. Because the context that we were watching a movie, and that context gave me an alley-oop. Like, yeah, this dude who lived 10,000 years BC on the TV screen, they weren't me, but at least I can imagine myself in his shoes. At least I can relate to him. Like, hypothetically, I can imagine myself, mirror neurons, you know? If I couldn't relate, then I wouldn't be interested in watching. It wouldn't pull me in, but it does. It does immerse me. And the simple fact that we can even imagine what others go through, like the sophistication of having enough self-awareness to understand that other human beings are also equally self-aware, and that we can simulate their minds, like, that's a miracle if you think about it. Like, how can we even do that? No other animal does this whole mirror neuron thing on this scale. I shouldn't say that, but on this scale, no other animal even comes close. You can tell that elephants do a lot of that. You can tell dolphins and creatures like that do a lot of that. But, orcas and stuff. But yeah, dogs, ants, bears, yeah. You don't see much of that in the rest of these animals. Much of this not only would you call it self-awareness, you would call it collective self-awareness. Or maybe I would call it that, because I haven't actually like really studied any of this, but I don't know what vocabulary is in the subject, but it's just stuff I thought of on my own, and that seems to be a way to phrase it to me. But it's so crazy when you think about it. My dad, he basically told me like, oh, if there is a question that needs to be answered out there, and it's a genuinely important question, I already know the answer. If I don't know the answer, that means the question's not important. It's important in context. It's important because the time period we're living in, because of the weather that humanity is in, because of the the trends and things like that. But if there's a truly important question that needs to be asked, like the meaning of life, or something like that, is there a heaven or hell? Is there a God? Like the questions that actually truly matter, I already know the answer. That's what my dad was trying to tell me. He said that everyone knows the answers. And I understood, like I kind of understood what he was telling me, which that in itself proves it. Like, if my dad had explained that to me and it didn't make sense, and I'm like confused, I'm like, bro, what are you saying? That means he's trying to teach me something I don't already know. But it resonated with me, and I thought to myself, you're right, Dad. But how can I say that? Nobody ever taught me that before. So how could I know if he was right or wrong? No, I already knew. He said it, and I knew he was right. But how did I know he was right? Like an example of this is like a real world example is, my brother for the longest time has been really lazy and insecure about releasing his music. And I told him, like, just release it. Don't worry about getting it perfect. Just set a deadline and release what you have by then. And he goes like, even if it's not good enough, should I just put out trash? And I went like, yes, you should. Like, I skipped a whole bunch of steps of arguing in your own head, playing devil's advocate with yourself. And I skipped right to the end and I said, yes, you absolutely should release the trash if that's what you end up making. And like, it was like, I believe it was Jake from Adventure Time that said, like, sucking at something is the first step to being kind of good at something. And I gave him this like 2 hour lecture. And by the end of it, I told him something like, it was really cool what I said. I was like, you don't release your music because it's good or bad or people will like it or not like it. You release your music because it's yours, because you made it. And then he completely changes his attitude, like throughout the whole lecture I was giving him. And by the end of it, he was like, yeah, you make a good point. And he told me that. He told me I make a good point. But then again, how would he know? How would he know if I made a good point? That means that he already knew what I said was true. He somewhere in his head, he already understood that what I was saying was right. But he just wasn't accessing that part of his brain yet. It was like I was testing him, and he gave me the wrong answer. And then, instead of me grading his paper, he graded his own paper. He looked in his own head and said, yeah, you're right. He graded himself and found out he was wrong. In reality, if he had dug deep enough, if he had done enough introspection and he had thought about this topic, deeply on his own, without me telling him about it. I'm not saying like be an absolute like super genius, think of it all on the spot. I'm saying think about these things in your own time. Like this is what meditation time is for. This is what bandagi is for. Like, think about these things. Be alone in your own thoughts, in your own head. And if he had done this enough, he could have seen that he had the answer key all along. But there was this other part of his mind, as Hamza calls it, the Jeffrey part of your mind, the part that was like speaking, the outspoken part, the part that was insecure, that blocked this deeper Adonis, more intelligent, the answer key part of his mind. The part that was actually giving answers wasn't the part that held the answer key. You need to listen to the part that has the answer key, because that answer key is actually the true answer key to what you need in life. And this weird argument, this weird battle that we have among all the different parts of our brains manifests itself in this like really beautiful way of like one part of his brain basically made him insinuate in the beginning that something is true that another part of his brain knew is not true. And that part of his brain that knew it, that had the answer key, he didn't need me to teach him that. With enough thinking, he could have figured it out on himself. Did he? No. He doesn't do a lot of introspection. He doesn't do a lot of playing devil's advocate in his own head. But he could. Of course, not all the literal answers to the world are already in your own head, Like I mentioned this earlier, you're not going to know the 10,000th digit of pi without being taught it, okay? But the things in life that really matters, that really help you make decisions about relationships, like friendships, family, about going around, seeing the world, about deciding what to do with your life, like the things that really drive you, and really the hard decisions in life, the decisions that really matter, that you should be thinking about making, and everything in life that is actually worth knowing. Even I'd go that far. Everything in life that is actually essential to know for the human experience, that is worth knowing, all the essentials that you need to live a full life for yourself, to understand your future, to help others. You already know all of that stuff. You already have it all in your own head. And think about it. If you didn't, then advice would never even work on you to begin with. You can't learn it. You can't learn from a quote. Like, the fact that quotes even exist is proof of this. Like, people would hear advice, or let's say somebody would tell you a piece of advice and you don't already know it, you would just ignore it. If I tell you this advice, like if I tell you, oh, I have a piece of advice for you. If you're feeling sad, then go take a gun and shoot yourself in the foot. It'll make you feel better. You can take what I'm saying as advice, and you could say you learned something from it, and that's learning. But you don't do that. You take what I'm saying and you go, no, you're wrong. But when you do that, what you're really doing is looking at your answer key and checking and seeing whether I'm right or wrong. I'm not teaching you a new piece of information. That information is already locked inside your head. When you hear a good piece of advice, like, it just unlocks that. If somebody gives you a piece of advice, like, oh, delete your social media, it'll make you feel happier. I tell that to people, and they know it's true. But if you truly didn't know that deleting your social media wasn't healthy, and you didn't actually believe it, it would sound like nonsense. Because, I mean, look at how much we're drawn to it. But no, everyone who hears that advice goes, yeah, that's true. I shouldn't be on social media as much as I am right now. But the only way you know that's true is if you knew it to begin with. When people give advice, I'm really playing a deep meta game here, but this is the best advice I can ever give to anyone, okay? This is the best advice I can ever give. if you're giving someone advice, you're never actually teaching them anything. You're just reminding them of what they already know. That's a quote. I want to write that down. Give me a sec. I'm going to write that down. I know my keyboard sounds like I'm typing really, really fast. I'm actually not, but my keyboard just makes a lot of noise. I'm not actually really typing that fast. But yeah, if you're giving someone advice, you're never actually teaching them anything. You're just reminding them of what they already know. And to the people that are watching this right now, that are listening to me, you guys are like, yeah, this all sounds legit, right? To the one viewer, probably a bot. But like, how would you know that? How could you say it sounds legit if you didn't already know what I'm saying was already true? You didn't know that wasn't already in your head. How can you, what I'm trying to say is, how can you confirm a piece of information to be true or false if there isn't already a database of true information to cross-reference? And there is. It's already in your brain. It's in a deeper part of your brain. It's not the easiest thing to access, but it's there. And that's why what I'm saying resonates with you. Hopefully, maybe what I'm saying is nonsense, but when my dad told it to me, it resonated with me, and I hope I'm getting that message across right now. Even though he said it in a very, very simple way, one sentence, and I'm really, really expanding, but I hope I can convey the message that he gave to me. But if it does resonate with you, then that's proof that that this is true. The lecture that I gave just now just proved itself correct through pure logic alone. Damn, I'm really proud of this one. I can't believe my dad said that. What an unbelievable thought to have. And to tell an 8-year-old kid. You expect him to understand that? I didn't understand it until way later. Just to be clear, I'm not this super smart. I just do a lot of this introspection. I just do a lot of thinking. But my mind is not particularly fast. And I don't make the best decisions. Okay, you don't make the best. I don't make decisions that I look back on and I'm proud of. I make a lot of decisions even nowadays that I end up regretting very shortly afterwards. I don't have the most self-control either. So, and I procrastinate a lot. And I do a lot of things that I know I shouldn't do, and I don't do a lot of things that I know I should do. So I'm not trying to flex my mental aptitude. I just think about this stuff a lot. Not in an efficient way, just a lot. Work hard, not smarts. But it's interesting that when I give this lecture to quite a few people, and it's because I like to make jokes. I like to say, I'm not the funniest dude either, but I'll often tell people I'll tell them something and then I'll give them the explanation, and I'll explain them all of this. But now that you're in this mind state after hearing all this, you can understand what I mean when I tell people. I tell this people on a regular basis. You can understand what I mean when I say, if someone on Twitter asks you hey, what's your source? And you reply with, I made it up. That really is the best response. Because the important questions that actually need answering, they're already in your head. You making them up has just as much merit as you actually going out and finding the answer. But yeah, moving on. Let me check what I wrote for when I was 9. I have a few bullet points for each age, so I'm just gonna like pick one. I don't have a few bullet points for 17 and 18 and all that, but I got quite a few contributions and original thoughts from when I was really young, because that's when I was just showing off. So I was pushing myself to come up with as many of these contributions as I could. So this wasn't a contribution or an original thought really. It's on its way. It's sparking something, but when I was 9, the thing that I want to mention here is that I had this realization about how the school system really worked when I was 9. Like, it's the realization that everyone has eventually. I remember like the websites that we would use to take quizzes on the computers, like they were not the school websites. They were these other companies that were making quizzes and stuff. And so I'd go on these companies' websites, I'd steal the identity of a teacher, make a teacher account, and the way I learned to do that was by actually, I really loved brain pop videos, and if you wanted to get all this stuff for free, you needed a teacher account. So I like did hella research on how to impersonate teachers basically, and I used this same strategy to go to these company websites and find the same test that everyone else is taking. And not only that, even like the paper and homework stuff, like I would check the watermarks on the bottom of the pages, like the copyright info and stuff, and one Google search is all it takes. Just Google foo and boom. Educational content made 50 years ago, still being used in classrooms today all across the United States. And I noticed that, like, despite being gifted in math, I will flex this. Like, I'm really, really good in math. I have this mathematical intuition that lets me understand numbers in a different way. And because of that, all it takes is like a little bit of explanation, or not even explanation, just a little bit of like introducing me to the subject. Maybe you can even teach somebody else and I can observe, or just walk yourself through the problems and I can observe that. And that's all it really takes for me to do an entire subject mentally. This stopped working all that well in high school. Calc and stuff like that it's a lot more difficult to understand intuitively with a little bit of explanation. But everything from sophomore year of high school and below was effortless for me. And this worked up until the point where I had gotten good enough at cheating to basically cheat the rest of my way through my entire schooling career, even up to college. I remember in physics, people knew I was smart in physics, and they would tell me like, "Hey, yo, bro, we got a test in physics next period. Help me with this. How do I do this problem? Can you explain it to me so that I know what's due on the test?" And I couldn't explain it. Like, I wouldn't use the formulas. I would explain it, but they wouldn't understand. I would just like logic my way around things. I explained it the best I could. I explained it how I was doing it in my head. And they were like, "My mind doesn't work like that. I can't do that." I don't need any of these formulas, at least the simple ones. I can just take all the variables, put them in my own head, and logic them around to get me an answer that makes sense. I talked about this in my stream about school. Like, that's what I would do in pre-AP physics and stuff like that in high school. I should have taken AP. No, I shouldn't have taken AP. If I took AP, I wouldn't have been in maths class. Or no, it wasn't. It was like Spire physics. But yeah, it was a weird system the school had to try to make people seem like they were in smarter classes than they actually were, trying to make you feel good. But yeah, for me, the whole logic thing, whether it be programming logic or physics logic, whatever it is, it's very easy for me to wrap my head around that sort of thing. I never actually bothered to learn any of Newton's formulas. I never bothered to learn elasticity. I didn't need to. And as much as this might seem like I'm showing off, I am. I'm not going to show off about a lot of other things, but I'm going to show off about this. I am gifted in math. It's been like this for as long as I can remember, since I was 4 or 5. I remember we moved. We moved when I was 6, so it wouldn't have been then. But yeah, I remember um, just being a monster in math, even way back then. Actually, in school, I got rejected for testing to be put into higher math classes. Why? Because I didn't ever turn in my homework. And like that, like think about that for a second. Even without homework, even without doing the work, I was still a beast in math and only math. I actually failed a lot of other subjects quite a few times. But in math, I was so good so effortlessly that I would just, like, I would toy with the class. I would toy with the percentage grading system in math. Like on some Ianokoji type. Like I was really out here determining the percentage weights of individual tests and quizzes based on the teacher going like, okay, tests are worth 50%, quizzes are worth 20%, homework is worth 20%, midterm is 5%, final is 5%. And I would go in there and I'd be like, well, if I do this much homework and I get hundreds in all the tests, then I could still pass the class. And I would literally do exactly that. I would pass every single math class just barely, but I would make sure to do as little work as possible. And because I never actually got A's in my class, I'd get A's on all the tests. Um, but because I never got A's in the classes, they never, they didn't let me go into the focus classes, which is what they called it in elementary school, in Jackson Elementary. But yeah, that was that was really really stupid. And this was I'm 9 years old at the time that I'm thinking about all this. This is fourth grade, and this is when I was really really toying with the system. Like they should have seen people like me coming and prepared for a contingency like this. But I think they didn't care about the odd exception like me who wouldn't actually end up in those higher level math classes. Because everyone who had my math abilities was in those higher levels, except for me. But yeah, there was this one incident in when I was 9 years old that just made me stop caring altogether. I've talked about it before though, so I'm not really gonna reiterate it here. But wait, have I talked about it before? I think I'll talk about it on a different day if I haven't. I need to go back and make a note if I've talked about it or not. Hold on one sec. Let me make a note to check my clips. Okay, cool. I just made that note. But yeah, after after this whole incident, which I'll look for if I've already talked about it, I'll put it in the description. But if I haven't, then I'll talk about it and then I'll put it in the description once I've talked about it. Um, but actually, let me make a note of that too. So okay, cool. Just made a note of it. But yeah, after this incident, I went on like an absolute killing spree with like screwing with the school. Even in elementary school, I would give all my teachers such a hard time. Like every chance I got, I would troll the other classmates who took school seriously. All of which who now today have ended up working like shitty 9 to 5 jobs because school did nothing for them. I tried to tell them. I tried to tell them that they were wasting their lives, their their important years learning all this bullshit, and they knew it. They knew it as well. They just didn't listen. They decided instead to listen to authority blindly. If if the grading system is worthless, which it was in my case because it was not reflective of my actual math abilities. If the grading system is worthless, the school is worthless. And if the school is worthless, then stop doing it. Stop bothering. Stop trying so hard. It's that simple. Put in the minimal amount of effort because you get limited willpower. Put your energy into something else that you know is going to be better. And that was something that I kind of knew before this, and according to my last thing that I talked about from when I was 8, it's something I always knew, but I'm not gonna go down that route for people who are just watching this in a vacuum. But yeah, when I was 9 years old, I really started to go hard in changing the school system. It's a mission that I'm still working on to this day. I got things in the works, but yeah, that all started 4th grade, 9 years old, at that incident. That was when I made my decision. That was also when I started tutoring kids, not just getting tutoring from older kids, which I'd gotten so much tutoring, but I've been getting tutored for my entire life basically. And when I was 9 years old, I started to tutor other kids in like writing and math and stuff, just like random smiley kids and stuff like that. But there is more to this contribution. Like this is like an actual contribution, but it has yet to be contributed. But just know, like, big plans in the future. So yeah, let me close. Okay, how can I get rid of these annotations? Settings. Wait, I turned them off.
Recently,
This actually distracts from the video. Like so many times, these things have like blocked lyrics at the end of lyric videos and things like that. It's like, is there a way for me to actually turn them off? Annotations off.
recently we've got
Wait. Is it because I have cookies off? Hold up. Let me change that in settings real quick. Settings. Privacy and security. Fine. I'll do standard security.
recently
All right. Annotations off. Bro, what is this? It keeps turning back on. Hold on, let me look this up because this is really annoying. Just for the future, like this is something that's on my list that's gonna bother me. I want to do this and I want to do it now. YouTube settings, gear icon. Playback and performance. Okay, cool. Look at that. Nice. I think this is it, right? The info I thing, that might be this, but I think cards, when it's talking about cards, it's the, I'm about to do that for all my channels right now, actually. I have 4 channels, I gotta do that to all of them. Okay, that's 2 down. 3 down, 4. All right. Phew. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. And should I go? Nah, I won't go on the YouTube homepage just in case. Okay, cool. Just making sure I didn't leak any sensitive information. But where was I at? Okay. 10 years old. Okay. Let me go back to my list here. Okay. I did talk about that thing from earlier, but I'm going to talk about a different one right now. So, when I was 10, I came up with this idea. See, I've always been super, super into like sciencey stuff, exploration, space stuff. People tell me I have the same sort of, I used to have the same sort of attitude that Elon Musk has today. But yeah, when I was 10, I came up with this idea that it started with the thought that there's probably a ton of other planets just like ours. You know, you look at the universe and you come to that conclusion. Not you look at the universe, but you look at what is said about the universe. You watch all YouTube videos, and you come to this realization that, oh, there's got to be aliens out there. You know, before there was all this real hype about it. Like, I don't know if you guys remember. This is 2010, by the way. I just want to mention this. However old I am is whatever year it is. I was born in January 2000. So if I'm 10 years old, then it's 2010. Okay. I was class of 2018 and all that. So in 2010, I don't know if you guys remember this. The majority of the world did not believe in aliens. Like most people, if I ask my parents, my cousins, my brother, everyone, all my friends, and I asked them like, do you guys believe in aliens? They'd been like, no way, no. At least that's what I felt like it was around me. Maybe in actuality it was different, but from my own experience, the vast majority of the world did not believe in aliens. And now it seems like you're very hard pressed to find someone who doesn't believe in aliens. But it's crazy remembering that time. But the sheer odds of life like ourselves probably forming is really high depending on how the universe is. And I had this thought in my head that you have to sort of piece together, okay, what are the odds of life forming, as if that'll really help you with anything. So you start to logic your way around it. And I'm really just trying to understand. I'm trying to fully wrap my head around the concept. And my thought process was like, it's not really that we're here and life forming is unique or unlikely, but rather it was certain. And it would be weird if we didn't exist. It's like saying winning the lottery is unlikely, right? So if it's unlikely, it might as well not happen, like at all. Well, no, someone is going to win the lottery. Like someone will win for sure. And it's kind of an odd thing because for a person to win the lottery is unlikely. Like for someone to win, it's rare, right? But there will 100% be a winner. There will certainly be a winner. So in a way, you can say winning the lottery is so unlikely, and you can also say winning the lottery is certain. And both statements would be right. And in this analogy of like lottery to life, everyone who didn't win the lottery is planets with no life. So the winner of the lottery can't say, well, it was so unlikely to happen. No, it was certain to happen. The only people that could say that are the winners. It happened to you. It did. So there's no unlikely or likely about it. And when people think about how unlikely it is that we exist, I think that's the wrong way of thinking about it. Because if the lottery winner exists, then the only possibility of being able to perceive the world's existence would be through the lens of the lottery winners. So we're able to perceive this because we're in that set of lottery winners. It's not like the other species that never got to exist can perceive the unlikelihood of existence simply by wondering how unlikely it is. They can't exist in the first place to wonder that. And it's like these two sentences clashing together, where existence is unlikely, but existence is also a certainty. And it's more of a linguistic Fermi paradox. But it was just my way of coming to the conclusion of like, I think, therefore I am. And not in like a universal perspective, but on a very shallow quote unquote, relative to like the philosophy of like an axiomatic understanding of like, is how can we exist? How can the universe exist? Compared to that, it's a very shallow way of thinking, of imagining ourselves as just another species and aliens could be just like us. That's a very shallow thing to think about compared to that. But it's a different kind of I think, therefore I am. In a way, it's kind of like an anti-Fermi paradox. Or rather, it's somewhat of a dismissal of the idea of life being unlikely to form, or even likely to form. Like, it isn't that it's unlikely or likely. It happened. There is a species. That is the only definitive statement we can make about it. As far as we know, the evidence shows no other life existing anywhere else in the universe. Tabby star, okay, that's something we got to look into. But extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Occam's razor, bro. If there is a simpler answer, that's probably right. But we have no actual solid evidence that we're not alone in the universe. Now, when people like to look at the Fermi paradox as this like mathematical thing, I don't really see it that way. I don't even see it as a paradox, actually. Like, my view, at least when I was 10, not so much right now, but when I was 10, it was more of a philosophical take on the ideas of the Fermi paradox. Not necessarily like a scientific one, but like, okay, from a scientific perspective, the Fermi paradox raises entirely different questions. Like, what's stopping other life from forming that, eats tin and breeds arsenic? Like, there's really no end. There's no bounds that we can really put on life to establish a likelihood of it forming through nature, Like, if you look at it, what people talk about it online, it doesn't really make sense why life is so sparse, intuitively at least. But that's because we have a sample size of 1. We don't even know the most important information about that sample either. Like, we don't even have a single control group. You can say, okay, Mars, that's our control group, right? Life hasn't formed there. But I don't know. I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there. That seems unrelated. Because I don't know how to explain it. Everything else that is not life is not life. So it's not like you have 2 things in a test tube and you're using one as a control and one as your experiment. It's like everything else, including the test tube and the room that you're in and the oxygen you're breathing, that is all your control. And the only sample size is the thing in the test tube that you're testing. So it's, I don't know how to explain it. Everything else that is not life is not life. So it's not like you have 2 things in a test tube and you're using one as a control and one as your experiment. It's like everything else, including the test tube and the room that you're in and the oxygen you're breathing, that is all your control. And the only sample size is the thing in the test tube that you're testing. it's difficult to even have a control group. It's difficult. There's no other examples of life existing in the universe, any extraterrestrial life. So there's no way for us to really make any definitive conclusions about it, other than like we're here, you know? So my idea is not like an original idea, um, but that's only because somebody else thought of it before me. But I think this train of thought can lead you into some really cool, like, not even just I think therefore I am. I think it doesn't just have implications on like existence and like the nature of truth and what we consider to be um, truths in the world and like infallible logic, but I think it also has implications about like the universe and extraterrestrial life in a philosophical way, kind of. Like basically, if you were to say, wow, it's so unlikely that life formed like this and here we are, like that's the paradox. That sentence itself makes no sense. It's an oxymoron. Like you can't, the winner of the lottery has no business saying, wow, it's so unlikely for you to win the lottery. You know? You won. And that was my contribution. It wasn't necessarily a paradox or anything. It was just pointing out this absurd way of this absurd thought process that people have on the surface when a conversation arises. And you know, in the first 5 minutes of the conversation about aliens, they always say somebody in the group, you know, at the bar or whatever, is going to go like, yeah, but you know, life is so unlikely to form like this. You know, somebody's always going to say that. They always do. And this is when I was 10 years old. This was just my counter to that, to my understanding of like, all right, enough repeating yourselves, NPCs. That's a stupid thing to say, but I mean, it's whatever. I'm not so picky about what people say anymore. Not as much, but yeah, just not as much. When people talk about like the odds of life emerging from carbon or silicon based chemistry for that matter, nobody knows the odds of life forming in general. For all we know, life could have actually formed multiple times here on Earth alone. And there is a hint of evidence to suggest that it did. Um, I know some people think that mycelium could have spawned from an entirely different chemical process than the first archaea did. I don't believe that to be true. Um, from what I can tell, the people who actually believe it are not uh, scientists. They're more like people who have ingested mycelium. So, I mean, there's definitely something to consider there, but I don't think they form separately from the very first microorganisms. I think every mycelium alive today has a common ancestor with every single bacteria today, and then protist and all that stuff, and us as well. I think we all, every organism that you can look at and call it an organism, a living organism, all have a common ancestor, or maybe like a sea of common ancestors in the very early ocean of primordial soup. But yeah, um, I mean, I can't say that the idea is wrong. It's a very intriguing idea when you think about it, because they're so different. Mycelium and bacteria, or fungi and bacteria. I should call it fungi instead. But now that I think about it, the geothermal energy causing all these chemical reactions in volcanoes and all of these, um, you know, meteorites that landed in the oceans, um, creating geysers of chemical rich uh, chemicals. Yeah, that totally could have created an entirely separate set of microorganisms that self-replicate. And self-replicating doesn't even necessarily seem to be all that exclusive of a skill that life has, you know? I mean, stars exist, stars self-replicate, and given enough time, the energy in the system, the entire all the stellar nursery left over will run out. But the same is true for life. So that is an interesting thing to think about now that I wasn't thinking about this way back then. I'm thinking about it now. Like, okay, mitochondria is generally agreed to be, a single-celled living organism that was eaten by a larger one. And I don't think anyone would say that your mitochondria is alive today in all your cells. Like, they would consider those what we have today, living organisms. But back then, yeah, it was definitely a living organism. Or, thinking about the fact that not all life that is alive today is photosynthetic, because that's such a huge evolutionary advantage. You would think that all other life would just have gone extinct by now. Everything would be solar powered. I mean, there actually is some credibility to this, because to be completely honest with you guys, virology is even more of an enigma than cellular biology. Like, even with all of our new shit, it's possible. I'd go as far as to say, I'm no scientist, but I'd go as far as to say it's very, very likely, almost certain, that viruses formed completely separately. Well, separately in the way that they're separate kinds of life forms, but maybe they formed through the same processes and at the same time alongside each other, but they formed as separate cellular life forms. I mean, after all, there is believed to be at least one virus that corresponds to every single living organism on the planet, or at least every organism that we call a living organism. But if you think about it, viruses are just a different kind of life form that don't follow the conventional rules of what we consider of organisms to be alive. Actually, they can't really be called life forms all that much, because they're more of an amalgamation of chemistry when you really look at them through a microscope. Enough that it's actually easy for kids to understand that why we don't consider them alive if you show them microscopic videos. Like, when you look at the relationship between viruses and bacteria under a microscope, like you look at the battles that they have, you realize that on that scale, like, this is all business. It's all for the sake of entropy. And all of these so-called wars that go on in evolution, from that scale to up to the scale that we're at right now, all of this conflict, species going extinct and whatnot, that really is just a giant set of chemical reactions trying to prove to another set of chemical reactions that they are indeed the most efficient and optimal way for the universe to reach entropy. Like, that's really all evolution, all reproduction and survival. That's really all it is. And now we've reached us, the peak, where now we're not only extracting energy and making areas of the universe reach ground state that we never intended to in nature, that we were never a part of. Now we're trying to harness energy from Dyson spheres, and we have plans to, we're not doing it, but we have plans to, become a type 1, type 2, type 3 civilization. People are theorizing about how we can get a lot of energy from black holes and nuclear fusion and things like that, from black hole accretion disks or whatever. Not necessarily accretion disk, but the forces, the tidal forces or gravitational forces, taking advantage of that gravitational potential energy to get actual energy out of it. Yeah, we are definitely playing a part in pushing the universe to reach entropy faster. And that's why we're able to do things like make vaccines to viruses, because we're like, hey, y'all can't kill us. We're the ones that that the universe, we're the ones fulfilling the ultimate will and desire of the universe as best as it wants it. You guys are not as efficient as us. So, yeah, if anything, when you look at it at that cruel and cold level, we really do have somewhat of a justification for killing all these viruses. getting vaccinated and whatnot. If you really look at the universe at that scale, there there is nothing harmonious or beautiful about it. Like if you look at viruses closely enough, the whole idea of a universe being all harmonious and like all like God Spinoza, like Einstein said, like that's all bullshit. I always hear people go like, "Oh, if we were just a little bit closer to the sun, we would burn up, and if we were just a little bit further away, we would all freeze to death." Look at how the universe is so perfectly catered to keep us alive. Like this one is obviously stupid, but to kids it makes sense, and to some adults, they even say stuff like this. It isn't, just to clarify, it isn't the universe that's catered its properties to fit the needs of humans. It's humans that shaped our needs to fit the properties of the universe. It's called billions of years of evolution. If we were closer to the sun and life somehow still formed, after all those years, we'd reach a point where we would have evolved to survive in that climate. And we would be saying the same thing. We'd be like, wow, if we were any further away from the sun, that would be, oh my God, if the temperature was 72 degrees Fahrenheit on Earth on a daily basis, imagine how catastrophic it would be. Like, that's what people would say. It's a stupid, like, yeah, no, I'll go that far. It is stupid. Even though I've heard a lot of adults, like family members, say that sort of thing. But it's stupid. I'm not saying they're stupid, but the thought is. And also, the universe is fairly forgiving. Like, we can deviate quite heavily from nature and still survive. We have been doing that. We can actually be quite a bit closer or further away from the sun, and we'd still be fine. The habitable zone is not a thin line. It's a spectrum, and it's a pretty large spectrum at that. Like Proxima Centauri B's planets, or Proxima Centauri B, which is the planet of Proxima Centauri, is also within the habitable zone. And people are probably going to end up living on Mars, which with heavy accommodation is survivable. I mean, living on the moon is survivable too, so. Yeah. What was I saying? Damn, I forgot. I really forgot. I guess I'll just continue on this train of thought then. I forgot what I was saying too in this train of thought. Okay. Yeah, if we needed like these absolute perfect, like God-given conditions that we have now to survive, nobody would ever consider going to Mars a possibility to begin with. Like, nature is quite forgiving. Days can be, quite a bit longer or shorter, and it wouldn't be that big of a deal. It would screw up your circadian rhythm. You'd have some health problems, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. We'd still have a much greater life expectancy and quality of life than people did, 200 years ago with a flawless circadian rhythm. But yeah, all of these like Spinoza and nature type gods, all kinds of gods, archetypal story type gods, religious supernatural type gods, excuses to act in a certain way type of gods, or to justify your actions type of gods, and even like just gaps in scientific understanding type of gods. All of it, I had enough by the time I was 10. I was sick of it. I was fed up with it. And that kind of left me feeling like how I did when I was 11, which is when I was 11, I felt really deeply miserable. Like, I pulled a whole BoJack Horseman. Like, every clip I've seen of BoJack Horseman reminds me of when I was 11, which is why I have a hard time watching it. Like, the thing is, when I was 11, I developed my own idea of predeterminism, which I briefly mentioned earlier. And it's solid. It's bulletproof from what I can tell. Maybe not. You can never discount these things. You can never you can never count out the creativity of the human mind. But I haven't been able to do anything to poke any holes in this idea that I've come up with of predeterministic, um, of a predeterministic universe. And because I contemplated a lot of bad things, like a few times, and one time I came dangerously close to letting the intrusive thoughts win. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about the predeterminism theory I made. Not theory. I wouldn't say theory, because theory is a bit more robust. It's more of just an intrusive thought. Because even today, I still can't disprove it. It's an unfalsifiable claim, and there's no way for me to disprove it logically. Like, I can always shift the goalpost type thing. No, it is falsifiable, but it follows such a consistent line of bulletproof logic that, like, I've looked into answers to this, like the whole idea of the quantum consciousness that has free will at a level that we can't perceive. But I'm like, humans are not, we're not divine creatures. We are not sophisticated at the quantum level to take advantage of that level of free will. That opens up a whole different can of worms, in my opinion. And actually, if the whole theory is true about the many worlds interpretation and there being a universe that has every single instance of everything happening ever, every decision you can ever make, and every decision anybody could ever make, then in that case, this is actually true. Because there will always be an instance that will exist in the future of you doing everything that you will end up doing. So whether you like it or not, no, that one can be interpreted either way. I don't want to go into all this detail though, because it's like, I'm not strong enough to handle it. As much as I might say, and I do say this a lot, that I'm such a strong person and I have a lot of energy, secretly, I'm actually not. Like, I know my limits. I didn't know what predeterminism was at the time. I found out in life a little later on when someone told me about it, my RC teacher. I was like really, really upset and I tried to explain this to her and she told me, yeah, that's called predeterminism. But yeah, when I developed the idea, I like couldn't function, dude. Everything just became hell. Like, I couldn't go out with people. I couldn't talk to my family. Like, I tried to convince my parents of this and they were like, I kind of get what you're saying. I remember them saying that and I was like so excited that I was able to get through to them kind of, but I wasn't able to get through to them fully. And I was like bawling, like I was not bawling, I was like crying endlessly trying to explain to them. It was like it shattered my entire self-worth and all of that. That was like the worst year of my life. No, that was not that was the worst year of my life. Like, that was the year where I told my parents, like, no, I'm not doing good right now. Please don't let anyone come to my birthday party. I don't want to have one. And then my parents still brought people as a surprise because they didn't know what I was going through. They thought I was just some, like they thought that they didn't peg me for having such a sophisticated thought at 11 years old. They thought I was just being a brat. So they brought people over for my birthday, and I had to expend so much mental effort trying to please them and trying to make them think that I was okay when really I wasn't. And after that, I never wanted to have a birthday party again. And now, even nowadays, they know that we don't do birthday parties for me. We do it for everybody else in the family except for me. Even when it was like time for me to graduate, like my brother, they threw a graduation party for him, like a surprise party. But when it was time for me to graduate, they told me, like, my mom came up to me and she was like, hey, remember how we did that surprise thing for us? We were thinking about doing it for you as well, but we know how it is. We don't want to like surprise you with it. I wanted to ask you actually, like, is that something you'd want to do? And I told her no. Um, I can't deal with that sort of thing anymore. Like that was such a traumatic experience. It was it was a hellish year for me after I developed this idea. And I just don't think about it to this day. I can't. That's why I love Rick and Morty so much. Because that's Rick's catchphrase. His catchphrase is just don't think about it. You know the wubba lubba dub dub or whatever, just that's what it translates to in the show. It translates to just don't think about it. I don't like Rick and Morty so much anymore. It's not it doesn't seem all that self aware like it used to. But it seems kinda showy, kinda inefficient. They take way too many words to say something actually profound that could be said in a much, much quicker way. And also the quotes that people actually take from Rick and Morty, like the one that's been popping off on TikTok lately, like the oh, to live is to risk it all, otherwise you're just a randomly assembled set of molecules endlessly being pushed around by the universe, floating around, like whatever. Um, Whatever he said in that quote, like that is not a very intelligent thing to say. That's not something Rick would say, because either way, it's not like Rick is not the kind of person to say to live is to risk it all in advocacy for people to risk it all, because regardless of how you ended up in that situation, you ended up in the situation because of the circumstances you were in. No matter if you risk it all or you risk nothing, you are always, you have been and always forever will be a randomly assembled set of molecules floating through space with your whole life determined for you. Which is odd how that quote relates. But yeah, every time somebody makes a TikTok with that sound to it, that that background noise, background sound of Rick saying that, I always think to myself like, dog, like you clearly didn't think about what Rick actually said. I get you're trying to be like motivational and all, but like there's better ways to be motivational than that. But yeah, this whole idea that I came up with is the reason why at least I used to really really love Rick and Morty. There was a time where it was my favorite show ever. But yeah, I just I just don't think about it. And I still follow that same principle. One day I will get back to this idea though. Because I know like deep down when I pierce this like my inner thoughts, I know I'm living a lie. Like just to keep myself alive basically, I don't think about the implications of this idea. And one day, not today though. I don't have enough mental strength. And like don't worry. Like not for like another like 5 years at least, okay? I don't want to get put on a suicide watch list that'll take my personal freedoms away. But one day, not now, one day I will get back to this idea. It's risky, and it's taken me to a bad place before, but I'll get back to it eventually. But yeah. Oh, and because of this, by the time I was 11, I was a full blown big time atheist, like daily Reddit user and all. I remember I had a subreddit. I made my own subreddit, and the entire subreddit was for debating the existence of God. And every day I would debate with people. Like you think about the stereotypical Reddit user, I doubt there is a single Reddit user who was as like anti-God as I was when I was 11. I was going hard, dude. It was ridiculous. Like I wasn't a stereotypical Reddit user. The stereotypical Reddit users were mini me's. They were based off of my behavior, bro. I played a role in what Reddit has become today, the connotations that it has today. So yeah, that was that was an interesting year. I have no contributions from that year. I have that one, but I'm not talking about it. But yeah, I just saw some visuals actually. This is kind of empty here, but um what's next? What's next? What's next? 12 years old. I'm going to keep all these things in my notes so that way I can talk about the rest of my contributions from other ages like in the future sporadically. But okay, here okay, wait, hold up. I need to get water. I've been talking way too much. I'll be right back. Oh, I have water here. Okay. Okay, so I'm just setting this up. Okay, cool. So yeah, damn, this is actually a lot to talk about, but I'll go through. I'll go through a quick one. Okay. So when I was 12, um, by this point, this whole time when I was little, all these ideas that I was coming up with, I was telling people, and I got, a huge dopamine rush whenever people would be like, "Oh my God, you're so smart. How could you come up with that at such a young age?" The fact that I was coming up with it wasn't all that impressive. It was my age that was impressive. Um, and so I got a high from it basically, and it would just push me to just study and study all the time. I got addicted to studying, which is like it's a really cool thing to be addicted to, but it's yeah, not the best. I regret the lifestyle I had when I was little. I wasted a lot of my time learning a lot of useless shit. I know so much shit that I will never need to know. Maybe it'll impress somebody, but there's no business in never learning 99% of the stuff I know. But yeah, by the time I had turned 12, I had a pretty solid understanding of story. Um, and by pretty solid, I mean enough to be able to write compelling stories and enough to teach a class of college students on it. Because when I say pretty solid understanding, I don't mean like I had a. There's so much to understand about story that we don't know the limits to it, um, and I don't think we've ever even scratched the surface of it. I think we have a long way to go in truly deciphering the core stories. Like, I think the hero's journey still has work to be done. I think we still got a ways to go. So, um, yeah, there's no when I say I have a solid understanding of story, I mean I have a solid understanding comparative to most people, not a solid understanding compared to the total expanse of understanding that one could have of story. But yeah, this was around the time where I developed ideas similar to that. Like, um, when I was 12, I had thought to myself, okay, just thinking about it, just intuitively, from everything I knew, there's probably something like 4 to 15 fundamental stories that all other stories that are made today are derived from. And I still generally believe that. I think there could be 2 to 15, but yeah, at the time that was my number, 4 to 15. It's gotten worse. 2 to 15 is an even larger range, but it would take a lifetime to really, really, you know, shave your way down to understanding four or so fundamental stories. And even if you could, there would be no point because it's not like you could ever discuss even one fundamental story with anyone else. Like the amount of explaining you would need to do for them to get it would also take a lifetime. So it's not like you can even give these elements to these stories words because nobody would use the words. Nobody would use them in the definition and the understanding that you would have. The words would be meaningless because they can learn the word and they wouldn't be able to understand what the word means. And it was this theory that I had developed, which I think it all stemmed from this quote that I've said a few times by now, which is film is just life with all the boring crap taken out. I forgot who said that. I believe it was in some interview that I was watching, some uh, old movie, like 2010, 2011 movie. But yeah, I think that was the first time I heard it. But it's an amazing quote, and the older I get, the more I just love that quote. Film is just life with all the boring crap cut out of it. Let me write that down. Um, so yeah, that's the quote. Film is just life with all the boring crap taken out. And when you look at it from that perspective, remember I mentioned earlier in this video, I wanted to talk about the whole concept of if you can make good film, you can live a good life. Or story, I should say story, but I'm going to use story and film interchangeably. They're not interchangeable, but I'm going to use them as such. So deal with it. I would think about this quote and it made me think like, if you can take the boring crap out of film, you have a good film. If you can take the boring crap out of life, then you're left with a film of a life. You're left with a life worth telling a story about. And then if you structure your life to be like a film and you follow those same principles, you migrate the filmmaking principles to life principles, there will never be any boring crap and you'll live a life worth living, a life that you want to live, a life that you resonate with. So maybe the proper way to structure your life is to follow a story, which is, it's obvious when you walk through the logic, but saying it out loud can actually lead you down some insane rabbit holes. And it could set the foundation to make a bunch more discoveries and theories about life in general later on. And I think that there's a lot of room to expand on this theory. I didn't think about this one that much. This hypothesis. I didn't really go down the rabbit hole. I know there's a ton more to be learned in this though. And if anyone's watching this, I encourage them to really think about this one in particular, and let me know what you think in the comments because I'm going to check the comments of these videos and just maybe discuss what your thoughts on this are. And that was the start of my entire mental theory, basically. That connected everything from film, storytelling, psychology, marketing, evolution, video games, social media, aesthetic, morality, religious text, all that stuff all into one theory or one philosophy, not theory, philosophy, a worldview kind of. And this is what I was talking about earlier, what I was bragging about when I was talking about Mizkif. To be honest, I didn't really know what the hell I was doing until people like Jordan Peterson, came along and actually put the stuff into words. But I just knew that whatever I was doing, it felt right. I was so focused on words too. Like back then in general, when I was a kid, I was such a brat, dude. I'm thinking about it now. The way I would argue with words and not meanings just for the sake of arguing, even if I knew I was wrong. Like, oh man, I was such a fucking master at strawmanning people's arguments and like gaslighting them. I didn't know what strawmanning was or gaslighting was, but I would still do it, and I was a beast. I was second to none. Unreal the way I would like crush adults in their own arguments. I like they would try to convince me something, and even if I agreed with them, just because I wanted to argue, just because I got a kick out of it, I would play devil's advocate and I'd beat them. And I did this repeatedly, particularly with my parents, which really I shouldn't have done that. That was a bad idea. But it is what it is. My parents are my parents. They're the same blood as me. They should have been able to hold their own. They should have been able to go toe to toe with me and a 12-year-old kid in arguments. But they didn't speak the best English. And really it was me manipulating English to my will to invalidate their arguments in ways that I really had no business invalidating them in. I've explained what I consider like the definition of story to be a few times before. And there's videos online, a ton of videos explaining it. It's it's very mentally taxing to explain it. So just go to those videos. Um, I'm not explaining it again. But my theory for what stories are in general, it hasn't really changed that much since I was 12. It just becomes somewhat easier to explain. Um, Actually, a lot easier to explain. Because I remember, like, the I was so frustrated trying to explain it to people, like my teachers and stuff. I could not explain it. I was getting angry. Like, I couldn't put it into words. Like, I had something in my head, and I wanted to transfer what was in my head to someone else's head, but I just couldn't, and it pissed me off. And that feeling never really went away until I watched Neon Genesis Evangelion. But that was way later. That was when I was 19. But yeah, stories, stories, they're built off this. They're built off of suspension of disbelief. And my theory. Oh shit! This is a conspiracy theory. Damn it! Whatever. My conspiracy theory is that suspension of disbelief is the wrong way of thinking about it. And this is why everyone thinks I've done psychedelics and shrooms. They think I have such a warped perception of reality. And you know what? I can't deny that. I haven't done any psychedelics. I haven't done shrooms. I don't plan on it. But I still have these weird theories, and they seem to line up really, really closely with what people say who have done psychedelics. So I think I'll go into it with a bit of humility, okay? Just this time, though. I'm done. I'm done being humble for a while, but just this time I'll be humble for once, okay? So my theory is that suspension of disbelief itself is incorrect. It's inefficient. It puts you in a creative box if you think about it that way. Like at a certain point of understanding, you should just go back to calling it just belief or like truth or reality because it's real. It's just as real as anything else. Again, conspiracy theory. But I'm going to say it anyways. All of the things that you experience in stories, they're just as real as your senses. And you might not, there's two struggles to this which cause people to be skeptical of what I'm saying, which is number one, you might not believe that these things are just as real as your senses. And number two, you might not believe that your senses are worth trusting. But I think both of these are stupid. And the first, the former, I never say that. That's such a cool, like, intellectual thing to say, former and latter. But the first thing I said, that's generally agreed upon by the intellectual community online that yeah, your senses are not, they're fickle. And when you experience these things like these stories and stuff like that, you you might not think of these things to be just as real as your sensory inputs, but at a certain point, life will humble you one day, whether it be natural or unnatural. You're gonna learn, like, this whole thing could be fake. All of your sensory inputs and everything you know about the world, they're all malleable. They're all up in the air as to whether or not any of this is real. And you can call the real world, and the film world, uh, you can call the film world real as well, or you can call the film world fake. Um, and you can also call the real world fake. So both the fakeness in this other layer of fakeness can be called fake, and they both can be called real, in my opinion. It's like if you're running a computer that has a simulation, and that inside that simulation there's another simulation running inside it. Do you call the inner simulation a fake simulation? What if they're both simulations? Then they're both just as real. They could both be fake. They could both be real, but they're equally as real. Just don't get it fucked up. They are just as real as each other. If they weren't, then people wouldn't feel the need to take them so seriously. People wouldn't need to criticize things like, oh, bro, it's just a movie, bro. It's just a game. It's not that real. Like, it's not real at all. Like, why are you taking it so seriously? Like, that's only half right. In reality, you should treat whatever you're given in life, almost everything, with equal levels of seriousness. Whether it be some drama you experienced in real life or some drama you saw in a movie, you should treat them with the same level of seriousness for the most part. Whether that's not very serious or whether that's very serious is up to you. But they're essentially the same thing. And think about it. When you're a kid, okay, suspension of disbelief is the natural state that you're always in, actually. Like if you tell if you tell a kid that Santa exists, watch how effortlessly they believe it. But you might think, oh no, in reality, um, that's not true. But they're just believing that because they're a kid. And when you're an adult, you stop believing these things because you're more skeptical of reality. No. Suspension of disbelief does not go away when you're an adult. The only difference when you're an adult versus when you're a kid is that there's more people to convince you otherwise. There's more people when you're an adult that will say Santa doesn't exist than will say that Santa does exist. That's the only thing stopping you from believing in Santa if you really think about it. You simply have more information to cross-reference. But that information still comes with the contingency that you will believe the information that you're given. You can look at Santa and understand fully what all that entails, and then you can cross-reference a much more academic, a much more thorough, a much more well thought out and solid bulletproof database of information, and cross-reference both of them against each other and be like, well, the gravity, the speed of light, reindeers can't fly, all of this not true? Or is this fat man delivering presents on Christmas every year not true? Which one is actually not true? Which one requires less assumptions to be disproven? And you eventually come to the conclusion that Santa isn't real. But if you had an even greater database of information disproving things like the speed of light and gravity and reindeers can't fly, then you would probably go back to believing that Santa's real as an adult. And we see that all the time. People believe such foolish things as adults. All of these beliefs that people have, and like truths as we call them, even like the most empirical, objective truths that we can all agree on, are just as fake as when you convince a kid that Santa exists. It all hinges on a belief, or somewhere on the spectrum of belief, at least. Like I said earlier, suspension of disbelief is a spectrum. That was a lie. Suspension of disbelief is just belief. Belief is a spectrum. I've been saying belief way too much lately. The word is starting to sound really weird now. However, storytellers generally accept that, like, according to your subconscious, it doesn't really matter where you're getting the information from. To your subconscious, Lion King is real. It really happened. Those are real lions. And they were really talking, and all that stuff actually happened. And what's more is, your brain, for the most part, for the majority of your brain, actually, there's a part of your brain that knows it isn't real, but the majority of your brain acts and makes decisions and builds neural connections and essentially treats life as if that happened in the same reality as us. Not in a movie screen, but in real life. Because think about it. Like, what evolutionary advantage would it have given us to differentiate between films and reality? Like, why the hell would the lizard brain need to develop a system of differentiating real stories versus fake stories? All it knows is the world for all of the literal information fed to it by its senses. If it works, it works. And it has worked. And it's like it's really only the neocortex, like was mentioned earlier. It's really only our human brain, prefrontal cortex, and then a bit more, that decides to compartmentalize our realities as separate. And that really only happens, get this, as we grow older and we develop the frontal lobe, like the frontal part of our brain. It is really nice for a whole bunch of people to show up on the Joe Rogan podcast and actually be able to put stuff like this into words. Like, they're out here debating, like, what's the nature of religious truth and objective truth and metaphorical truth and all the other kinds of truths. My theory when I was 12 was like, sure, you can compartmentalize and add labels, but honestly, what good does that do you? Why not just, like, let truth be truth? Let sensory input be sensory input. And I get it for the purposes of education, right? For the intellectuals that refuse to live simple lives and that refuse to, like, still stay human. I get it, right? Intellectuals like Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris arguing about the definition of truth, to me, it seems kind of like a waste of time. Like, to me, when you reach the depths of it, it all becomes very clear to me. And I have yet to, who knows how far the depths of it actually goes. But at my level, at the depth that I'm at right now, story is truth. And story is life. And life is truth. Or rather, what's true is that life should be story. And if amor fati means anything to you, then that means life is already as it should be. And it's also what film comes from. Like, people say art imitates reality. Reality also imitates art. And at a certain point, when you're speaking with others who don't understand this, you can still say things like reality imitates art and art imitates reality. But at a certain point in your own head, when you're thinking your own thoughts, reality is art, and art is reality. There's no imitation going on. They're just the same thing. But this, okay, I've been saying all this. I've been going on a bit of a tangent. That does go a bit beyond the scope of what I was thinking when I was 12. Not a bit, a lot beyond the scope of what I was thinking when I was 12. When I was 12, what I really, my contribution was like, when it comes to film and how you write a compelling story, film follows the same fundamentals as how you live a meaningful life. That was my hypothesis. Turns out, looks like I was right. Things like you watch video essays on like I recently saw this video essay on Avatar: The Last Airbender about actions having consequences and how like actions must have consequences. Like the reason why uh um for example Katara was much more angry and much more unforgiving of Zuko way more episodes after he joined the team and was unable to forgive him for a lot longer than everybody else in the team is because she had that experience with him in the crystal caves of Ba Sing Se. And he mentioned it. He's like, yeah, if they had that experience and he betrayed her in those caves, and then she just accepted him just at the same speed that Sokka and Toph and Aang accepted him. Aang's an exception, but Sokka and Toph accepted him, then it wouldn't have made sense, and it wouldn't have been nearly as compelling. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. And just like that, the filmmaking principles apply, and they apply to real life too. Actions must have consequences, and actions do have consequences. And when you go into the depth of understanding the consequences of actions, it adds another layer of robustness um, and challenge to life. It adds more to the game. It just makes it more fun. So, and this was something I just saw recently. I can go back and go through every single video essay I've watched on every single work of film I've ever seen, and I will pinpoint to you exactly how it's analogous to a lesson about real life. If you know how to tell compelling stories, you can apply those same rules to real life, and you'll know how to live a fulfilling life. At this point in my life, like when I was 12, I hadn't yet developed an understanding as to like what religion was, like what it entailed, how it came to be, like what the significance of it was, and what role it played in storytelling and like the dynamic of societies. I mean, after all, I hated religion by this point. I was like hardcore science nerd, screw religion, and I'll argue with you on that on Reddit. Like that's what I was all about at that time. And it shocks me that I didn't put the pieces together. I didn't make the connection in my head as to like, hey, maybe this is what's causing me to be so miserable. But yeah, I did. This was a great contribution that I made. I love it. This really set the foundation for me to understand a lot of stuff that I understand now later on in life. Like I look back on I look at what I know right now. Dang, I hear the birds. I look at what I know right now, and I'm like, if I didn't have this contribution when I was 12 that I thought of, I would not know any of the stuff that I know today. So, yeah. Okay, I need water, one sec. So, next is so when I was 13. Okay, yeah, this is a contribution that really impressed a lot of people when I was little, but it's not one that I'm particularly proud of. This might take a little while, but I wanted to go over this one in particular. So, when I was in like 8th grade physics and stuff, I was really damn good at physics, and it was effortless for me. And so a little bit before this, actually, I thought of a new way of perceiving the world, because like that's ultimately what it comes down to is like a lot of people who are super interested in science just brainstorm new perceptions of the world. And I came up with this hypothesis. And my hypothesis was, or rather, it was a conclusion. My conclusion was figuring out the fundamental nature of reality is gonna be a task of rewriting your entire perspective rather than putting the puzzle pieces together. It's not all like what people think it'll be like. It's been a while actually since I've done anything in like math or science. Um, I lost my passion for it in school, um, and I'm really rusty on all of it. So yeah, and all my information is a bit outdated too, because I really stopped like pretty much anything beyond like 2014, like in 2014 and beyond. I don't keep track of any like I used to read all the news and all that stuff, but yeah, anything beyond 2014, that my information is completely outdated after that point. So any new discoveries that may prove something wrong that I said that happened after 2014, I have no clue anything about it. I so the holy grail of physics is, or just science in general, is the theory of everything. Okay, a single equation that you can write down on a piece of paper, preferably a small equation, um, that describes the universe at its most fundamental level. One equation to describe all of the rest of them. And see, the laws that like Newton and later Einstein came up with, like, they're great, but when you get to a quantum level, they don't apply anymore. An object in motion will stay in motion. Yeah, sure thing, my guy. Maybe to our measuring tools that are, 5 million atoms in length, but not the ones that are 5 atoms in length. Then it doesn't work so well anymore. It seems like subatomic particles just like to accelerate, just change directions, decelerate, without any force acting upon them. And it's not just that, it gets worse. Sometimes they get entangled with another particle, and their spin and polarization and whatever, they can be used to determine the properties of the particle that they're entangled with, even if the particle is, in theory, not right, but in theory, light years away. And it gets even worse. Sometimes the particles just like to just disappear. Like they just go in and out of existence. Sometimes they appear in two places at once. Sometimes they teleport, which means technically they're also time traveling if they're teleporting. Sometimes they exist and don't exist at the same time. And it just gets even more confusing from there. So for the longest time, not for the longest time, actually it's been pretty recent, but scientists have just been trying to unify the theories that we have on the quantum understanding of the universe with Einstein's equations, or just macro physics, physics on the scale that we can actually observe. And reconciling both of these has proved to be quite the challenge. But I think that maybe not in the way that a lot of scientists would see it, but I think a lot of scientists are very smart in one way, but very stupid in another way, which is they don't know why they do it in the first place. They don't know what their purpose is when just on this conquest to reduce uncertainty about the universe. They don't actually know why. They don't actually ever stop to think whether or not they should do it. It's not like there's any harm in doing it, but they never thought like they never put any mental energy into understanding themselves. They put all their mental energy in understanding the universe, none in understanding why they themselves actually care so much about these things that matter so little. So, in my opinion, it's all about perspective. You do it, science, people do science because it's fun. Like that's what it is. If it stops being fun, you shouldn't do science anymore. You shouldn't participate. And in my opinion, the only way and the only meaningful way, like the best way, like on a humanitarian level, to understand the nature of reality is to treat it like a game, is to play the game. It's to abandon our perspective of the universe and see it from a new angle. See, a lot of people have this idea of science, which is it's correct, which is um, that your senses will abandon you the deeper and deeper you go into science. They'll disobey what's actually going on in reality. So at a certain point, you have to actually think about it in a more philosophical sense. You have to actually consider what's more important to you: objective, true reality, or the sensory reality that you're given. And in my opinion, the answer is clear. There's only one reality that matters, and that's the reality that your brain shows you. Everything else is meaningless, in my opinion. And simply being able to write down equations that describe the nature of reality is worthless. And I thought this way at that time as well when I was little. I think the only way that scientists can actually um, not can the only way that scientists should proceed when trying to figure out the theory of everything is by trying to actually understand it themselves, by trying to shift their perspective and understand the universe in a new way. For example, string theory is understandable, you know? You can explain it to somebody. String theory looks at all things as being made up of stupidly small strings that vibrate at different frequencies, which determine what the string gets rendered as, or rather interpreted as. Um, it's like a simulation in that way. But yeah, and this fundamental equation, this theory of everything, would need to describe not only the strings, but also how and why the universe interprets each frequency of vibration of each string as such particle or whatever, you know? And it's definitely an interesting way to perceive the universe. I get the appeal. I was really drawn to it also, but not like that, not that much. Um, and I think in order to become a great scientist, it requires people to actually understand the science, not just come up with an equation for it. You don't talk about great minds as people who were able to write a book with certain ideas in it. You talk about great minds because they were able to understand things in a different way than most people were. Nikola Tesla was um, a famous example of someone who saw the world in a different way. He saw the world as frequencies and wavelengths. Let me. I want to put visuals on the screen while I talk. Ooh, no, that's a better picture. This is such a sick picture. Ah, Forbes, whatever. Open image. Okay, yeah. So this dude right here, Tesla, he understood the world in a different way. He would see the world as vibrations, frequencies, um, pulses. Like you ask electrical engineers how electricity works, and they'll say that they know the equations, they know how to, get your power running, they know how to build a magnet with a battery and build a battery with a magnet, but electricity, or like the electromagnetism as a force, or like a substance, like a thing that exists, why it operates the way that it operates, to these guys, it's a complete mystery. It just does. It just operates like that. Why? No idea. Just deal with it. You can learn everything there is to know about electricity. You could take all the courses that there is, but you could still not have that perspective that Tesla had, the understanding. But Tesla had an intuitive understanding of electricity, like a deep understanding, to the point where he didn't need to go out and get an education from someone else. He could hypothesize, he could come up with things on his own. He was the leader, he was the one educating others. He didn't have to look anything up. He could consider what he knew intuitively about electricity and come up with machines in his own head that couldn't be made with technology at the time, and he could understand how they would work and write them all down. And later on, we'd actually use his concepts and his writings and drawings to actually make those machines. And now those machines that we made based off of Tesla's writings and his understandings that he couldn't do because of he was limited by the technology of his time. Now those same machines, they help us to do everything from like detect earthquakes to play music through speakers. And both of these things are linked with frequencies and vibrations. Earthquakes and music, it's all just vibrations. It just nobody perceives the world as all frequencies. And it's why Tesla's so respected, because of his perspective. Field theory is well, theories plural. It's another good one, like string theory. And that's the one I really took a liking to at first. I used to imagine, not so much anymore, a little bit now, I still have some of this, but I used to imagine the world as this sort of foam, jello, aether-like substance, everywhere in 3 dimensions. And you know how when, jello gets cut inside of it, you make some cuts, poke inside jello and stuff like that, you can see the visible cuts inside of it as like parts of jello that are like pressed against each other, or like air pockets and things like that. Well, in my imagination, those were the particles that are visible to us. And jello is like the gravitational field, the EM field, the Higgs field, strong and nuclear force, all that. It was it was reality. And it was these little like bubbles in reality that it made. But I could describe it more as like, the way I understood it in my head, it was like areas with greater compression. Like, kind of like compressed gas. Like if there was gas and there were pockets that had more dense areas of gas, and that had particles inside it probabilistically upon observation. And those clumps of gas weren't necessarily the particles themselves. They were just the mathematical odds of you being able to find the particles somewhere within that cloud, right? And aether is what I called it. That's how I saw it. I can't really put it into words that easily. It's really hard. In order to describe to you the way that I saw the universe, I need to give you some context. So, like, let me pull up some visuals. Let's see. Oh, it's gonna pull up the movie, isn't it? Yeah, no. I like this picture. So I'll keep this up here. So gravity for me was the big one, okay? For me, I thought to myself, if I could intuitively understand gravity completely, then I can understand everything else. It's a naive thought, but I was a naive kid. So the thing that you understand about gravity is that, first of all, when your teacher said that it's the attraction between objects with mass, she lied. It's the attraction between objects with energy, and you can, if you learn in school, you'll learn, okay, it's over inverse square of the distance between the said masses. If you take Newton's way of doing things, that is. And that's why, the Earth bends light, and that's why we get a lunar eclipse and all that stuff. Because light is energy, light is massless. So, if it was an attraction between objects with mass, light would not be affected. But it is. And the reason why gravity affects physical matter is because matter is just a whole lot of energy, just really, really compressed. That's Einstein's equation. He said E equals mc squared. Energy equals matter times c, aka continuum, aka space-time continuum, aka speed of light squared. Which means, if you don't know what I'm talking about, that means if you take a whole lot of energy, like a lot of it, like the speed of light times itself, of that much energy, and you compress it all together, you can convert it to matter, but only a little bit. Actually, my whole contribution is actually kind of piggybacking off of Einstein here, and my contribution isn't actually a scientific one. It's more of a thought experiment. It's more like a mind blow one, actually. So you find different ways to perceive gravity on this journey, right? And each interpretation needs to take a few things into account. Number one, gravity affects space-time. The greater the gravitational force of an object, the greater the warping of space-time around it, and the slower time will pass for it, as well as things around that, within that warped space-time. The more warped it is, I'm using warped in a way where you just have to understand what I'm saying. But the more warped you are, an object is inside that strong gravitational attraction to a massive object, the slower it will age, basically. Also, with space as a concept, we can understand that the quicker you move throughout space, the slower time is for you. So let's say you travel close to the speed of light, and you go all the way from here to another star, and your journey takes 2.5 years, okay? And then you go to the star, you check it out, and then you come back. And it takes 2.5 years for you to get back. By the time you get back, you'll be 5 years older, but everyone on Earth will be 35 years older. Well, I got that one from Brain Pop. I'll never forget hearing that. I'll never forget, I remember exactly where I was in the library and everything when I watched that Brain Pop video. And I had to watch it back 20 times just to make sure that Tim really said that. But yeah, no, he really said that. And yeah, it's true. It's not it's relative. Space-time is relative. And it's not your speed. It's more like time affects you based on your speed relative to other objects. Or actually, it's more like your speed relative to the constant speed of light coming from you and being emitted onto you by objects observing you and objects you're observing. And in reality, if there is no observation happening between objects, if there was never any humans to observe the universe, on a grand scale, time doesn't really even exist at that point. The universe is just the universe. Everything is just it will reach an end, is what I'm trying to say. And that end is kind of predetermined by physics. So the universe is on a set path. And you can look at the universe as just the set path is us in our minds right now, being able to track uh, things happening on that set path. But that's not an accurate interpretation of what the universe actually is. Time really only exists in our minds. So in more ways than one, without an observer, time doesn't really exist. Actually, not in more ways than one. It is just one way if you really, really push yourself. The philosophical and the scientific can be combined here. But it's in a way, if you're moving very, very fast, it's not you that's aging slowly. It's just your light is traveling to the people on Earth at a much greater factor than the light is traveling to you, which, when you look at it, actually makes perfect sense. That's not the right way to explain it. Holy shit, this is really hard to explain. Like, if you don't take time to study it and understand it, then what I'm saying actually doesn't make sense. I mean, I was so interested in science as a kid, especially the harder stuff, like what I'm talking about right now, that this is what I did. I would come home, and while my brother would play Halo, I would go upstairs and I would read the encyclopedia, only the science pages though. That shit was so interesting. The only time I ever went out of my way to read a book, it was the damn encyclopedia. But yeah, gravity is intertwined with everything. And that's why we need different clocks in space that run at different speeds than the clocks here on Earth. Because they're experiencing less of Earth's gravity than we are, by a little bit. And so their clocks will actually run a little faster. They're aging faster than us. Not by much. I mean, you'll never notice a difference. In a lifetime, you'll never notice a difference. But on a satellite that uses extremely accurate, universal atomic time to create pinpoint accurate GPS coordinates for every phone on Earth, you kind of need to account for that difference. Otherwise, you'll get some serious inconsistencies and distances and stuff like that of cell phones. Actually, if you think about it, this one was from Minute Physics. Technically, our head is older than our feet, because our feet have spent much more time closer to the earth than our head has, for most people. So at the end of our lifetime, our feet are maybe fractions of nanoseconds younger than our heads, if even that. But technically they are younger. Technically they didn't age as quickly. Oh, and also, like I said, the more gravity exerted, the slower time goes, and also the closer you are to Earth, the slower time moves for you. Well, when you look at the more extreme things in the universe, like a black hole, the closer and closer you get to a black hole, the slower time moves even more. All the way until you reach the event horizon, at which point time slows down so much that it stops, like completely. Like, physics doesn't apply in a black hole. Our universe's physics, at least. And what's more is, it isn't just gravity that does it. It's the faster an object moves, the more energy it takes for it to move faster. And when it reaches close to the speed of light, small particles can exert the gravitational pull of stars. And when it reaches the speed of light, I mean, That's it. It turns into a black hole. There's no anything with mass. I'm talking about particles that are massless. So any particle that is not light going the speed of light will turn into a black hole. In fact, it's been theorized that we make black holes. Like human beings make tiny artificial black holes in particle accelerators. They're too small to be stable, and they barely last long enough to get any useful information out of them, I think. And despite how interesting it sounds, it's actually pretty anticlimactic. You could make an argument that black holes are being created all the time everywhere and just annihilating themselves. That is an argument you can make. It won't hold up, but you could say it on the surface, and you can hold your own for like 30 minutes arguing that against a physicist. But yeah, it's theorized. It's not even like sure, and it's not even as interesting as like the normal routine of like just smashing protons together. It's kind of just up in the air still. But if you consider what a black hole is, like just in its purest essence, then I'd say it's more likely than not that we've created a few rips and tears here and there. I mean, like there's many interpretations of the universe that predict that particles will eventually decay, a quantum decay into a black hole type entity through quantum tunneling. And then that those particles will decay into nothing but virtual particles. And it's likely that we've, fucked around with virtual particles so much in these proton smashers that we may have created a handful of black holes on occasion. But I'm no scientist. I have no idea. But back to my idea. The reason why I'm so fixated on black holes is because when you're at that age and when you're studying this sort of thing, all you really care about is the interesting parts of science, and black holes is one of those interesting parts. So when I'm coming up with my theory here, okay, my perception of gravity also has to take into account black holes, and that was the real tricky part for me. Black holes have to make sense in this overarching theory of mine. And also sometimes there's instances where things just like to disobey gravity. Like when things reach extreme temperatures, but that's kind of like, that's not really part of the deal. Actually, it is. Like when things get really, really hot, the concept of gravity and of even like time and stuff, it gets so warped that it doesn't even make any sense. Now, the kind of heat needed to make this happen has only been achieved once ever, and can probably never be achieved again. Maybe in very, very tiny instances, particles at a time on Earth, but in the universe, outside of Earth, it's not happening again. And you can ask questions like, okay, how did this happen? How was there all this heat? How was the entire universe that we can see right now, the observable universe, compressed into a size smaller than like, a marble or whatever people call it now? How long did the Big Bang last? You can ask these kinds of questions, but asking a question like, what was the size of the Big Bang, or how long did the Big Bang last, is like, that's like asking, that's like, how many miles can a computer run? Like a computer program run? Like the sentence grammatically makes sense, right? Computer programs run, and you're asking how many miles can a computer program run, but grammatically, the sentence structure is correct, but it's counterintuitive. Like, we experience this time as like this linear thing. So to imagine time, or space time rather, as this like flowing, like shifty, like sand in the wind, or like jello, expanding and contracting. It's weird, and it doesn't make any sense to us because we're human beings, and we evolved to um, look at the earth as flat, basically. So if you want to go past these things, you want to transcend um, human existence and reach the level of godlike intellect. You need to form a new perspective. You need to abandon the carnal human perspective, basically. And that's why it's so hard to explain this, because it's really hard to put the words together, if there even are words for it. Like, unless you spend years and years of thinking about this stuff deeply, it doesn't matter what I say, the words won't actually have any meaning. But I'll make an attempt. So, with gravity, okay. By the way, before I continue, I should put a disclaimer here. Um, Watch at your own risk, okay? If you are just now learning about all this stuff, you might have nightmares after taking it all in. I'm speaking from experience here, and like seriously, a warning. The nightmares were bad. Like if you're a kid, um, you know, under even like 16, all right? Don't listen to this. Like I still think about those nightmares. I don't even know how my brain came up with some of these things. Like if dreams are random sensory interpretations that, our lizard brain just guesses is happening while our uh, memory is being strengthened and important connections are firing off and getting reinforced and things like that, then what I was dreaming about should be random. But these dreams, dude, they were bafflingly horrifying, oddly horrifying. Like I can't even say. Like some of the dreams were like, it would be night after night repeatedly. My brother would be eaten alive, or like my parents would be drowning. Like these nightmares were so stressful and vivid. And of course, I'd wake up in the middle of the night. I'd wake up, immediately stand up, like run around, um, immediately pass out and hit my head against like the floor or something like that. This happened multiple times. There was even an instance where my dad, and my brother like literally saw it happen. I was like freaking out. Uh, I thought like parts of my room were morphing and like things had been duplicated and things like that. And I like ran to my parents and my brother who were watching TV and they were still awake, and I was like freaking out telling them what happened. And I thought everything I was saying was sane, but um, after I explained it to my mom, and then my brother came upstairs. He's like, "So what happened? This happened." And he's telling me back what I said, and I'm like, "Oh my god, I can't believe I said that." I was literally hallucinating. I was straight up hallucinating, and it was not good. So yeah, and once I stopped diving into all this like deep science stuff, I stopped getting the nightmares. I can only assume that that's what caused it. I was like really pushing myself like this. So watch at your own peril, okay? Disclaimer, I'm actually serious about this. Real disclaimer this time. Not playing around. But yeah, watch at your own risk. Okay, so with gravity. So the way I perceived gravity uh, was not as a field or as like an emission or a force. Um, it was more like just a property, just a constant, just another attribute of space time. Like if light bends when coming close to Earth, it isn't this element of gravity that's pulling it towards Earth. It's more like the mass of Earth bends and warps space time around it, and the geodesic curve, or just the light doesn't curve. Light moves in a straight line, so the curve made by the light isn't really a curve at all. It just appears to be a curve from our standpoint. But relative to the photon that's going in a straight line, it's more of a it's a special kind of straight line, and in reality, we are the ones that are curving relative to it. That we're the ones that are actually curving when light is the observer. When you compare us to light, which light is the only like constant. Speed of light is the only like constant at this scale that you can really use to apply to these laws of physics to give you some sort of bearings, you know? So it's it's funny how you think about everything that's going on in space-time and you try to piece it all together, and you eventually come to the conclusion that things only matter. Well, matter is a I don't know if that's the best word, but things really only matter. Things really only like happen and are worthy of observation when they're relative to other things. And you think about that and you're like, oh, relative. That's kind of odd. There's this dude in the 20th century who talked about something like relative, special relativity. And then I started looking into what Einstein had to say. In a way, you could kind of say that, like, everything isn't actually relative, everything is truly absolute. And it's the like inconsistencies that prop up, like our own inconsistencies in observing the universe that prop up due to the speed of light, as well as like actually being observers of objects. The universe can be absolute, but our observation elicits relativity. You could say that. I wouldn't I wouldn't go down that rabbit hole, but you could say that. If that makes any sense. I'm not good at explaining it. If you don't already know what I'm talking about, then you aren't actually learning anything. Like I can't really explain this stuff to people. I'm more like what I was talking about earlier. I'm not teaching anyone. I'm just refreshing people who already know. Einstein explained it really well, actually. He used a few more words than me. He page books actually, a few of them, which like thoroughly explain everything. I can't really teach like that. I could I could spark up some interest though, and maybe direct you to some YouTube videos to watch on it, send you down the rabbit hole. That's what did it for me. I didn't grow up watching like Carl Sagan, like Neil deGrasse Tyson did. I grew up watching Neil deGrasse Tyson. I grew up watching Tim and Moby. I grew up watching Bill Nye the Science Guy, the OGs, man. But now Bill Nye has become like a political propaganda driver, and I think Brain Pop stayed real. Dude, I swear those videos, those Brain Pop videos are timeless. They need to make more Brain Pop memes. Like Brain Pop memes could really pop off. Like you know how like everyone's seen them. There is not enough Brain Pop. There's occasionally a Brain Pop meme, but we've all watched them. Like we can all relate to them. I'm off topic. Actually, let me write that down. I wanna make some Brain Pop memes because I know people will get them, and it's super underrated. And I could totally start like a huge thing on Instagram because I know the Instagram meme pages really pick up on this stuff. I mean, every place that I've seen Brain Pop memes so far, I've been on these Instagram meme pages. I guess you can say Brain Pop memes can really pop off. Get it? Get it? Brain Pop. I think I think I'll leave. Whoa. These are new courses. Games, graphic. Oh, no, I thought that was graphic design. Creative coding, yeah, that's new. Mars? This is the space one, right? No, this is the. What? Ah, yes. Classic. Who the hell are these guys? Bro, get these guys out of here. So I guess they have made new episodes since I last watched because I don't recall ever seeing these guys ever once. But, ooh, classic. I don't remember seeing this. So I guess this is the crew, huh? Yeah, screw these people. Only Tim and Moby, bro. Only Tim and Moby. What is brain pop and how can it be used for learning? What a stupid question. Just go on the website and watch it. But I'm really, really off topic. Okay, so let me make sure I have this written down. Okay, cool. Just making sure. But yeah. So, what was I saying? Okay, relativity. Okay. So relativity is like, okay, if I'm driving a car, you can say that my car is moving 100 miles per hour across the surface of the earth. Because, I'm fucking zooming, bro. I'm always going 100 miles an hour. However, if I'm in the car, from my perspective, I can be like, nah, dude, the earth is just rotating under my wheels of my stationary car. I'm not breaking any speed limits here. And technically, like not according to the law, if a police officer clocks you going 100, you can't be like, officer, I'm telling you, bro, speed is relative. But on a technical level, both statements are correct. They're just wrong when you compare them to each other, relatively speaking. And that's where light comes in. And sound in a different way, I guess, but let's not go there because, like, the sound barrier, for example, is less of a sound barrier and more of an air mass energy transfer speed barrier. But let's not. Okay, imagine I'm on a train, okay? This is the example that everyone uses. A train is moving 100 miles per hour forwards, and then I throw a ball 10 miles per hour forwards while I'm on the train. And now that ball is moving 110 miles per hour forwards. But to me, that ball is still just moving 10 miles per hour. And the crazy thing is, this works on everything except light. The light does not, you can't stack speed onto light. Light is constant no matter the relative motion of the source. The speed of light is determined by the speed of light can be influenced, like a pseudo influenced by like space time and the particles that it interacts with. But the motion of the object that it gets emitted from or reflected off of, that doesn't affect the speed of light. That only affects the wavelength. Which actually does affect wavelength does have a part to play in this. So if I'm on a train going 100 miles per hour and I shine a flashlight forward, that light is not moving at the speed of light plus 100 miles an hour. It's still just moving at the speed of light. So let's push it a little bit. Let's say my train starts moving at the speed of light, or let's say my train starts moving very, very close to the speed of light, like 99% the speed of light. Well, guess what? When I look back behind me, where the train is going away from, I'm not going to see what's just there. As the light is moving super fast, my eyes will really, my eyes will take in the light, but it'll take in the light as it's coming to me from a different angle. This is hard to explain. Essentially, what'll happen is I'll be watching the world in slow motion because I'm moving so far away, and like this, like light is hitting my eyes from the area that I just was very, very slowly. And that's it. That's literally it. That's how you time travel. Like if you want to move super fast into the future, all you have to do, like if you want the world to move around you in slow motion, all you have to do to see the world in slow motion is just move really fast. It's crazy, right? How little that makes sense. But like, think about it. If I turned back, I would see the world in slow motion, and everybody else would see me, in fast motion, basically, as like literal fast motion. They probably wouldn't actually because of like the redshift, that would make me disappear. But you know what I mean. You can go forwards in time really, really, really fast, but you can't go backwards in time. So when I would get really far away, it would actually feel like a really long time to me, but it would feel like no time at all to everyone else. They would have aged normally. And by normally, I mean much faster than I would age moving close to the speed of light. Dang, it's relative. It's hard to explain. You have to understand. You have to already understand what I'm saying before I say it. But if you can follow along, so like I said, I was really interested in the things like black holes and dark matter and stuff. And dark matter is too much of an enigma to really explore. Black holes, I mean, we literally have pictures of black holes now, two, as of the time of this stream. And because space-time bends so much around black hole, because space-time bends so much around a black hole, if you were right next to one and you look to the side, like perpendicular, like tangent to the black hole, you would see the back of your head because the light from the back of your head would travel around in a circle around the black hole in a near circular orbit to reach your eyes. But that isn't like saying much. You probably actually, if you were to think about it, you probably see everything, like your whole body, like front and back, including your forehead too, which means that Patrick can finally see his forehead without looking in the mirror. But yeah, it's so weird to imagine that this is how the universe works. Like the actual enforcer of the law of gravity is light. Like something that you can't feel or hear or taste, something that barely interacts with the world, is actually the great regulator preventing us from time traveling. Just because the speed of light is constant. And the relativity between other objects has counterintuitive impacts on space-time because of this. In reality, it's you could say that, but it's not really that light is regulating space-time and gravity. It's more like gravity and space-time are the enforcers of their own laws, and light is playing along. It makes no sense even when it makes sense. And I'm starting to realize just how radically different the universe actually is from the way that people perceive it. I mean, I knew back then that it was very different, but it's not even close. Like, we perceive the universe off of our understanding as humans. Like, for example, we perceive clouds as like, fluffy, little like floating, happy cotton candy puffs that that honestly probably taste pretty good if you reach out and rip a piece off of it. I mean, if you have any imagination, that's what you think. You think they're happy and you think that they taste good. And it's a revelation when you tell a kid that if they grabbed a cloud, their hand wouldn't actually rip off a piece of this like cotton candy. Their hand would just get wet. And it's a revelation to a teenager when you show them a time lapse and they realize, oh, clouds are not these like poofy solid like puff balls. They're like wispy and unstable. They're like the wind, basically. They're even, you can even call them kind of violent. Even they're really like loose, you know. And it's just that our perception of time that, you know, makes us think of that, like as babies intuitively think of clouds as something that they're not, gets broken. And adults know this at a certain point, right? And adults imagine clouds, because of this, they imagine clouds to be extremely light and like weightless, basically like the air. And it is just like the air. They imagine it to be light as a feather. And it's another revelation when you tell adults. This is one that I really like telling adults, because they understand and they perceive clouds as being just as light as air. It's a revelation to them when you tell them that the average cloud weighs 1,000,000 pounds. And I'm not talking about like the big sweeping like blanket thunder clouds. Like I'm talking about the average. Perception is everything in the realm of abstract thinking. And it's really the fun part of this whole game. Like we perceive ourselves as humans, right? We perceive ourselves as human bodies. It's a revelation when you tell kids that they have skeletons inside them, like that scary Halloween costume that's actually in us. And it's a revelation when you tell teenagers, when they realize that none of our cells are actually alive, that like life and consciousness are, there really is no, it's a very blurred line, and that most of our cells actually aren't even our own. The majority of the cells that live on our body are, the majority of cells that make up who we are living on us. They're bacteria. And like we're much less a human than we are a mothership for bacteria. And it's a revelation to adults when they realize that we're not even that. Like we're not even bodies that we can call a mothership. We're just brains. And not even that. We're like the part that we are self-aware of, that's only really like the front part of the brain, like the very front, maybe even just the front left side of the brain. Like we're actually many creatures combined into one. We're at least two creatures, that's for sure. Left brain and right brain, that's two different organisms, and they're born together in a symbiotic relationship. They're like two pilots of a plane, right? These two separate creatures sit in the cockpit, like they're co-pilots, like video co-pilot, and they're piloting this bone mech with flesh armor and a waterproof skin suit. That's what we are. Like at our core, we're at least two completely separate and equal. Equal is a stretch, but I'll go with that for now. We're two separate organisms controlling this robotic mech. In fact, we're probably not even that, because you can tell these people at any age, until they reach a certain level of wisdom where they think about all these things and they consider all these things, that intelligence is just a cleverly constructed set of lies. Like self-awareness is caused in the brain, but it's not us that we're self-aware of. That's an illusion. Like biological intelligence is incredibly parsimonious to the point where you can't draw a line to say which creatures are intelligent and which ones aren't. Ravens have been shown to have self-awareness. Um, Fungus have been shown to have the ability to literally solve math problems. Like many plants communicate with other plants using their root systems. And it's not even that you can call any of this intelligence. This is anthropomorphism. This is just relatability. Like plants being able to have pseudo social interactions, that's, you can make the argument there's nothing intelligent about that. It's just physics. It's just chemistry is what's going on. But to us, it looks like intelligence because we like to define things as intelligence. And if anything, we're not even humans. We're just reproductive cells. Like, all we are is just sperm cells and egg cells leeching off of this host that we call humans, or you can call it a mothership of bacteria. And we as, like me, as a bunch of sperm cells, I'm just like these other egg cells out there, we're just looking for the ideal candidates to sexually reproduce. That's probably the truest interpretation of what we are. It's all about your perspective on things. And that, in my opinion, is what really makes this game interesting. It's weird. It's actually kind of uncomfortable to imagine that. I'm not thinking about that again. But it's also uncomfortable to imagine that it's actually light, this like massless particle that doesn't emit other light for us to see, which effectively makes every light particle invisible, unless that particular light particle happens to reach our eyes. It's really counterintuitive to imagine that this is the particle that regulates the universe. It's really counterintuitive because we can see lasers actually, but lasers aren't even, that's not, the light from the laser is not what we're seeing. We're actually only seeing light bouncing off of the dust and the air, refracting and whatnot, ending up in our eyes. The actual entire laser that stays a part of the laser is completely invisible to us. We see none of it. And this little like harmless invisible thing that completely goes against all of our intuition, our primal intuition, doesn't even really have any military application in lasers for that matter, at this point at least. And even physicists don't even, half the time they won't even call light a particle. It's so weird to imagine that this is the great mediator of gravity and speed and energy and space-time and acceleration and all this stuff. And there's an experiment you can do actually. Remember how I said earlier that if you're traveling really fast, then time will slow down for you? And also, if you have a massive object near you, or you are a massive object, then, like your mom, then time also slows down? Well, you can actually test this, kind of. Not really. Okay, let's say you get in a rocket, okay? Okay, you can't test this, but you know what I mean. Let's say you get in a rocket and you stick a laser pointer onto the side of the wall, perpendicular to the ground, or parallel to the ground, perpendicular to the wall, facing the other wall, okay? And it's going to hit the same point on the wall, that's on the other side at the same height above the ground. It's 90 degree perpendicular to the wall. What happens if you start moving up? Okay? You start going up really, really fast. Well, light is not instantaneous at traveling. Light takes some time. It's really fast, but it's not instant. So by the time the light reaches the other side, if you are moving up, it will be lower than where it started relative to the rocket. Like if you were to take the laser and shine it on the light when it's stationary on the ground and mark where the light is, and then you boost the rocket to half the speed of light, it'll end up significantly closer to the ground, in a different spot than where it was before. And well, relative to the rocket, not relative to the rocket, relative to the rocket. I'm speaking in relative terms. So if you think about it, from our perspective inside the rocket, the light just curved. Like that's what it just did. Light doesn't curve, but it just did. We saw it with our own eyes. And saw, well, we observed it. We can think about it in a thought experiment. And just as light curves around a massive body like your mom, because mass and acceleration actually do the same thing to space-time, they make light move through it. So they bend or distort it depending on how you like to perceive it, and what words you like to use. And again, none of this is like set in stone that I'm saying here. All this is up for grabs. Perceive it however you want. There really is no one right answer. There's plenty of wrong answers, but there's no one right answer. Crazy as it sounds when you're talking about physics, right? Okay, everything has to have one right answer. And to be clear, from my perspective, it isn't light that arbitrates the laws of physics. It's just that constant. It's just the speed of light, that number, that 300 million meters per second. It just so happens that light, being a massless particle, got caught in my crossfire when I was a kid. It was frustrating. I was attributing, and even now I'm still attributing cause and effect to things that I really have no proof that are actually cause and effect. But when I was a kid, I was really, it would irritate me whenever I'd be wrong about these things, because, like, I remember one day I was out here talking to this dude, and he was telling me about how all these religions are talking about how, like, they talk about how God is the light and stuff like that, and how heaven is the light. And I was thinking one day, I was like, damn, maybe they have a point after all, because light controls everything else. That didn't last long though, because I don't believe that light controls everything else. It just so happened to end up in that position. It's just correlative. I only thought that way for like a month or so. But it's an interesting perspective to think about. It's not valueless by any means. And it's not that it's wrong. It's just that eventually everyone learns, well, like everyone who's educated learns to perceive space and time as the same thing, or at least joined by the hip. In reality, the way to look at things is actually to see space and time and gravity and acceleration and mass and energy, speed of light, all of this stuff, all as just one property of nature. Everything is just nature. It's just physics. And that is actually just step one in the many steps of creating a universal theory of everything. And I was also super fascinated with like negative energy, or as like the normies called it, exotic matter, which is really fucking stupid. Like stable wormholes in space and white holes? Give me a break, dude. I didn't know any better though. I didn't realize that these adult scientists were actually just as childish as me when I was a kid. And out of frustration, a lot of these adults would, not the guys who were actually on the cutting edge, but a lot of these adults who are like educating people they'd be like, well, how can we do this thing that's like seemingly impossible for the purposes of clickbait, basically? Yeah, I just get some negative energy. That ought to do the trick. Exotic matter. Let's call it exotic matter because that's easier for people to understand, for the normies to understand. And then these guys would just slap it onto any plot hole in reality like some flex tape and just hope it all stuck together. Bro, that shit was exotic matter. The way that scientists used to describe it, it's literally like more useful than vibranium from Black Panther. Remember that shit? Like if somebody went like, wait, how is this like see-through windshield that is clearly not made of metal absolutely bulletproof. Oh, the vibranium. Wait, how do you have holograms? Oh, vibranium. Wait, how do you have all this medical technology that can cure like any ailment? And don't tell me it's some random fucking metal that is canonically no more useful than adamantium. And do I even gotta say it? Motherfuckers had Wakanda privilege, bro. Like, give me some of that vibranium. It might as well be exotic matter with all the shit that it can do. And like, there is some evidence to suggest that there are things out there that we observe in the universe that we go like, oh yeah, there's another thing, uh, maybe another kind of matter that we can't interact with just yet. Um, and it just exotic matter is not like a. I find that a lot of people use it. A lot of people use it as like a foolish little placeholder for the mysteries of the universe. For things like, oh, this doesn't seem to follow gravity in the same way that like, and people instead of actually looking into clearing it up in some way, they just slap the exotic matter label onto it. Yeah, it's tough to put myself in the mindset of back then. I was angry actually, but yeah, I had no. I don't know. I was a little kid. If I were to sum up my thoughts on this, it's like Nikola Tesla said to look at the universe as being made up of frequencies. I posit that you should, um, or rather, you could look at the world as being made up of straight lines colliding with other straight lines in the curved, warped aether jello of space time. Straight line space time. I got straight rhymes. Although that says absolutely nothing. And geodesic is the word for it. I did say that earlier, I believe. But it's like, okay, how do I explain this without a webcam? Okay, let's say I'm really, really far from you, okay? And I'm 6 feet tall. I am 6 feet tall. But um, due to the curvature of Earth, from your perspective, if I'm really, really tall from you, I will actually appear lower. And thus, I will look like I'm shorter than 6 feet tall. That's why ships on the horizon look like they're sinking. Because they're actually literally lower from our perspective. The bottom part gets cut off. And that's also why like blue hour, aka civil twilight, is a thing. But imagine like space itself as curved, like the Earth, like a sphere, not a 3D, but more like a 4D sphere. And then you start to enter the realm of understanding the flow of space time and the force of gravity on objects in a much more intuitive way that's actually a lot more accurate than our initial understanding of it from adolescence. Curved lines are acceleration. Straight lines are no acceleration. That's the way I saw it. Like cuts in jello. Like curved lines are massive bodies with a lot of gravity. And so if you send a straight line through a curved path, the straight line will appear curved, and even though it's actually from its own perspective it's straight, but you can actually straighten that curved line back out if you curve it, that is. You correct for that. In a way, you can imagine all paths of all particles. uh, the easiest one to imagine would be photons, but you can imagine all paths of all particles to be straight, but kind of like they're moving on a slanted, like NASCAR track kind of path, right? Or maybe like a wheelchair that's moving straight, but one of the wheels is on a path with more friction, or something like that. Or one of the wheels is on those like things on like in the airport where you can walk on them, and they're like boosts. They're like Mario Kart boosts. So like one wheel is on that and the other wheel is normally moving. And so if you push both wheels equally, it'll actually turn. Not because you're turning the wheelchair, but because you're on a curved path. So in that situation, you actually can't push the wheelchair straight without accelerating the curvature, without applying more pressure to one side than the other if you're pushing the wheelchair. And in that way, time and space could be sort of like the sand in the quicksand, the loose and shifty aether that alters the pathway of light. Not gravity, but the passage of time. And gravity is inexorably linked with the passage of time. But the passage of time, I think, is a cooler way to look at it. Maybe better, I don't know, but cooler for sure. And when you look at it that way, the apparent change in direction is just the shift in its own interaction or movement through time. Maybe gravity is actually irrelevant in all this. I mean, gravity isn't even included in the standard model. That's not saying much. People think it should be included. People are really, really hoping to find a graviton or something like that to put in the standard model. So it's not like gravity's irrelevant, but maybe I'm overestimating the relevance of gravity. Maybe my strategy when I was little isn't all that optimal of a strategy to try to understand gravity intuitively to understand everything else after that. Oh, and I think I have to also touch on 4 dimensions. Because don't forget, this theory of everything has to be able to include all the dimensions, spatial and etc. Okay, so this one's going to be tricky. Okay, so how do you perceive the world in 4 dimensions? Okay, the universe can be in 4 dimensions. Cool. How can you perceive that, though? Actually, I learned this one from the Carl Sagan video. That fucking mad lad managed to explain 4 dimensions in a way that I could only understand. Explaining it would be a futile task for me. This dude's a fucking role model, actually, when I think about it. Hold up, let me look for the video. Honestly, it would be better for me to just have Carl Sagan explain it to you. Okay. So this is it right here. Wait, hold up. Is this actually it? Because I think... No, this is... Okay, yeah. There's different versions of this. But... how long is this? 11? Okay, this should be it. Oh, jeez.
Discussing the large-scale structure of the cosmos, astronomers sometimes say that space is curved, or that the universe is finite but unbounded. Whatever are they talking about? Let's imagine that we are perfectly flat. I mean absolutely flat, and that we live, appropriately enough, in a flatland, a land designed and named by Edwin Abbott, a Shakespearean scholar who lived in Victorian England. Everybody in flatland is, of course, exceptionally flat. We have squares, circles, triangles, and we all scurry about, and we can go into our houses and do our flat business. Now,
So everyone following along, right? It's a two-dimensional universe that we're living in right now.
We have width and length, but no height at all. Now, these little cutouts have some little height, but let's ignore that. Let's imagine that these are absolutely flat.
I just opened a bottle. That wasn't...
We know, us flatlanders, about left, right, and we know about forward, back, but we have never heard of up, down. Let us imagine that...
Bro, I wanna play this, dude, that's crazy. Hold up. It was... There's this Sethical video. Bro, I gotta play this. Before we continue. This will really teach you, bro. This will really teach you. Which one is it? Oh, okay. Here it is. It's the Supreme Court, I believe.
All right, so let's go through your charges, okay? Robbery.
Wait. Is this it? Yeah, this is it.
Simply put, didn't do that shit. I mean,
What a defense, bro. Saul Goodman, take notes.
he might have got a speeding ticket, but that's it. If he murdered 3 people, where's the bodies?
Bro, why are they trying all of these at the same time? Why are they trying 3 murders and they're also throwing in a speeding ticket? Like, what's the speeding ticket gonna do?
Where's the weapons? Y'all have 0 evidence to convict him.
Dog, you are the worst attorney I've ever had. You ain't talking about shit up there. Oh, you want
That's a reasonable defense. What is he talking about?
to come up here and testify? You already got a
This is, dude, after like watching a lot of like court stuff, this is hilarious to see. Like, oh, you want to come up here and testify? As if your lawyer would like turn on you like that.
foot in that jail cell. Shit, I'm good. Order in the motherfucking court. Is the defense done talking that bullshit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Alright, prosecution, start calling up some witnesses. Prosecution calls young cash register to the stand.
Oh, I'm about to get it.
So tell me about yourself, Mr. Register.
You already know who the fuck I am. Grammy Award winner for my single gone quadruple
He's getting his plug in.
platinum. Swept up by Young Cash Register, aka Lil Broomstick.
That's
Bro, that's actually genius. Like, I wanna go testify at court at some like huge thing, and I'll be like, hey yo, shout out to my single, check out my single, check out my album. I like give myself a huge plug like that. What a great way to promote.
song went fucking dummy. Do you have any personal connection to the defendant?
Yeah, that's my boy. And let me tell you something. He did that shit. Guilty as fuck.
What the fuck? Motherfuckers really ain't got no loyalty.
Fuck you mean no loyalty?
I gotta
He's
turn
gonna
it
go
up.
up there. Yo, can you shut the fuck up? Bruh, he up there rapping that bullshit. You know what? I got some shit to say. Do not go up there and testify. You're the defendant. Don't say shit. Fuck it. Hey, call me up to the stand.
This motherfucker going to jail.
Mr. Baku,
I'm turning it down.
what shoes were you wearing on the day you were arrested? Pair of Yeezys. You mean these?
What's
Yeah,
the
them is
point?
my fucking shoes.
Oh, he guilty.
Guilty.
He did that
Guilty,
shit.
guilty, guilty. The fuck y'all talking about guilty?
Oh, he did that shit.
I'll stomp one of y'all bitches out. How you gonna stomp a motherfucker out with a pair of Yeezys? You need to put on some Timbs.
That's real shit.
Objection!
He speaking facts.
Objection! What the fuck? Objection!
He speaking facts.
These Yeezy Boost 350s indicate guilt. Objection!
He on that bull, Your Honor. How are my client's shoes relevant to the case? All he wears is Yeezys.
Okay, you said all he wears is Yeezys. The suspect in each of the murders was described as being fitted the fuck out, head to toe, in some damn Yeezy.
Bro. This dude is like the biggest Kanye stan ever. He never misses an opportunity to like shout out Kanye in some way, bro.
Look at that jacket. That's Yeezy Season 2. Clearly, he's guilty.
I don't see how his fit matters at all. Y'all really gonna lock this man up over some damn Yeezys?
I'ma keep it real, y'all. I ain't ever really fuck with Kanye.
That's real shit.
100.
Oh,
He's
fuck.
speaking facts.
You right.
That's true.
Dog, I'm going to fucking jail. Can I get a new lawyer?
By the end of the night, you gonna be behind bars. Trust. Prosecution calls Obito to the stand.
Finally.
So, do you have any personal connection to the defendant?
Nah, I just work at Popeyes.
Do you know anything about the missing people?
I know where the motherfuckers are.
Is that right?
They're not dead. They're in a higher dimension.
Another dimension.
Don't make no sense.
Yeah, this is the part you gotta pay attention to. This was so fucking genius.
How do you know that?
The third dimension.
What are you talking about?
Third
There's
dimension.
no third dimension. Where'd he go?
Wait a minute.
What the fuck?
Shit.
Hey, what the fuck?
Wait, I killed that motherfucker. How is that possible?
Oh, he guilty.
You going to jail
You
now?
dumb fuck. So you just went to the third dimension and got him.
Yeah, I teleported. Look, let me explain how it works. We live in a two-dimensional world. Up, down, left, and right. But what about forward and backward?
What is that?
What?
Fuck did he say?
This is the same shit that Carl Sagan said.
Never finders about left, right, and we know about forward, back, but we have never heard of up, down. Let us imagine.
Oh, we've never heard of that. Imagine going and telling them, oh yeah, what about up and down? What the fuck is that, bro? What are you talking about? It's the same energy, bro.
That into flatland, hovering above it, comes a strange three-dimensional creature which, oddly enough, looks like an apple. And the three-dimensional creature sees an attractive, congenial-looking square, watches it enter its house, and decides in a gesture of interdimensional amity to say hello. Hello, says the three-dimensional creature. How are you? I am a visitor from the third dimension. Well, the poor square looks around his closed house, sees no one there, and what's more, has...
This is actually how... This is some people say this is how we hallucinate. Because when we take psychedelics... Well, okay, I'll continue.
witnessed a greeting coming from his insides, a voice from within. He surely is getting a little worried about his sanity. The three-dimensional creature is unhappy about being considered a psychological aberration, and so he descends to actually enter Flatland. Now, a three-dimensional creature exists in Flatland only partially. Only a plane, a cross-section through him can be seen. So, when the three-dimensional creature first reaches Flatland, it's only the points of contact which can be seen, and we'll represent that by stamping the apple in this ink pad and placing that image in Flatland. And as the apple were to descend through, slither by Flatland, we would progressively see higher and higher slices, which we can represent by cutting the apple. So the square, as time goes on,
Yeah.
sees a set of objects.
The ink didn't attach to the...
appear from nowhere and inside a closed room and change their shape dramatically.
What is this? What the hell is going on? Okay.
We about being considered a psychological low and sends our flat creature objects mysteriously appear from nowhere and inside a closed room and change their shape dramatically. His only conclusion could be that he's gone bonkers. Well, the apple might be a little annoyed at this conclusion, and so not such a friendly gesture from dimension to dimension, makes a contact with the square from below and sends our flat creature fluttering and spinning above Flatland. At first, the square has no idea what's happening. He's terribly confused. This is utterly outside his experience. But after a while, he comes to realize that he is seeing inside closed rooms in Flatland. He is looking inside his fellow flat creatures. He is seeing Flatland from a perspective no one has ever seen it before to his knowledge. Getting into another dimension provides as an incidental benefit a kind of X-ray vision. Now our flat creature slowly descends to the surface, and his friends rush up to see him. From their point of view, he has mysteriously appeared from nowhere. He hasn't walked from somewhere else. He's come from some other place. They say, for heaven's sake, what's happened to you? And the poor square has to say, well, I was in some other mystic dimension.
It's crazy because let's say the apple were to try to communicate and try to tell you things. That's actually a theory that I've heard about schizophrenia, that it's these other dimensional beings communicating with you that are targeting their communication directly at you, but that live in higher dimensions. And then there's this whole idea of psychedelic experiences really, really enforcing this idea of higher dimensions and like this idea of like the soul and stuff like that. Because like he said, the apple appears like a cross section, right? It cannot fully, like, you can't take the apple and make it fully visible in two-dimensional world. It can't be represented as such. So you can only see 3D cross sections of four-dimensional beings. So if you call upon this four-dimensional being to show you the truth of the world, and they say, okay, I'm going to lift you up in the air, like how the apple did to that piece of paper, you see things that are far beyond anything you could ever explain. You come back down to the world, you tell everyone your experience, and some people say that that's how we hallucinate, and that's how people who haven't experienced it don't believe it. People who have experienced it all report the same thing. And when people take psychedelics, people always report it as appearing like a world of a higher dimension, like a higher dimension of hyper beings communicating with us. That's what all the people report it as. It's like if we take these people on their word and we imagine that it's true, then there are these psychedelics that send out a signal into the higher dimensions, maybe not into the higher dimensions, but that allow the higher dimensional beings to view that signal, that elicit them to let us access different dimensions, or maybe it's just like a trigger for our minds to push ourselves into, like, for the soul and stuff like that. Because from the perspective of the other flatland creatures, that person disappeared and reappeared out of thin air. They teleported, basically. But we don't see that in real life. You know, if somebody takes ayahuasca, he's still sitting there. He's still on, but he imagines himself to be teleported somewhere else, and that's how people come up with the idea of the soul. And I think that's why the soul is such a popular idea in religion, because religion in large part comes from the symbiotic mental relationship that we have with these drugs. So it's not a stretch to say that the soul comes from the fact that people are imagining them as their true self, their inner self, as being different from their physical body in like a dualist sort of way, you know? If you listen to people who take psilocybin in particular, their experiences are really, like, eerily similar to what's happening here. But yeah, and then there's also like people who get hypnotized, and then there is that schizo theory that I mentioned. I think it's cool to think about, like, as if there's some sort of conscious, like, parasite that's attached to your body, and that only the cross section is there in your mind. But it actually exists in a higher dimension on like a fourth dimensional axis. But all of this seems like a bit of a stretch, uh, with psychedelics in particular. But I mean, like I said, everything here is up for grabs. Like, who knows for sure? The schizo one seems a bit too convenient to fit, and there's a lot of things that make people have voices in their heads, not just schizophrenia. Um, but yeah, it doesn't. It also doesn't account for a lot of things. But like the fungal intelligence theories combined with higher dimensional beings is actually really, really compelling. And it leads to a lot of strange coincidences.
Called up, and they will pat him on his side and comfort him, or else they'll ask, well, show us, where is that third dimension? Point to it. And the poor square will be unable to comply. But maybe more interesting is the other direction in dimensionality. What about the fourth dimension? Now, to approach that, let's consider a cube. We can imagine a cube in the following way. You take a line segment and move it at right angles to itself in equal length. That makes a square. Move that square in equal length at right angles to itself, and you have a cube. Now, this cube, we understand, casts a shadow. And
A cross section.
that shadow we recognize. It's, ordinarily drawn in third grade classrooms as two squares with their vertices connected. Now, if we look at the shadow of a three-dimensional object in two dimensions, we see that, in this case, not all the lines appear equal. Not all the angles are right angles. The three-dimensional object has not been perfectly represented in its projection in two dimensions, but that's part of the cost of losing a dimension in the projection. Now, let's take this three-dimensional cube and project it, carry it through a fourth physical dimension. Not that way, not that way, not that way, but at right angles to those three directions. I can't show you what direction that is, but imagine that.
So it's actually really interesting because this is the easiest, even though it is difficult, this is the easiest way, in my opinion, to actually visualize a four-dimensional. This is the easiest way to get your start in visualizing it. Visualizing a four-dimensional sphere, I think, is easier, but it's harder to understand if that's your first thing that you have to visualize. If you can visualize this in four dimensions, a tesseract, a four-dimensional hypercube, then it's effortless to understand what a four-dimensional sphere would look like. But what he's basically saying is, if let's say you have a square, right? Well, what's the properties of a square? All of the sides have to be equal in length, and all of the angles have to be 90-degree angles. So if you were to extend it out, create more right angles to fill the entire three-dimensional space, all the sides, once again, all 12 sides? Yeah, 12 sides, and all, I don't know, eight vertices have to be 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90 degrees, and then 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90 degrees. So, but all of the vertices between all the lines have to be 90 degrees, and all of the sides have to be equal in length. So what he's saying is, if you want to create a four-dimensional cube, you want to go from two dimensions, three dimensions, you want to go from three dimensions to four dimensions, you have to extend each one of these vertices outwards at a 90-degree angle, which is impossible without intersecting these lines in three dimensions. But you have to send it out at 90 degrees, and they all have to be the same length. So if you extend a line out here, let's just say you extend it out somehow and you get it to be 90 degrees, okay? And then you extend this line out, then you extend this line out 90 degrees, and then you connect the lines, and you have a new line right here. This line that you made that's new has to be the same length as this line and this line. It has to be the same length. And when you look at the shadow from earlier, if you pay attention, this is not a 90-degree angle. This is an obtuse angle. This is another obtuse angle. this is another, like, and this is an acute angle, and this is an acute angle. And you look at the differences in distances and things like that. Like, even though this isn't, this is very close to the thing, so the shadow won't be exactly all that intuitively understood to be different, but these are different distances. Like, this line is obviously very, very short compared to this line or this line, you know? So you make these compromises and you imagine in your own head. There's no way for me to really explain it deeply, to really get you to understand it. You just have to think and think and think, and eventually you'll get it. You know what really helped me to visualize four dimensions? DMT. No, I'm playing. I've never done any of that stuff. But you guys know about those toys where there's like a box of 3D shapes and you have to put them inside the box, like back in the box, using 2D cutouts of it, like cross sections of it. That really, we used to play with that at the dentist office when I was really little, and that gave me like a really strong understanding on like how to translate objects from 3D into a 2D cross section or like a shadow. I remember at the dentist one time, like we were supposed to leave, like we were done, and I was there with my mom, and I must have been like 5 or 6 years old, and I found that thing, and I was just playing with it for like an hour. I mean, okay, I was a kid, so time perception is off. It felt like an hour to me, but and my mom was like, let's leave, let's go. And I was like, no, I want to play with this for a little longer. And I was just so excited from like learning that. And if I didn't do that, I probably wouldn't have been able to really visualize four dimensions the way I've been able to in the past. But nowadays, it's not so much anymore nowadays. And even then, even when I was able to visualize it at the peak of my like, of when I was really deep into physics and four dimensions and all this deep abstract science, it was only more like fleeting hints on how a four-dimensional sphere would operate, moving through a three-dimensional world, you know? Like, that's really all it was. It's still nearly impossible, I think. I don't think it's impossible. I think it's very, very difficult to actually visualize a four-dimensional universe. I think maybe psychedelics might give you a bit of assistance from nature, but yeah, I think it's possible. I just never really went too deep into it, but I did visualize quite a bit. But I just want to make sure you have a basic understanding of four dimensions, like a four-dimensional universe, before I continue. So our universe is four dimensions, okay? Well, is it actually? Kind of. Not really. It actually kind of depends on your interpretation. I always liked to imagine the universe as a four-dimensional sphere that we exist on one of the cross sections of in 3 dimensions, and that our sphere is our observable universe. Because if the light of something has yet to reach you, it actually doesn't really even exist, if you think about it, because gravitational waves travel at the speed of light, which means space-time has yet to send the signal that, hey, this thing exists, so make sure your movements and all that stuff are influenced by it. It has yet to send that signal to us from that thing that's very, very far away. So not only has the light not reached us, the gravity of that object doesn't have any influence on the object that, on us or any other object. So if something is outside the observable universe, it basically doesn't exist. The observable universe is our universe in all senses of the word. There is no way for us to ever look at anything outside the observable universe. I mean, the observable universe will continue to grow, probably, maybe not for long, but anything outside of what we can observe the light of doesn't exist for all intents and purposes. Or maybe it doesn't exist yet. which is actually, oh, that's such a brilliant way to think about it, because it hasn't happened yet, because the light hasn't reached us. So yeah, it doesn't exist yet. It's still waiting to come into existence. Damn. And from their perspective, we are still waiting to come into existence. Which is why I say that time doesn't exist. Because from our perspective, we're in this thing and, we're on this path of time. But if you look at time in a grand scale, we don't exist. And we also do exist. And so, yeah, time only exists in our minds. But I just thought I'd show you this video. So, yeah. Damn, this is actually tough. I don't like this contribution, bro. I want to get this one over with. Okay. So, what the hell was I saying? I gotta write notes, bro. I have bullet points. I have bullet points that I'm looking at. But, I don't write that many bullet points. I should write more. Okay, I'm gonna write bullet points now. What was I talking about? Damn, I'm trying to think. It was important. I had something to say. Let me.
Part of the cost of losing a dimension in the projection. Now, let's take this three-dimensional cube.
Okay. So, when it comes to understanding the world in a four-dimensional, if you choose to perceive the world in that way, I actually like to perceive the world in that way. I think it's kind of cool. Also, I can't imagine that the whole, like, cosmological principle that Einstein talked about would work in the same way that we observe it if we just lived in this very limited three-dimensional world. Like, the idea that there is no center to the universe, I've always had a sneaking suspicion that I could never shake off. Like, how is everywhere the center of the universe? And if so, why doesn't that automatically make us the, like, two-dimensional fleas trapped on the surface of an expanding soap bubble type of three dimensions, analogous? To me, that really is the only way that sort of thing makes sense. I really don't have an answer for that, actually. Maybe I'm being stupid right now and I'm just talking nonsense, but I never looked at any of the math of any of this stuff. Maybe the math totally checks out, and cosmological principle and all this stuff, and everything, the whole universe is three-dimensional, right? And we have no evidence of a fourth dimension. I know we have no evidence of a fourth dimension. I know that. But I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical of that. I'm not skeptical in general, but I'm skeptical of that. If I were a betting man, like if a god were to ascend from the heavens, put a gun to my head and say, okay, take your best guess, 3 dimensions or 4 dimensions, I'd say the universe has at least 4. According to string theory, the universe is 11, but we can only operate in 3, spatially. And on the quantum scale, particles have no issues interacting with 11. So, how can I explain this? Actually, I got this. With 11 dimensions, let's take the example of flatland that Carl Sagan gave us, okay? Actually, he didn't give it was from a book, but he explained it really well. So let's say we have an arc, okay? An arc, a bent wire, basically. And it's floating around in 3-dimensional space, okay? So we have this arc, and it just like floating around, spinning, whatever, right? And let's say there's this cross section on 2-dimensional, on flat land, okay? And it's poking through it. It's poking through this piece of paper. Then what'll happen is, from an outside observer, they look at this. What they'll see is a particle. They'll see a tiny little a dot of a particle, and they'll see it moving around in really weird ways. They'll see it start to uh, uh, go forward and backward and left and right, and they'll see it accelerate and decelerate and stop and do all this stuff. And you can look at, you can imagine that in higher dimensions there's a whole bunch of these arcs, or strings and entangled stuff, and that when you combine all these things, it all looks normal and it follows laws of physics that we like, Newton's laws and things like that. The issue is when you look at just one tiny particle, it always appears to move in ways that makes no sense. And this arc on flatland, they won't know it's an arc. They won't really know what it is. It'll appear to be a particle that can change directions at random without being acted on by an outside force. Well, not really at random, because we can actually measure what it does and figure out the random movements of it. We can observe a particle enough times and actually determine the probability. We have like these probabilistic like fields of electrons and things like that. Like we have them all actually mapped out. And this randomness actually appears quite a bit in nature, and when you take a closer look, it's actually not random at all. These things follow very, very strict probabilistic guidelines. And let's say on this piece of paper, on this flat land, this arc, right, that's poking through it. Sometimes while it's like wiggling around, it's like it's wonky. Sometimes it'll just like pop off the piece of paper and it'll go only into this dimension and it won't touch flatland. Well, then from the perspective of the people in flatland, that particle just disappeared, and then maybe it can reappear somewhere else. It just teleported. Or sometimes if the arc will get really close to the paper, like if it's like a curved arc and it'll get really close, and then both of the ends of it are cutting through, they're intersecting the page, that in that way you'll have the same particle, identical, intertwined, literally the same particle with the exact same properties, same charge, same spin, same everything, in two places at once. Like when these physicists talk about like, oh, you can have particles that appear in two places at once, that's how. Like this is how it is. This is how it's done. And we see this stuff. We literally see these things happen at a, well, not like see them, but like at a quantum level, our observations of the universe tell us that there's more going on here than three-dimensional. Than if you were to apply the laws that we know about the three-dimensional universe, then it doesn't work anymore. So there must be higher dimensions, or the laws we are using must be wrong, like the law of like conservation of momentum and things like that. Those they cannot be correct. Either that or there are higher dimensions, and that's what the quantum observations are sort of telling us. The like probabilistic, like not necessarily cause and effect, but these observations, they tell us that maybe there's this sort of potentially a potential way to think about it would be like all these particles are sort of, instead of being particles, they're more like a 11-dimensional like ramen noodle mush everywhere, and everything is intertwined with everything else. And the four-dimensional intertwining is actually the whole reason why particles interact to begin with. And so we do the math, right? Not we, like a lot of people smarter than me. They go like, okay, could this work in 4 dimensions, right? And they go, yeah, this could work in 4 dimensions. And then they go, well, could it work in 5 dimensions? And they write the math for 5 dimensions. They follow all the consistent logic, like how I mentioned how everything has to be 90 degrees and same length. They just scale up the math to 5 dimensions, and they go, well, the particles, they seem to still work if you talk about this being a mush of strings in 5 dimensions, and 6 and 7, and they keep going up. And when I was a kid, actually, around this time, and string theory was really popping off, and and the string theory Wikipedia page was being updated like every day, it was actually well known that there were 9 spatial dimensions and 1 time dimension, possibly 2, but that's only a gift from scientists to storytellers, so that they can take it and run with it and make movies like Interstellar. But yeah, 2013, 2014, that was around the time where people thought, okay, yeah, 9 spatial dimensions. I don't know if you guys remember that. 9 spatial, that was a huge thing. But that was also when I stopped studying this stuff. Now apparently there's 11. So I guess they worked out the math for 11. And I believe people have tried to run the math in 12 dimensions, and it isn't stable, it doesn't work anymore. So 11 seems to be the largest number of possible spatial dimensions that quantum particles can interact within. So I guess they're just immediately coming to the conclusion, yeah, if they can interact in 11 dimensions, then they are interacting in 11 dimensions. Which, if at that scale there's nothing stopping them from interacting with higher dimensions, sure, why not? What's the difference between jumping from 3 to 4 and then 4 to 11, right? Whether or not there actually is a major difference is in the eye of the beholder, actually. Like, some people would say that it's a huge difference and you need to account for each one, and if it can make sense in a lower dimension, then you don't just immediately jump to higher ones. But some people would say that particles that may actually just be one-dimensional, like particles that are interpreted by the universe to be three-dimensional, but are not actually three-dimensional, if they can interact with 4, they can interact with 11, and it isn't that big of a deal. There shouldn't be anything stopping them. It really is in the eye of the beholder, actually. But I never actually like to imagine time as a dimension. I always understood that time and space were the same. Not like always, not when I was a little kid, obviously. But I never called time a dimension the way I called, length, height, and width dimensions. In fact, imagining time as a dimension could actually be a hindrance if you think about it. Like, almost everyone considers time to be a 4th dimension, right? One that we can travel through, like in Back to the Future, and how if we can travel through time, it would appear as like that time dimension would appear as space for ourselves, if we were like 4-dimensional hyper beings, and that they can time travel basically. But for 3-dimensional beings, it would appear as just like passing of time. But it's also possible that time is simply an emergent property of lots and lots and lots of quantum entanglement, and that everything is predetermined by physics. That the beginning of time and the end of time are set in stone, and the passage of time is simply the universe dreaming, creating life in its own image, contemplating its own existence in this dream, in a deep sleep of entropy that it will never wake up from, most likely. But honestly, I don't want to open up that can of worms today. And besides, I haven't actually done any real research on entanglement. And actually, honestly, entanglement isn't even all that relevant. The amount or volume of entangled particles probably doesn't correlate to overall entropy in a system. Wait, no. The intrusive thoughts are winning again. The naive thoughts. Fuck it. So this is the interpretation that we're going with right now, okay? Based on this, it could be more beneficial to view the 4th dimension not as time, but as an emergence of entropy in every system or every action reaction. just talking about this like reminds me about like politicians. I don't know why, but like politicians talk about topics that they know nothing about, and they assume that if an expert explains it to a jury or whatever that they'll understand it with just like a few words, and words are limited. Like it like I'm talking about all this stuff, and I'm like, if I were to explain this to a jury, they wouldn't understand it the way I do. It takes years to understand the weight and values of different types of evidence for things, different levels of, I don't know, psychological trauma, the ramifications of self-inflicted pain or death, the vastness of the world. And then these politicians go to these meetings and they talk about big topics with small brains and make decisions on behalf of the rest of the world. Oh, we're going to remove Coca-Cola from the vending machines and things like that, just to look good, just for brownie points. And the rest of us are left to just live in the world that they decide we'll live in, simply because they want to play these games. It's things like this that remind me like how stupid the legislative and judicial system actually is. There's so many rules. You can't talk to the jury. You can't ask leading questions. Sometimes this stuff is needed. Like sometimes you need to be able to ask leading questions. You need to be able to say some hearsay. You need to be able to talk to the jury and say something outside the scope to truly explain to them the full picture of things. And sometimes just an in-court explanation isn't enough. Sometimes you need a lot more time to think and ponder. Just thinking about all this stuff makes me like think about all these like serious guys in suits and making these decisions, and they all look so small. Like you just want to like smack them in the face and tell them to shut up and look at the night sky and let go of all this bullshit. Like holy shit, the way these institutions abuse science in courtrooms, expecting people to educate themselves in a day. I didn't warp my perspective. I didn't learn all this stuff overnight. It took me like my whole life up until that point. This is why I dropped politics, because I would watch these videos of like people like Jordan Peterson debating politicians in like a meeting, and the politicians would talk to him like, so this is how things work, and we're making these strict, harsh decisions that the entire world must abide by, simply because we feel like this is how things are. Or this is how things, not we feel like it, this is how things are. Objectively, that's how it is. And it's like all of these things are still up in the air. It makes all these people seem so small-brained, like such small thoughts. But back to the theory. So, do we live in 4 dimensions? You know what? Fuck it. Let's go for it. Yeah. I mean, honestly, you get to decide. Because we don't interact with 4 dimensions spatially, right? Or in any other way, but in a way, you could say we do, depending on your definition of dimension. It's in the eye of the beholder, honestly. And this goes without saying, I hope, but the universe appears to have a lot of odd things going on with it that 4 dimensions really helps us to explain. Like, first of all, dark energy, right? I think dark energy is misleading. Like the words dark energy. Like let's instead of dark energy, let's call it the acceleration of the expansion of space within space. Actually, dark energy is a pretty good name. Never mind. Also, from what we've seen, the universe isn't curved. There isn't like a sphere or a hyperboloid or a fucking donut that makes up the universe. Because that was a possibility. And me and my friends would like laugh our asses off when we'd look at this stuff. When we'd look at what people say about the universe, they'd be like, oh, it could be shaped like a donut. And like when we were little kids like that, that's like the funniest thing ever when people say that. And it's funny how like that's like the official name of the shape now. It's not the official name, but it's like it's funny how nobody calls it a torus anymore. And it's like that is what it is officially a donut. A donut is the name of that shape. Torus, no. Use that word for something else. It's free. It's open now. Torus no longer means that shape. The shape is and forever will be officially known as a donut. However, I always imagine that if we actually did live in a four-dimensional sphere, we would never be able to tell. Like, never. There'd be nothing we could do to tell, because every experiment we'd ever be able to do would be locked in 3 dimensions. Like, if like fruit flies on a soap bubble that are constantly expanding, the space of their 2-dimensional world would appear to be expanding, but in reality, it's just the 3D bubble that's growing. However, this is a bit different, and there's another problem that arises. See, the fruit flies could start walking in a straight line, right? And eventually, they'll reach right back to where they started, because that's how spheres work. If you travel in a straight line anywhere, if you go north in a straight line, eventually, if you start walking far enough, eventually you'll start moving south. In fact, all straight lines on a sphere are circles. They always connect back to each other. They always appear to be curved from an outsider's perspective, in the same way that space-time curves around large bodies of mass, like your mom. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to make that joke anymore. It's getting old. But in the same way that light travels in a straight line through curved space. And in that way, we could, if the universe is a 4-dimensional sphere, we could travel in a straight line. We could we could send a rocket through space, go all the way, just travel through in a straight line, not move, not accelerate. And we would eventually reach the same point as we started. It would probably take more time than the universe has left in its existence. It would probably never happen because of the expansion of the universe. And probably because at a certain point, the expansion of this soap bubble would go faster than you could ever travel. The distance between where you are versus where you started on the other side would keep growing larger and larger no matter how fast you kept on going. And that's already happening, actually. So it's not like we'll ever be able to figure that out, like, definitively. But in theory, we could travel in a straight line and reach the same point that we started at. If it is a sphere, that is. If it's a sphere. Not, other shapes are a bit different, but if it's a sphere, that is true. Also, any straight line on a sphere will eventually converge and intersect with other straight lines. Like, parallel lines cannot exist on a sphere. Remember how the only way not to converge is to actually curve the paths of 2D lines, of straight lines? When you perceive space-time and gravity, and you kind of look at it all as like a sphere that you can go around and go back in the same point in, that would actually lead to a bit of a problem, because loops in space would imply loops in time. And I mean like loops in time, like exactly what you're picturing. I literally mean exactly that, what you're thinking about in your head. Like time literally looping, repeating itself over and over and over again, trapping people inside to be slaves to the never-ending battle between Dormammu and Doctor Strange. Like the sci-fi time loop, that's exactly what this is, if space is also a loop. Which you could say, okay, Big Bang, end of the universe, boom, loops, right? And there's merit to that idea. And also, Einstein predicted that he said that if the universe was like spinning, like the whole universe, we would end up in the same place and time as we once were eventually. A time loop. But I think there's more to it, because to say the word eventually implies that there could be an outside observer that would be experiencing a different kind of time, not like a different relative time, but a different kind of time, as if there were two time dimensions. That there's outside observers that could experience us in a loop. Otherwise, it's not a loop. Otherwise, it's just reality. To say that a time loop could exist would imply that there's another time dimension, that an observer living in that time dimension could view us in that loop and see us repeating ourselves over and over and over again. I don't think this would happen, partially because of what I know about entanglement, or what I think about entanglement, not know. But mainly because we're pretty damn positive there isn't a second time dimension. Not that we know of, at least. Maybe it's changed since last time I checked. But as far as I know, nobody really thinks there's a second time dimension. And if the universe really was a sphere, the real test would actually be pretty simple. Maybe difficult, but simple. It would imply that there's some sort of convergence of time upon movement, because if there's convergence of space, there's convergence of time. Because we're all moving through the time dimension, right? I mean, maybe we're not. Maybe we're not moving, but I think most people would agree we're moving through the time dimension. And if we're moving through the time dimension, then oh wait, maybe we're not moving through the time dimension in a parallel way. Maybe because we are objects that exert gravity, maybe that is enough acceleration for us to... Oh, that's it. Yeah, never mind. I'm not going to go there. That's easily disproven with a bit of logic. Never mind. Forget I said that. Damn, I'm still got it, kind of. I'm a little rusty, but I still got it. I can still think about these things and form new conclusions. But yeah, this is why I don't like to call time a dimension, because it's just too odd compared to like the dimensions that we think about. Well, actually, I do call time dimension now. I didn't back then. I don't mind now. I'm not so picky about words, but yeah, back then I didn't. I was like, we gotta have a new word for this. But back then I was actually able to like really mental gymnastics my way around separating time and space as unique properties that are intertwined. And maybe today I can finagle some jank explanation about how the universe can be curved in space but flat in time. Not like flat in a physical way, but more like flat in like the surface of the ocean way. But the surface of the ocean is curved. But you know what I mean. In a surface of the ocean from a carnal perspective way. But time is more like the ocean in the way that there's waves and there's crashes and there's bubbles and breaks and all that stuff. But yeah, from what I can tell, space actually does appear to be flat. And I think this is pretty new. I think this was definitely after, the people definitely came to this much more definitive conclusion after I stopped studying this. Like, people are generally in agreement that space is not curved. It is flat. I think people are pretty certain about this now. Carl Sagan even says in this video,
and project it.
He says later
to
on,
a fourth physical dimension. Not that way, not that way, not that way, but at right angles to those three directions. I can't show you what direction that is, but imagine that there is a fourth physical dimension. In that case, we would generate a four-dimensional hypercube, which is also called a tesseract. I cannot show you a tesseract because I You are trapped in 3 dimensions. But what I can show
That's what it
you
would look like, a
is
shadow
the
of it.
shadow in 3 dimensions of a 4-dimensional hypercube or tesseract. This is it. And you can
It's very obvious, like this line is a lot bigger than this line, and it's also a lot bigger than this line, but the shadow of the cube that we saw also had these inconsistencies.
see it's 2 nested cubes, all the vertices connected by lines.
And this is just one, like this is just a shadow of a very, like, you know how when you twist a cube above the air and it shows up as different in different ways with different lengths and different angles? This is just the one that we know and like. Like if you do like cube, like this, not like this, but like, you know, the drawings where it's like flat down the middle, where it's like symmetrical, where this point is right here and it goes like this and that, and like this point is directly above it, so it's like a diamond like this, and then it goes down and it's another diamond like that, connected like this, like this, like this. So from this particular angle, like you see how there's all these other angles, like there's this angle, there's this angle, you know, there's this angle, there's this angle, there's this angle, but from this particular angle, this like very nice symmetrical, easy to understand angle, right? This angle is the equivalent of this one. Something like something like this right here would look more like look more like a cube, and then another cube, and then they're kind of connected. It would look like 2 cubes connected that are like see-through. But yeah, that's, it doesn't, this is misleading. It just looks beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. So people use this as like the representation of a hypercube, but of a 4-dimensional hypercube. But like, keep in mind, this is just from one specific angle of the shadow. I mean, if you twist the cube in any way in the 4th dimension, it'll look very different from this.
And now,
And the lines will start.
Tesseract.
I think there's animations of it. I'll look for it later.
4 dimensions would have all the lines of equal length and all the angles right angles. That's not what we see here, but that's the penalty of projection. So, you see, while we cannot imagine the world of 4 dimensions, we can certainly think about it perfectly well.
What? He didn't talk about it? Wait.
Structure of the cosmos, astronomers sometimes say that
Okay.
space is curved, or that the universe is finite but unbounded. Whatever are they talking about?
So yeah, that's what I'm talking about right now. So I have a bullet point for this. Good thing I wrote this one down. Okay. So damn, no, the bullet point was from earlier. But okay, yeah. So when Carl Sagan was like, it's space, scientists always talk about space being curved or finite but unbounded. That's literally what he's saying. But I think recently we've gotten pretty damn sure that space is flat. Because there's a very simple experiment you can do. Just send 2 objects traveling in a parallel line to each other. And if they ever touch, like, that's why gravity gets in the way. That's why gravity's a bit iffy. If they ever eventually touch without any outside interference, then we live in a we live in a world where if you go far enough in a straight line, you will end up back in the spot that you started at, time and space. But if they don't touch, if they continue to travel in a parallel line, then you can be pretty damn sure that, like almost certain, that space doesn't loop back on itself and that space is flat. And there is some iffiness to this. Like, I think that there is a possibility that there are things that could account for that, and that the universe could make has things that could adjust this sort of thing to keep objects moving in parallel. And there's also this idea that maybe the universe is just so big that even if it's curved, we still can't. We don't have no way to tell, because we can't actually make that observation on our own on any scale that we could ever do. So that's definitely a possibility. But I think people are pretty damn sure that the universe is flat, because in curved space, objects traveling in a straight line would converge every single time. But in that way, you can also negatively converge space. Like, you can have negative, like, the problem with what I'm saying here is that it's very hard to perceive four dimensions. So it's not like the easiest thing to explain unless you already know what I'm talking about. But if we imagine like a shadow of our three-dimensional world on a two-dimensional plane being curved, right? No matter what direction it's being curved in, it will cause convergence. Like, if you fold a piece of paper and you send a straight line, that, like, if you fold a piece of paper into a ball, you send a straight line down it, it doesn't matter which way you fold the ball, it will always curve back in on itself. And it'll cause convergence no matter what. All curving will cause convergence, somewhat, it's partially at least. However, I believe that on a mathematical level, there is, if you can have a universe that can allow for negative numbers, then there is a potential for negatively curving the universe. And although it's difficult to imagine, maybe impossible to imagine, I can't imagine it, but in that kind of universe, that would cause parallel lines to diverge, which kind of makes you wonder, like, if we perceive our time dimension as roughly parallel lines, maybe a way you can perceive branching the lines and splitting off into many different universes as we're moving along this so-called straight line into the future, maybe that isn't this like multiverse. Maybe it isn't the convergence of positive curves that explain gravity. Maybe this is divergence. And maybe that divergence explains dark energy. Maybe dark energy is just, there is no energy involved. Actually, there probably is no energy involved. But maybe it's just our observation of a negatively curved universe. And I proposed this idea. I've been proposing it for a while before that, by the way. And I'll propose it again, even though I don't really buy it all that much, but I'll propose it again. Maybe dark energy is the universe becoming, there isn't a way to word it, four-dimensionally concave? No. That would need 5 dimensions. Okay. What an ugly way to describe it. There's no words for it. There's no words. See, when it comes to the shape of the universe, we're not certain it's flat, okay? We're pretty sure it's flat, but we're not certain, at least as far as I know. I haven't looked at the new stuff, but we're pretty sure. But because it doesn't need to be flat, it turns out there's actually this like Goldilocks amount of matter per every unit of space that makes a universe flat. That makes space flat, rather. And any less matter and the universe would curve. Any more matter and the universe would also curve in the other direction. However, since the dawn of time, there's always been more matter in these units of space than we have now. The space is expanding. And because the universe's expansion, we live in a flat universe just right now. Who's to say that it's only like this simply because of when we're observing it? Simply because of this exact moment. It's kind of like it could be coincidental how right now is the exact time that we reached a point, like a point of no return in terms of dark energy expanding faster than gravity can hold us together, while at the same time we've reached a point where human beings have the ability to observe that. Like everything outside the Virgo supercluster, definitely, for sure, for 100% sure, and most likely everything outside the local group probably is always going to be out of reach and will forever remain out of reach to humans in the future, no matter what. And okay, Alcubierre Drive, fine. I'll grant you that. Actually, no, I won't. Space is expanding. The amount of energy it took for the slightest gravitational waves to pass through Earth was so massive. The amount of energy it would take to warp space-time in a meaningful way to actually let you traverse long distances and things like that. I don't think the universe even has that much energy in it total. So yeah, harvesting that much energy would be a quick way to end the world. So I will go as far as to say everything outside the local group will forever remain out of reach to humans. Maybe it's just that now there are less particles per unit of space, and it causes the slight curvature or like contraction of four-dimensional space that is causing the expansion of three-dimensional space. Like a four-dimensional ball moving through a three-dimensional cross-section. The shape of the universe is staying flat, right? It's staying the same. It's staying a three-dimensional cross-section, but it's growing larger and larger and larger. And with this, like a inflating balloon in four dimensions, and with this expansion comes even less particles per cubic unit of space, and thus even more curvature and even faster expansion, and boom, acceleration, and even better, an energy source of this acceleration appearing to be from nothing. A dark energy source. Maybe we just caught it at the right time while the universe appears to be flat still, but maybe it won't be flat for very long. And by very long, I mean like billions, trillions of years into the future. Probably more, 10 to the power of whatever. Okay, I don't want to run this on for too long. Let's get to the good part, okay? Like I said earlier, we have string theory, field theory, which both kind of consist of the multiverse theory because they kind of rely on being probabilistic rather than pure cause and effect deterministic. Maybe string theory not so much, but these are just two interpretations. Now we get to the real shit, okay? I know everyone's heard of this one before. Drum roll, please. Simulation theory, which wasn't so hot back then. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, nobody was talking about it. But after Donald Trump got elected and Bitcoin hit $10,000 and Elon Musk became the main character of Earth, that's when it became all the rage among the young whippersnappers. So people talk about simulations, but they don't put much effort into making them make sense or saying anything profound, really. But I came up with something pretty cool. And this was, dude, I cannot stress, I'm really about to brag right now. I'm really about to flex this, bro. I cannot stress enough how little people cared about simulation theory in 2013. Like, nobody gave a crap. Find anything about anybody talking about simulations in 2013. Nobody cared. But I was one of the people that cared. I need you guys to understand something, okay? There's millions of kids out there, like math and science kids, who, just like me, they heard about things like black holes and they fell into the rabbit hole of astrophysics and the adjacent areas of study. And also keep in mind, I never actually was like really with the shit when it came to this stuff. I was just brainstorming. Like there's entire college courses on black holes. Like you can literally graduate college with a major in black hole research. It's such a complex and vast pit of information that you could spend a lifetime studying it. So people know a lot more about black holes than I do. Like way, way, way more. So I know going into this, I'm gonna say things that are stupid. And now that I'm older, I know them to be stupid. I know they're incorrect, but just keep in mind, I was 13 and I really thought I thought black holes were just so cool. Like that's all you really care about when you're 13. In a 13-year-old boy's brain, the only things he cares about are things that are cool. That's it. So, yeah, I was like this wasn't the healthiest part of my life. Just sitting at home all day watching cool space videos. I never even went out and actually saw the galaxy with like a clear sky even once, like no a sky with no light pollution even once. I would just look online. It was not the healthiest, but remember earlier how I said, whatever my theory is, it has to take into account the connection between gravity, matter, energy, speed of light, all that stuff, right? It has to take into account all of our restrictions to 3 dimensions. Like, why are we restricted to 3 dimensions? If the universe is 11 dimensions, why are we restricted to 3? It has to take that into account. It has to take into account a possible fourth dimension. And also, it has to take into account black holes. Not that I was really out here doing the world of service by like going like, okay, my theory has to take into account black holes. It was more like, I was like, oh boy, I can't wait to talk about black holes. I can't believe my theory has to also include all this other garbage. I just want a theory about black holes. So that was the coolest part of it. So some of what I thought of works with the standard model. Some of it works with string theory. But what about with this new theory that people are starting to talk about? Like simulation, like let's try to work out my aether, my understanding of the world that I have in my new weird warped perspective. Let's try to work it all out in simulation theory and see what we get. Let's throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. Just to see if we can find something interesting here. Just to see if we can make some connections, right? And you're gonna want to pay attention right here because this is the good stuff, all right? Now there's something you need to understand about black holes. Newtonian physics kind of doesn't really apply to black holes like at all unless you're really, really far away. In fact, Newton's law of gravity, despite being the formula that we learn in school, is actually just straight up incorrect. Einstein's is correct and consistent across the board. It's tested a million times, never failed once, except for the one time that it failed and we looked into it and turns out the instruments were not calibrated properly. So yeah. But Einstein's equations are a tad bit too difficult to teach like sleep deprived little kids who don't even know what thermodynamics is because it's not in the curriculum. So I didn't bother to actually learn like in depth Einstein's papers. And Isaac Newton was a lot more interesting to learn about at the time. Like this dude was weird as fuck, bro. This man figured out gravitational attraction, but he couldn't attract any bitches. Like, yeah, Newton's laws are not actually accurate, like at all. It's only like really, really, really close to being accurate. only when you're talking about giant celestial bodies with tons of mass, like comets and stars and planets in your mom and moons and comets, mainly comets. That was the real tricky one that he got down with calculus that he invented. So if you can figure out the math to predict the orbits of these like blatantly elliptical orbits of comets, then you can figure out, the barely elliptical orbits, the much simpler elliptical orbits of everything else. And so when he saw this comet that showed up when he was a kid, basically, he came up with the math and explained how it moved. He didn't bother to didn't think it was all that impressive, but him and some dude named Edmund Halley were watching the comet and they're like, huh, I wonder if that's how it works. Edmund Halley. That name sounds so familiar. Anyways, see, scientists, and this is going to sound crazy, but scientists aren't even sure if the force of gravity on objects really, really small and really, really far away is either really negligible to the point where we can't measure it, or if it just doesn't actually apply. Like scientists have theorized that maybe there is actually a certain amount of distortion in space-time required to activate this like attractive gravitational attraction. You learn in school that a light particle 10 billion light years away from us is actually attracting us to it a very tiny amount, and we're attracting it to us a very tiny amount. We still don't know if that's true or not, actually. We know that like a black hole, we know that like supercluster cosmic filaments, 5-10 billion light years away are actually, like, we know great attractor, Shapley supercluster, all that stuff. We know that this stuff is actually gravitationally pulling us a very tiny amount, but we don't have any clue if a random particle in the atmosphere is on some exoplanet 12 billion light years away, if that's attracting us. We have no clue. Even like a star that's that far away, we don't have any idea if that actually is gravitationally linked to us at all. If it is, then great, right? You can rest assured knowing that every single girl in the universe is attracted to you. And that includes all the girls watching this, all 4 of you. And that also makes you gay for existing, because that means that every guy in the universe is also attracted to all the other guys in the universe. That's a intelligent shitpost right there. Like, hey, is existing gay? I mean, the fluctuations of quantum fields that appear to make up who we are all attracted to each other. So if you take 2 men who claim to be straight and you put them in deep space where they're unaffected by the gravity of other celestial bodies, they'll die, but they'll also get closer and closer together until they eventually touch. I don't know, man. I'm not trying to knock existing, but seems kind of sus if you ask me. Oh, what am I saying, dude? I need to sleep. But back to gravity. Honestly, it's an idea. It's an idea that in these like super voids of space, right? It could work in the same way that the calm belt works in One Piece, where there simply is no apparent like pulling of gravity to speak, right? But let's just assume, like I said, I'm going to say a lot of incorrect things. I was a kid. Don't crucify me for it, okay? Please. Let's just say that this is true. Everywhere, for all particles. Let's say, look, Newton is wrong, okay? So this is up in the air right now, but let's assume he was right, okay? And that means Einstein was wrong, but let's assume for a second that Newton was right. There's a lot of room for error in what I'm about to say, especially with particles touching. Because particles, from our observations, are more like droplets of probability in the form of like condensed cotton balls of fields in the clear foam of the universe, right? But let's just keep the hypothetical principle at play here that particles follow all of Newton's laws, that quantum mechanics is not a thing, 3 dimensions, the way you imagine particles to be, like a basketball, like very, very tiny, moving through space, like they're all like that, right? And bounce off of each other, all that stuff. So the force of gravity exerted between two objects is determined by a fraction, okay? On top is the mass of the objects, and on the bottom is the distance between them. The greater the masses, the more gravitational force exists between them. The greater the numerator, and thus the greater the number. And then the greater the distance between the objects, the bigger the denominator, the smaller the number overall. But it is always there, no matter what distance, it always exists. So, makes sense, right? More distance, weaker gravitational force, more mass, stronger gravitational force. And vice versa for both. So, let's bring them closer, okay? Let's take objects and make them closer together. The smaller denominator, the closer two objects are together, the stronger the gravitational force between them. This part here, right, this inverse square, this is actually right on this scale. Or more accurately, it's precise, but not right. Okay, so get this. What do you think would happen when two particles are so close together that they're touching? Which never actually happens. But let's say, what happens if they do, hypothetically? What does the equation look like, at least, you know? It's hard to imagine, but what would the equation look like? Well, that means there's a 0 for the distance in the denominator. A 0 in the denominator. Guys, pull out a calculator and try to divide a number by 0. It'll throw an error. Why? Because it simply doesn't work. Say you have 10 cookies and you try to divide them among 0 friends. How many cookies does each friend get? See, it doesn't make sense. Infinite? Well, no, because if you change the amount to 5 cookies, then is the answer to that question half of infinite in that case? As if there's a difference in those infinities? Well, there aren't even any friends to eat the infinite cookies you've supposedly given them. So 0? But that would mean if it's 0, that would mean that you have 0 cookies. That would mean that you could rearrange the equation in a paradoxical way where 0 times 0 equals 5 or 10 or whatever you really want. So our laws of physics, like our mathematics that we have, that we all abide by, the axioms that we abide by, that we agree, okay, timesing something works like this, adding something works like this, dividing works like this. These axioms that we hold to be true simply don't allow for our universe to divide by 0. Maybe in a different universe with different physics, right? Maybe one with a bit more human subjective harmony, right? Where like pi is 3, golden ratio is 2, where space is shaped like a donut, because of course who doesn't want a universe shaped like a donut? Maybe in a universe like that, dividing by 0 is just another part of the math. But in our universe, you just can't do it. You'll get an error. Like you can't, it's not like the result is an error. You can't do it. Pay attention. So, back to our simulation. Imagine we live in a simulation. What happens if you have a lot of movement happening, okay, something is moving very fast in a world, and you have to render all of that, right? Let's say you put a hard limit on someone's movement, like, you know how in Breath of the Wild, if you're moving too fast through the air and it's unable to render the stuff around you, it'll actually freeze your character in place until it can render that, and then it'll continue your momentum. So what happens then? And let's call that light. Let's call that ray tracing. You see where I'm going with this? The computer needs to render these intense fluctuations in the foam jello of space-time, right? It needs to render all of the interactions that you have with gravity and light, as well as like all this this insane change in entanglement, and the interactions of tons and tons of particles at super high speed. Ray tracing isn't a problem for like the new age NVIDIA cards, unless something is moving, right? Then these NVIDIA cards still struggle with it quite a bit. Have you seen like Minecraft 4K ray tracing videos? Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. These people are out here like pushing their computers to their limits, creating like fire hazards basically. Every computer has its limits. If you simulate too much, if you try to simulate too much, they're let's say you take a ton of stuff in a video game, okay, in a simulation, ton of matter. Let's call it matter. I'm trying to make the connection here, okay? You put it all in one tiny little area. Or you try to encode a video with way too much detail, stupid high bit rate. Or you try to render an image in Cinema 4D with like a million different reflective surfaces and like a million different light sources while we're at it. And then all these particle effects and stuff on top of all that. And all the light sources have to illuminate the particles as well. Well, the computer's going to slow down. Kind of like how the faster you move, or the more stuff is compressed into a smaller space, like the more dense something is, the more gravity an object experiences, the slower time passes for it in the real world. Essentially, doing a lot of stuff, pushing the universe to its limits, causes the frame rate to be slower the more stuff is going on. Just like how in GoldenEye, where if you look down, like GoldenEye 64, if you look down while you're moving and you don't render the wall textures on the buildings and stuff, the game actually runs faster, thus killing the enjoyment of watching GoldenEye speedruns, but I digress. I don't know if it killed the enjoyment of playing the speedruns. I think it did do that as well, but people still speedrun it, but I can't watch the speedruns anymore. They're absolute garbage. So here's the fun part, right? Just like with Earth, when you get closer and closer to the center of Earth or to a massive body, time slows down more and more. When you get closer and closer to a black hole, same thing. It's a very massive object. It's infinitely dense is such a terrible way to word it, but let's call it that. Sure, it's an infinitely dense object. I'd rather just say it's a singularity, but I know for a lot of people watching, they won't quite understand what a singularity really is. But for this infinitely dense object, the closer and closer you get to it, time slows down more and more and more. And in a black hole, where the light, the speed of light, all that stuff doesn't apply, light cannot exist. Light is the ultimate arbitrator. It's the mediator of time in the universe. So when light stops existing in that area, time stops. Time slows down. It slows down more and more and more, and it stops. And physics in general just stops working. Like any physics we try to do in a black hole, the calculators just give us errors. Guys, what I said earlier, what happens when you take the distance of two particles and make them so close that they touch? You divide by 0 and you get an error. The calculators give you errors. What is a black hole? It's particles so close that they're touching. Antimatter explosion. I was such a nerd. our computer that we're being simulated on, hypothetically, isn't perfect. It has its limits. And the more stuff going on, the slower it renders. And you might say, okay, the players, would they not be able to see these slow renders? Well, these renders manifest themselves in redshift. In order to prevent, like if you're running The Sims, you don't want them to think that their universe is slowing down. You don't want them to think that they're simulated. So while you slow down the processes of objects, the more stuff that's happening, the more ray tracing that's going on, you also slow down the capabilities of the observer. So we're not able to observe the slowdown of the universe. We're just a part of that as well. We're a part of the universe. And if this computer, this limited computer that we're being rendered on right now, if too much stuff is going on, so much stuff, that it makes the computer throw an error, if there's a part of it that backfires, and let's say that there's a threshold that needs to be reached for objects to be gravitationally attracted to each other, okay? And when all these objects are gravitationally attracted to each other, it forms a program. So everything has a gravitational amount, but just like how with 32-bit or 64-bit computers, there's a minimum requirement for it to be active. So let's say after a certain point, it is active, and that creates a program, right? If that program if you're on a computer and one program crashes, all the other programs don't crash. So if the computer has some error in the coding that allows for it to simulate equations that throw errors, the simulation crashes. The physics engine crashes in that contained area, and it becomes inaccessible to the NPCs, so that way the NPCs don't crash the rest of the game. That's black holes. Black holes are rendering errors in they're the whole, this program is not responding. They're those types of crashes in the simulation program that is our computer. Just like how if you try to load up Crysis 3 on an Apple II, you'll get errors. Just like how if you try to load up Crysis 3 on a supercomputer, you'll get errors. Or if you try to load up Premiere Pro on a perfectly good, decent computer on a regular basis, you'll get errors because Adobe does not give a fuck about errors. Even if you do nothing wrong, you'll still get errors. Thanks, Adobe. And just like how when Premiere crashes, it's not the whole computer that crashes. Google Chrome is fine. So the black hole is Premiere Pro not responding and force quitting, corrupting the file, aka deleting matter. So even though all of the ones and zeros cannot be flipped without something doing that flipping, there is a part of the computer where the BIOS, the whatever, the control, the CPU, whatever, will go, all right, delete this file, throw it away. Delete the matter here. The matter here no longer exists because it's a corrupted file. And maybe Hawking radiation was a built-in mechanic by the creators of our simulation to restore the matter in our universe in the form of a supremely stable virtual particle that is just a very, very simple, like, you know how old software, when people make them really simple old software with like assembly and stuff, and it's airtight and it very very well understood, it doesn't crash. It's just the most stable programs you can have. In that same way, that could be the backup program. That could be the like doomsday program. That, okay, we're gonna take this area of this hard drive, wipe it, reset it back to zeros on whatever computer hardware we're running, and maybe those zeros collectively end up being rendered as virtual particles, extremely stable. So that way these crashes don't get so out of hand, and the computer can recover the corrupted storage space. And maybe quantum tunneling, maybe the spontaneous creation of um, iron, or the spontaneous creation of black holes and things like that. Maybe that's like the equivalent of what people on Earth would observe as like a bit flip from a sun's cosmic ray, where they did that like Super Mario 64 speedrunning thing, the bit flip. Maybe it's just these like little quantum errors on the computer that we're running on. Maybe the computer we're running on is not infallible, and that these little errors and inconsistencies we find are just the errors from our computer. It's actually a really, really interesting thought. I'm the whole idea of being able to take a partition of the storage and clear the binary from it so that you have empty space to add new stuff. Like, that is something I thought about a bit more recently, like in like 2016, 2017. But that could totally be like a backup mechanism to prevent the black holes, aka the errors in the simulation, from getting way too out of hand. So built-in Hawking radiation. Boom, that's my contribution. I came up with that. I connected the puzzle pieces together to come up with this crazy simulation worldview interpretation. That shit got like 12K upvotes on Reddit when I posted it back then, which was crazy for back then, by the way. It was 2013. It actually goes a bit further than this. I did do quite a bit of work creating like a system to actually map out and try to explain the constants, gravity, dark energy, that sort of thing. But not this boring to me now. And the only way you're really ever going to get interest from the masses as a scientist is if you talk about black holes and stuff. So the way I framed my contribution on Reddit was entirely around the idea that black holes are these like system throttling measures to prevent like the higher beings, quadrillion core CPUs from melting, trying to simulate the equivalent of like our computers trying to simulate the weather in a Bose-Einstein condensate, you know? Like, gee, I fucking wonder what's gonna happen. I wonder if we can simulate that, you know? I don't actually see the universe much this way anymore. But way back when, the simple fact that all the laws of physics all follow predictable mathematical formulas in the same way that our computers run on mathematical written formulas, that was enough proof for me to make that leap. If this was a real world, why would physics even conform to our mathematical aesthetics and comprehension? Like, why are the fundamental formulas even repetitive or rational? Like, why not totally random? Why don't laws of physics change as time passes? Like, why are they predictable? And why does physics break if the system gets too hot? Like, you ever think about that? Just like how if a computer is running too much, then typically people will have contingencies in place. Like if a computer's overheating, it'll stop programs from running, it'll throttle the system, like when Apple throttled their CPUs to prevent battery loss and stuff. Why does there seem to be this like apparent shutting off of core system functionality when there could be bottlenecking in the compute power of the universe? Or like how it seems like the developers made certain laws of physics that make no apparent sense but seem like really great countermeasures to prevent from paradoxes and system errors. Like angular momentum conservation. That makes no fucking sense, dude. But it seems more like just a sneaky way for us to like hack our way into making objects travel faster than light. So angular momentum is like a contingency to prevent that. Angular momentum is a fucking enigma to me, dude. It's like bruh momentum. But it's kind of odd when you really think about it. When you imagine the the universe as a simulation, and that the laws of physics that we're given are, if you think about it in the way like, okay, we run simulations, right? We as humans, we run simulations on computers, and we'll set a computer and we'll tell it, okay, run a million different simulations and see and change the physics of the simulation ever so slightly every time, and follow these algorithms when you're changing the physics of it, so that way you can end up resulting in the best possible end result. Let's say, for example, our higher beings are trying to simulate on a computer. For example, just an example. Let's say they're trying to simulate how can we create a universe that maybe a three-dimensional universe, just to limit it, just so that they don't overload their computers. How can we simulate a three-dimensional universe that can last in perpetuity, right? How can they simulate it to last as long as possible? And maybe they put in these contingencies just to make a challenge for themselves. Okay, no perpetual motion machine, none of that. They said, okay, we're gonna do all this stuff and we're gonna have all these laws put in place. Let's let this computer run. Let's have it run trillions of simulations, and each time it'll be slightly different physics, and let's let it run just to see which ones will last the longest. And maybe we're one of these simulations down the line, and we're one of the failed experiments, because it's looking like it's almost all agreed upon by now. Maybe not by now, but at least back then, I don't know how much has changed, but at least back then, pretty much almost every scientist agreed, yeah, the universe is headed towards heat death, and there's nothing we could do about it. So, yeah, maybe we're just one of these simulations that are just part of this game that these guys are playing, where they're trying to figure out how they could simulate a three-dimensional universe that would last as long as possible, you know? And maybe we're just one of the ones that just happened to last as long as we did. So that really screws with your mental. That really screws with the whole idea of free will. It screws with your whole idea of having meaning in life and all that. But it's just a thought, you know? But it really makes you think, like, why do these beautiful mathematical constants even exist in the first place? Golden ratio and whatnot. And why are they constant? Like, you ever think about that? Why are constants actually constant? How come we observe particles and they don't even exist in the way that we think they do? It's almost like everything is written as strings of code. Strings, pun intended. Strings, because it's almost like everything's written in strings of code, and the universe just interprets the written code as different kinds of particles. Like the universe has a set of backend instructions as to how the code should run and how to render each variable. And it just gives us this sort of like math random Java wave function upon observation. Or or upon interaction, like gravitational interaction. When it renders what appears to be a particle. Just like how in video games, they don't render infinitely generated worlds. They just use math to determine what the world would be based on the infinitely generating generation algorithm, and they only render whatever is within your render distance. It could all be, like these constants and stuff, they could all be back-end code. And there could be a lot more back-end code that we can never observe. Like, for example, light is massless, yet it still interacts with gravity. Maybe because gravity is linked with time, also because it's able to travel at the speed of lights, while nothing with mass can travel at the speed of lights. For some reason, this like force, this if you imagine that gravity is actually a particle, like a graviton, that means that the particle has to also be massless according to our standard model, because gravity travels at the speed of light. However, anything that's massless will not only be able to travel at the speed of light, it will be forced to travel at the speed of light. But think about it. If energy, pure energy by itself, is traveling at the speed of light, matter is just compressed energy. There's no real reason why mass shouldn't be able to travel at the speed of light. There's no real reason why photons of light should be massless. They just don't interact with the Higgs boson for some reason. Actually, not even boson. We discovered the particle and it said, "Ha, wrong direction, bozo." Get it? Like, wrong direction, boson. But yeah, not the Higgs boson. It was the Higgs field. They just don't interact with the Higgs field the way everything else does. It's almost like someone wrote a line of code like, if particle interacts with Higgs field equals true, then, not equals true, if particle interact with Higgs field, then mass also equals true and limit movement speed to c. It's like straight up video game physics engine logic. Interesting because the most popular game engine in the world is called Unity. Actually, maybe it's Unreal Engine. That might be more popular now. But back when I first started like coding and stuff, Unity was by far the biggest game engine. You know, Unity, like the unity of the universe. Mathematical formulas are actually really weird if you think about them. And this is all just for a thought experiment. Like, this is all just to get your brain, moving in any direction. This is not like anything definitive that I've ever, like, really been able to put out there. If I write a program and I use it to simulate the universe, and I set gravity to be a constant, well, then it'll always be that, right? Repeatable, testable in experiments. Or I could set it to random. But random isn't actually truly random with the computer. You just have to figure out whatever the algorithm on the computer is using, decrypt it, however long it takes. It is possible. It's always possible. And with enough pattern recognition, like enough trial and error, you can crack the algorithm. That's why Cloudflare uses lava lamps as their RNG. But to create a simulation that is truly random, with observable phenomena that can't be described by a formula, that would be pretty solid proof that we don't live in a simulation. And yet we don't have that. We don't have that randomness. From what we can see, the universe is mathematics down to its core. We don't even know what kind of universe would need to exist in order to qualify to have a truly non-cause and effect probabilistic mathematical physics. According to the bulletproof logic the universe gives us, if it's observable, it's mathematical. And that's why Schrödinger came up with his equation. If there is a wave, there will always be a function to describe its geometry. And that strongly hints at us being resembling at least a computer program, which might shut down the free worlds and that might shut down free will, but that I was thinking about that, but that might shut down the many worlds interpretation. And it also implies that time passing is just the space and particle interactions rendering themselves in real time. Or fake time, I should say. And that also means there's a second time dimension, because there's the hyperbeing time dimension. But it's completely unobservable. I mean, what else could it be, though, you know? Maybe for their computer, it's real time. And maybe for us, it's fake time. But I'm not feeling that one just yet. Maybe next time. Actually, not next time. I've lost interest in physics and math. Thank you, public schools, for killing my curiosity. And by the way, I'm actually rushing right now. I know I said a lot, but everything I'm saying is actually just scratching the surface of my full theory. And all my other theories, all my other contributions that I've made, I know I've said much less, but that's because I can get it understood and get it through with far fewer words. And I've thought about all of them quite a bit more, so I can be a lot more concise with it. But this is not one of those things that I'm so sophisticated on. This is not one of those. I'm not a man of few words when it comes to science. If you're actually a man of few words, that means you know what you're talking about. But yeah, this whole theory is just, it's just scratching the surface of the giant iceberg that is not only what I wrote, but it's scratching the surface of the giant iceberg that's all of physics in a single theory. And that includes everything from from the giant gargantuan filaments that make up the cosmos, that can form a general relativity and gravitational waves, all the way down to the quantum particles that we aren't even sure if they're operating in 3 dimensions or 11 dimensions. We still have no idea. We have no clue, first of all, why we can only access 3 dimensions if 11 dimensions are possible. Even though the universe itself seems to have no problem showing us that there are particles interacting in higher dimensions, it just doesn't let us experience it. Nobody has any clue why this happens. I mean, we could tell how it happens, but nobody has any clue why, other than the universe is a giant troll. Like, your guess about the theory of everything is just as good as the world's most educated scientist on the cutting edge guess. Ultimately, I tried to come up with the Aether theory. And that's the name that it was going to be. That was what I was going to name it. There's like string theory, there's M theory, F theory. F's in all the chat for all the theory interpretations that died. And there's a bunch of other, like, quantum loop gravity theory and stuff like that. The field theories, though, they hooked me. Nobody gave a shit about them, and still to this day nobody does. A lot of people are really into quantum loop gravity now, I think. But I remember at the time, every single headline was always trying to talk about string theory and higher dimensions and multiverse shit, because that's flashy. It gets clicks, and yeah, it's interesting, but it didn't resonate with me the same way that the field theories did. I was never really big on string theory. See, something about the whole idea that a proton is a set mass and you can be confident if you observe a totally different proton somewhere else in the universe, you can be sure it would have the same mass, as long as they had the same energy. Something about that told me that whatever mechanisms controlling the creation and sustenance of a particle's existence so that they don't decay. As far as we know, protons don't decay. But also, whatever controls the way they interact with each other, like when particles collide and they make new particles in the Hadron Collider, whatever happens to these particles operates off of rules that apply everywhere, regardless of the position in time and space. So it seemed efficient to me to imagine an aether, to not like actually consider the universe to be that, but to imagine it. That if my imagination can imagine that, then it can probably take me new places and I can discover new things like that. That it would assist me in understanding the mechanisms responsible for handling how particles are interpreted by the universe in exactly the same way as each other. So when all these, like, field theories started popping up, I would see all these scientists on YouTube talk about them, and that really drew me in. And it was also more because I was a lazy kid, rather than it being something I preferred to string theory. I actually did kind of prefer string theory. It is a more compelling theory. But see, with string theory, first of all, you have to make a handful of assumptions about possibly non-three-dimensional strings. You even, for the most part, I've seen scientists even try to assume what they look like, which seems kind of moronic to me. But Okay, there is math to establish these things in string theory. But guys, I was 13. I'm not learning that math. And so without the math, you're forced to make these hella assumptions, by the way. Without math, if you don't learn the math of string theory, you're forced to make crazy amount of assumptions. And then you use those assumptions as a framework to somehow, through some fucking wizardry, explain gravity and integrate gravity into the standard model. Later on, not right now, but you're expected to. I mean, that's kind of the natural progression of this sort of thing, right? That's why you make these theories. But like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck kind of jumping to conclusions bullshit is that? I get that there's math, so you don't have to, but like without the math, it's an insane leap. Like, if that really is how we figure out the theory of everything, then that's boring as fuck. How can you expect curious kids to actually understand and enjoy string theory? I saw equations when I was 13 that took up entire pages, and I just noped out that bitch. But with fields, everything is conceptual. It's very easy to understand. Aether is just my word for combining all fields into one. So I would read up on like the symmetry of time and how warping space can cause different kinds of movement to result in time dilation, or all this like supersymmetry shit we got going on, right? And it was so fun to like piece together this stuff in my head and like hypothesize shit like, oh, what if instead of exotic matter, which may not even exist, may not even be stable enough for it to exist for any long periods of time, anything meaningful, what if instead there exists the exotic field, or just another field that no other scientist is looking at, they're thinking about, you know? Maybe in extreme cases, we can observe our normal matter turn into exotic matter. Maybe the ground state of the exotic field pushes other fields out of ground state, other particles out of ground state, thus turning the universe into like a perpetual motion machine, preventing the universe from ever truly running out of energy, you know? Maybe that means the human race won't die of heat death like a gazillion years from now. Oh boy, wouldn't that be nice? But that's just wishful thinking. It's just shit that made me feel good as a kid. I was talking out of my ass, really, and dark energy took a toll on me emotionally. So imagining the universe as like a sticky jello kind of thing, I thought about it, and I think that was my instinctual coping mechanism to like simulate our universe as keeping everything like stuck together. I was scared of losing the night sky. Even though I won't be around to see it, I was scared of looking up at the night sky and seeing through a telescope exactly what I see through my eyes. I was scared of losing the extra worlds out there that you could see with the telescope. I was scared of living in Milkadromeda and this being the world that we're, prisoned to. Maybe it was because I was like lonely that I thought of the world this way, like all stuck together, kind of. I mean, I could give you good guesses as to why I resonated with this much more than I did like string theory. Like how it seemed way too easy to explain dark matter away with, oh, it's just another frequency of the string. Like dark matter has been a prevailing mystery at the forefront of science for like 80% of my life. And to just explain it away so easily, like just like that? Nah, what about the journey? What about the exploration, huh? I remember like I was pretty emotionally stupid back then. Somewhat. I I see where I was coming from, and you know what? I agree. I was more concerned with spending time watching KSI and having crushes on girls and things like that. You think I had time to understand Schrodinger's equation? I'm not doing any of that. I can give you guesses as to why I didn't like string theory, but I really couldn't tell you for sure why. I just didn't. And I still don't. Oh yeah, and the whole exotic field thing is just me talking out of my ass. Even if we discover more fields, they won't be exotic anymore because we discovered them. If anything, the Higgs field is our exotic field. And whenever I say shit like under extreme cases, like we've generated pretty damn high temperatures and pretty low temperatures, colder and hotter than anywhere in the universe right now, you know? Right here in labs. And back when we observed gravitational waves for the first time, that was two black holes colliding. Like, that's about as extreme as anything can get in the universe, as far as we know. I will admit, using strings to create understandable and observable, like, superpositions of nature that don't collapse when observed, simply by combining multiple frequencies in a single string, like a headphone driver, vibrating faster frequencies inside the lower frequencies to create multiple sounds at once. It's got merit, as a perspective. Like, I don't care if something has merit scientifically. It's got merit in being something worth thinking about. You know, putting mental energy into. I can't lie, it's actually really compelling to think about that. I just don't like the math that comes immediately after that. I mean, might as well, you know, throw in simulation theory, even though it doesn't really fit in, it's more of a thought experiment. And it's also like an unfalsifiable claim. Like, if I create The Sims 2000, right, and I make it so good that the characters develop consciousness and self-awareness, it doesn't matter how hard they try to creative their way around. Ultimately, they're still lines of code. There is no escaping that computer, and there is no figuring out whether or not they truly live in a computer. They will never figure out who I am. They will never know what kind of hardware they're running on. So simulation theory can loosely be thrown into the mix, but less as a theory and more of an abstract thought experiment, because it's a dead end. And I'm only throwing it in because I have no shame as a scientist. But I think that's what makes me a good scientist. Like, fuck the appearances. Just consider it at least. My contribution was going to be Aether theory, Aether. Like, for example, early physicists, I looked into this, early physicists understood that light was a wave, for the most part. But they knew that waves needed a means to propagate. So, like how sound can propagate through the chains of electrons repelling each other in matter, causing compressions in the air, or through a solid or whatever, you know, just through objects, through matter. Essentially, a delivery from one part of an object to another part of an object. It needs to propagate through something, though. The information needs to have some means of propagation. And just like sound, light must also have a means of propagation. Some kind of cosmic aether that exists everywhere. And that's what people thought for a while. It was actually a pretty prevailing idea that there is this cosmic aether everywhere. I don't think they called it aether, though. And then the fucking juggernaut Einstein decided to just casually explain light and how it can move in a vacuum, and as a result, he just like one-shot collateral all other physicists. Fucking Grim Reaper. But maybe, just maybe, the the correct way of looking at the universe is it's all aether. Like like glowstone and water. Never mind. Maybe though, slippery slope, maybe Einstein's interpretations were just a very far separated but pinpoint accurate observation that works for sure and conforms to physics to a T, but maybe it isn't the best perception, right? That's my style of doing things. It's perception. Maybe. Nah, I don't want to doubt Einstein. Honestly, that's a bit of a daunting task. I don't need all the dick writing stance physicists coming after me on Reddit trying to like pin me up against Einstein. There's no point. I'm not even involved in physics anymore. This isn't my fight. Oh, and just like how I said, my theory was scratching the surface of the full extent of physics. Bro, do you have any idea how many bullet points I wrote down that I wanted to incorporate into my aether theory, but I had yet to do? Like I had yet to take into account the fact that physics stops working when it gets too hot, which means that whatever fundamental formula you come up with needs to work even during those extreme conditions where all other physics fails. But if we live in a simulation, this could simply be the computer overheating and throttling these tasks one at a time. So that way time could actually pass without bottlenecking. And it would allow the more important tasks to keep going on. Like, I don't know, existing the same way like a smart game would render less textures to raise frame rate back up. Or like how you can get rid of laggy chunks filled with lag machines, pistons and furnaces in Minecraft to bring the TPS back up to normal in 2B2T. Well, I mean, normal for 2B2T is like 3 TPS, but still, it's better than 1. But think about this. If this computer really is overheating, it could actually be impossible to determine the theory of everything if we really do live in a simulation. Because that's an error on the part of our creators. It would be like the Sims characters trying to determine the laws of our universe just by observing the physics of their universe. Like, even if they figure it all out, it's not happening. No matter what they do, it's entirely up to us. I'm no scientist. My theory is really rudimentary, and I didn't actually think this through all that much. People were just really impressed that a 13-year-old thought this up. If I proposed this when I was 18, nobody would have cared. I also have to take into account momentum, angular momentum, like I mentioned earlier, which, like, even nowadays, I still think about. It's still a complete mystery to me. Nobody else seems to have any issues with it but me. Everybody acts like it's totally okay for a figure skater to just bring their arms in and just spin faster without being pushed to spin faster. Like, what the fuck? I can't wrap my head around that one, dude. Let alone jam into some DIY theory that the universe is jello and that the laws of physics are indistinguishable from each other. I also have yet to take into account the fact that our words force us to call things names that are similar to the phenomena that we explore on a human scale, like waves and particles, when it's likely that the actual phenomena don't have words yet created to describe them. I mean, if we had a word to describe particles that are pretty likely to exist but not certain, that were guided by randomized, unobservable pulses of calculus-based likelihood, pockets in the foam of reality, if we could come up with some vocab words for that, then we wouldn't have this whole wave particle duality in the first place. It's a product of language. And that would have actually saved me quite a lot of frustration. That shit pissed me off, dude. Like, I could not understand that. I remember when I was little, I would actually, like, my mom would read me the Popular Science magazine website as a bedtime story. And one time I told my mom, I was like, enough, read me like a Disney story. Because I was like so frustrated in my head. I couldn't wrap my head around these like things because it wasn't because I couldn't understand them. I understood them. It was because I couldn't understand the language because I sucked at like reading. And so I was like, read me some actual normal stories instead for once. Like these things are we're very, very influenced by the language that we speak. For example, these electrons are supposed to be like particles, right? But then they're also waves. Like we observe them and we go like, aha, a particle. And then we look away for a second and it acts like a wave. Like what? Make up your mind. And the electron's like, oh, trust me, bro, trust me, I'm a particle. The function is just probabilistic. Trust me, I'm not a wave, I'm a particle. No scam at all, trust me. And I'm like, really? Then fucking act like it. Shit pisses me off, dude. Like, it's humbling to think about. I was so mad then, but it's like I'm a human with human needs and human desires. And the universe is under no obligation to make sense to me. I need to consider that. I need to consider the extremes. Like, black holes need to make sense of my theory, which they do. I got that one down, but so does the Big Bang, which doesn't really make sense in my theory. I haven't figured that one out. And probably stuff before the Big Bang too. I need to do all of that. Like theoretically. We're not gonna be able to figure that one out, but I didn't spend any time hypothesizing what happened before the Big Bang, which I should have done. So I also need to consider those little neutrino fuckers, right? Goddamn contrarians. Those are these scientific contrarians. I also have to take into account dark matter, which I conveniently left out of my theory, even though I explained dark energy. But some simulation theories have actually had a pretty good explanation for dark matter. But I also have to consider what happens at absolute zero. Like, the hotter you get, the more wonky physics gets. But that also happens when it gets really, really cold. Like, when you get really close to absolute zero, like 1 or 2 degrees away, fluids lose all of their sense of cohesion and adhesion. They become like a ghost, basically, with zero viscosity. It's just like, it isn't even a fluid anymore. It's just chilling. No pun intended. Actually, pun halfway intended. But it's just chilling there as if it were like a bunch of loose particles with no friction. Even fluids have friction, but at very, very cold temperatures, they just lose all of that. They become like a not a super fluid. Like, you know how when it's really hot, the macro laws fall apart? When it's really cold, the quantum laws fall apart. Like, particles form large singular particle entity entities, large ones, like as if the wave pulses in these fields that exist in space-time being interpreted as particles are no longer restricted by these conditions, by like common sense, and they could just merge into one giant wave pulse without any resistance and like a constructive interference cloud of like pure quark gluon matter. And the entire concept of an observable particle at that point would just dissolve. and everything becomes this at a very cold enough temperature, actually, this quantum mush, like right next to absolute zero. But how the fuck am I supposed to incorporate that into my theory? That makes no sense. I'm telling you guys, I'm I'm good at talking. Like, I can sound smart with all the stuff I said, but I really haven't actually thought about it that much. Like, my theory has a ton of holes, and it only takes into account, like, maybe 0.1% of physics, maybe if even that. I also have no fucking clue how elasticity works on a quantum level. I can take an intuitive guess based on, like, macro elasticity, but intuition doesn't seem to match up very well. It doesn't seem to transfer over to stuff in the quantum world. I also never got the chance to incorporate paradoxes. I was going to, because I love that. I'm interested in that. I just never got around to it. I didn't get the time. You know, I was busy, like, watching YouTubers and playing video games and stuff. Also, the way light affects electrons and energy states is something I had heard about at that point later on, actually, but I never really got the chance to look deep into it. Like, I still have no idea how things can be transparent. That shit makes no sense to me. I don't get it. I don't get how a 100 thin sheet of gold atoms can be more opaque than blackout curtains, but how a crystal, like a diamond-like crystal, can be clear. It doesn't make sense to me. I also have to take into account all of the fields of the universe, all of the states, all of the universe's potential energy, and the dispersion of that. And if quantum tunneling still applies after true heat death, and what that means, because if quantum tunneling is in large part activation energy for particles, then what the hell would the activation energy be for? It's not like you can burn ash again. If quantum tunneling would be able to spontaneously create new layers above ground state, if that's if that's wishful thinking or not, I I don't. I would also have to take into account the fact that heat death itself, which is very scary to think about by itself, let alone study. I have to take into account the fact that that's a thing. Would a being creating a simulation in the image that we're in right now, would they truly allow for that to happen? And also, Hawking radiation is so fucking hard to understand, dude. Like, I don't understand that shit. Like, that is the most counterintuitive shit I've ever heard. Like, bro, ripping apart virtual particles, eating up one of them as the other one leaves into the universe, right? Thus, conserving energy and getting smaller. Wouldn't it get bigger, though? Because it's not like the virtual particles are just matter that comes from nowhere. In my, like, in my original theory, virtual particles are just the very, very minor, very tiny crests of the waves that constantly, like, that this, like, wavy 3D jello aether everywhere constantly exhibits. And let's say you were to imagine it as particles. When they don't exist, right? When space is just, when these fields are completely flat, there's no waviness in them, right? No pulsing. Then there just exists this evenly distributed energy in space. And, like, what the hell else is it gonna be exactly? if you describe it as these like absolutely miniature antimatter explosions between particles that are too small to even call particles, right? It's just a fragment of antimatter and matter coming into existence and going out of existence at the same time, or in extremely quick succession, like Planck time succession, and it's happening all the time, everywhere. If you're gonna say that, then that means that you take this piece of this wave, of this crest of energy, one of the particles is now has been eaten by the black hole, one of them has escaped the black hole. They both existed, but now one particle is gone, and there's less energy in the rest of the universe, and now one particle is inside the event horizon. So wouldn't that mean that that part of the energy was eaten, thus making the black hole bigger? Also, I thought if this is how Hawking radiation works, then wouldn't Hawking radiation apply faster the bigger a black hole is, due to the larger surface area and greater likelihood for virtual particles to get split up by the event horizon of a black hole? Wouldn't that be the case? Why is Hawking radiation quicker when a black hole is smaller? Because of instability? Then I don't get it. Hawking radiation, I fail to understand it. Because, okay, you could say, well, black holes are not absolute zero. You know, they are a bit hotter than absolute zero. So when the universe reaches heat death and we're at this state of absolute zero, well, very, very close to it, black holes will emit out their energy as everything does, and they'll slowly lose energy and get smaller and smaller and smaller. But what if black holes are absolute zero? Like, you ever stop to consider that one? Like, what else would they be? They don't let light escape. They literally there's no energy emission that they have. But apparently it gets smaller with Hawking radiation. Like, what the fuck's going on in Miami? This shit just disappeared. And also, if we do live in a simulation, some people say that like irrational numbers don't make sense because there's no way the creators of a simulation could ever have the time or resources to fully type out irrational numbers. Putting to the side that the concepts of time and resources don't even need to exist in other universes, and that for all we know, other universes with other laws could actually allow you to fully type out rational numbers. Who knows? They could have irrational number generators. They could have actual true perpetual motion. They could have, I mean, even the words motion or perpetual may not make sense in these other universes, these higher universes. Time could be a non-factor of this. Who knows? What if they do have the time? What if they have all the time in the world? What if in their universes, infinity is actually not something that you get if you messed up in your equations, and actually just a part of their physics? And they could have an infinite amount of time to type out fully irrational numbers. But putting all that to the side, all that, like, computers can generate irrational numbers. Like, they can write them down. They can generate them as they go, and round up or down based on some kind of 64-bit, 32-bit, whatever. They can round them off of a smallest defined observable distance or observable time scale, like Planck time or Planck length. But really, that's lazy. That's lazy on my part. I just mental gymnastics the Planck equations into my theory by saying not only does our universe have a frame rate, speed of light, c, It also has a pixel resolution, the Planck length. I didn't even bother to learn what the Planck length was. I just connected it as if it fit the puzzle. However, from what I've understood, actually, even shortly after I made the theory, the Planck length isn't even the smallest unit anything could be, but rather it's the smallest unit that we can measure, which is totally different. Like, that takes me further into a traditional science and pulls me out of the realm of abstract thinking. And I know for this sort of thing, I'm going to need to focus hard on abstract thinking and abandon everything that we know about the universe as it is right now. There really is nothing stopping a particle from being smaller than the Planck length. There's just no way for us to ever observe that. So my reasoning here actually made no sense. Like, there's flaws in my theory. We need better ways to describe quantum vocab words, because language is one of the biggest, maybe the biggest hindrance in our progress to achieve the pointless goal of knowing an equation that we can never do anything with. Other than to finally, end the God of the Gaps. What a giant fucking waste of time. It's like using a flamethrower to kill an ant. Like, that's overkill, bro. Whatever the theory of everything is, it's not all that, maybe it isn't. Saying something is not important is another slippery slope, because if that's, like, nothing's important if that's the case. But this theory, I don't have the brain to figure it out. That was my actual contribution. I tried hard enough to know for sure just how little I actually know, and I can't imagine it's necessary to understand the universe intuitively for you to figure out the theory of everything. I just like understanding everything intuitively. Because if I can't understand it, there's no point in it for me. If the science isn't fun, it's not worth doing. And the neural pathways needed to simulate the universe in its truest form are probably not even neural pathways that you can develop simply with learning and conditioning, as bad as it sounds, if it's even possible. It's probably going to come down to someone being born for the job, like, not someone working hard for it. It's going to take a natural born prodigy, maybe more. You're probably going to need either some biological enhancement / deficiency, depending on what you'd call it. Like how it's believed that Isaac Newton had Asperger's, and how you get autistic savants and that sort of thing. Or maybe a neural implant, Neuralink nanotechnology, rewiring your brain, connecting your temporal lobe to your hippocampus and your medulla to your prefrontal while we're at it, and generate new corpus callosum silk to connect all the parts of your brain together while snipping the corpus that connects left and right. Honestly, it's probably going to take a brain that we've never even seen before, a completely alien brain to any other human that's ever lived, to understand the theory of everything, to actually, not to figure it out, but to understand it in their own head. There's probably, if I were to guess, there's probably biological limitations we have at the moment. Or maybe that's just an excuse. I don't even know. It's not like I have any interest in this stuff anymore. And besides, I'm a bit too late to radically change the way I think. I'm 21, so it's not like I have that much fluid intelligence left to go around. At least not the plasticity buffet that I had when I was 3 years old, when I actually started doing math. My mom told me I was doing it before that, but I don't remember. So I don't know if she's telling the truth or not. She might have just told me that just to make me feel good. But I remember being 3 and thinking that adding and subtracting were super fun to do in my head. And I remember teaching myself how to multiply numbers when I was 4, simply by looking at my brother's homework and watching how he did it. Like, my mom was helping him with it. I would overhear, I would be running around playing with toy cars. I'd overhear them And over like the course of like a couple hours of running around in my cars and hearing them sporadically throughout that time, like they would say this times this equals this, and I would just think about it, and I made the connection in my own head. So maybe I could have figured this out. Maybe I couldn't have. I'm pretty sure I couldn't have. I suspect that in order to create a fundamental formula for the nature of reality, you would need to create a completely new set of physical laws entirely different to the one we have now. Because a fundamental Occam's razor formula that is the core, it needs to apply everywhere, all the time. Even when there is no where and when to apply, even inside black holes, not just around or on not like hairy dog theorem or whatever. It needs to apply inside black holes, touching the singularity. It needs to combine the biggest in general relativity and the smallest in the quantum realm. Virtual particles disobey momentum laws. Like, you'd be hard pressed to find them even accidentally obey momentum laws. Momentum is kind of thrown out the window at this scale, actually. Like, things just like do shit. And even calling them particles is a bit of a stretch. Because we don't know if small particles, like particles that small, even really exist in three-dimensional reality. Like, they're too small to determine the size of. They could very well be one-dimensional dots contained in particle fields as like pockets of energy, and they collapse from superposition into a rendered particle upon interaction with like a photon or something. Maybe the Higgs field is having some rendering errors, and that's what's behind all this dark matter bullshit. But that's just a lazy way of chalking things up. For all we know, though, during the Big Bang, space-time may not even existed as we know it today. The universe is probably opaque, and actually the universe was definitely opaque and not transparent like it is now. And the forces of nature, like gravity and electromagnetism and nuclear forces, and even the fundamental constants, they may not have been set in stone. They may have been written right there, like forged in the fires of hot matter soup. Like the same way we run the random simulations over and over and over again, and there's slight alterations every time the process is loading. Just like in that loading process where the computer generates the formulas for the based on the algorithm for simulation to follow again, compiling that code into something machine readable could be analogous to like what the Big Bang is to us, to them. Like the Big Bang could have been the process of our computer, like our program, just being compiled into machine code. And the laws of physics could have not been set in stone in the universe until it cooled off into something more stable and, programs were actually compartmentalized. And maybe small changes in these initial conditions, because there were initial conditions. Like, don't get it fucked up. The universe was not homogeneous in the beginning. Maybe ever so slight changes, though, could have drastically changed the laws and constants that our universe uses. Like if we were to run millions of simulations on our computers for some machine learning thing, each time it would happen, the computer would expend a lot of energy. It would get hotter as it randomizes these initial parameters, right? And that could have just been the Big Bang, the randomization. Actually, the universe isn't supposed to exist. By all logic, it shouldn't. Like, you ask, okay, what created the universe? Well, membranes crashing together to create bubbles in the cosmic void. Okay, we jumped like 10 steps, okay? Just to save some time. But what created that? God? Okay. What created that? How does something create itself without first existing? Existence is a logical fallacy according to our purest logic. Nothing should exist. God damn, what a mistake for apes to try to understand the universe. We should have stuck to eating fruits off trees and hunting buffalo with spears to feed our tribes. That's honestly how this shit makes me feel, dude. I feel like this was a mistake. Like, as we dig deeper and deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole, eventually we're gonna dig ourselves into hell. This shit is frustrating. I remember I didn't have any problems with this when I was little. But now that I'm like disgusted by heavy math, it's painful to think about. You go far back in the scientific journey of the individual, and you have these, unanswered questions when you're a kid. And you know what else? If you're making a theory of everything, you'd probably also need to include these questions as well. These questions that we just ignore when we're adults. Like, do you guys realize how tremendous of a task that is? To be the person that cracks the code to the universe, it's going to take much more than being good at math and being good at observation. It's going to take a whole new level of cognitive ability and attention to detail. It would be like an impossibly unique perspective. Actually, not even just a unique perspective. It would need to be a perspective so novel that it would be no less novel than someone being able to simulate what death is like in their own head, what non-existence is like. Because if you simulate the core of existence, then you should be able to simulate non-existence too. No problem. The true genius of people like Tesla is the way they thought about nature. It was synesthesia. And I have synesthesia too. I have it for sound and color. I don't ever talk about it. It gets really annoying. I'm not publicizing this. It's frustrating having to. People know about it. They knew about it in elementary school, and it was annoying explaining it to people over and over and over again. They keep asking me, "Oh, what colors do I see? What colors do I see?" And nowadays I just don't tell anyone I have it. I only mention it when I feel like it's worth mentioning to very specific people in those romantic moments type deal. But it's a different thought process that I have. And it's deep, it's nature, it's intrinsic. It's not something I really have any control over. And Tesla had some understanding of this on a different scale. He had synesthesia for frequencies and energy. Tesla understood the world in a way that was not close to what anybody else had thought of at that time. And that type of synesthesia is probably 1 in a trillion. Like, most humans perceive the world in the same way. And even the synesthesia that I have is it's not uncommon. For the longest times, people perceive rocks and stone as eternal, so they carved into them to immortalize their souls. Imagine the different way that a kid perceives a board of wood versus a strong man. Like, the strong man in his head, probably intuitively, like his monkey brain probably looks at a piece of wood and naturally, without him ever having any voluntary control over it, probably thinks of it as little flakes of chips that are just connected together by a force that can be broken. But a kid who climbs trees probably looks at that same piece of wood and imagines it to be indestructible. As SpongeBob said, it's our imagination. It's suspension of disbelief. In real life, it's belief. Tesla wasn't a genius because he was good at math. Anyone can be good at math if their parents forced them to be good from a young age. Pythagoras wasn't a genius because he was really good at math. Well, he was, but his perception of the world was also crazy warped from the normal perception. He even has this quote. It's one of my favorite quotes of all time. It's like, physical matter is just music solidified. Like, bro, that's some Tumblr shitpost type stuff. If Tumblr actually had intelligent people, like instead of them going like, oh, bricks are just domesticated rocks, wasting their goddamn time. Like, nah. Physical matter is just music solidified. It took me years to understand what that truly means. And that quote alone, it would take so long for me to explain it to people in the way that I understand it now. Because the way I learned to perceive the world, just to understand that quote, is so far off from the norm. Like, the same words will have different meanings to me versus to non-physics interested normies, simply because of the amount of conditioning I've put on my perception. The perception is everything. I told you guys about our perception of clouds. How our quick brain looks at clouds at a glance and just assumes what they must feel like and even taste like. If you have any imagination in you, it only makes sense. But imagine an animal that thinks very slowly, right? They probably perceive time way slower than we do. And thus their perception of clouds are probably more like what they look like in a time lapse, violently shifting and swirling and sloshing and moving, more like a vape cloud on a human scale, right? Like, they probably imagine the sky as a blender and the clouds are a shake inside the blender, never being in the same position for too long, unstable, chaotic. They probably imagine clouds as we imagine waterfalls. Perception is everything here. Albert Einstein wasn't a genius because he got good grades in math, which he did, by the way. It's a myth that he did poorly in school. That literally makes no sense. He was doing advanced calculus when he was a preteen, all right? But because that's not what made him a genius. All of these people who were good at math, being good at math did not make them a genius. That was just a byproduct. What made Einstein a genius was his perception of matter and energy and space and time. He imagined gravity in a different way than most people, and space different from most people. We imagine space and time as different, but when I walk 10 steps forward, I think I'm not traveling through time. Well, Einstein didn't see it that way. And his perception, turns out, was actually much closer to the truth than the rest of ours. Moving is time traveling. Existing is time traveling. And not just like going forward in time. I mean, the gravity exertion that you have on yourself warps space-time around you slightly and slows down time for you. Because of our life experiences, though, and sensory input, we don't perceive it like this. Even mathematicians who understand Einstein's equations, they still don't perceive the world like this. And that's why I don't participate in traditional science, because these guys always had this attitude like, oh, your senses and your perception are like the devil incarnate, they're wrong. And even if they are wrong, they're like, oh, the scientific method of experiments, rationality, and observation will help us figure out the truth. And yes, technically, they're right. But being technically right doesn't make you actually right. Personally, I think that's a really boring way of doing science. I'm more of a fan of changing how you imagine the nature of reality to be, to match quantum loop theory or Einstein's theory of relativity. And these scientists go like, yeah, I perceive time and space as separate, but when I experiment, I'm in the lab, I make sure to take into consideration that they're one and the same. I don't like that. I mean, like, yeah, you do what you want, right? But I think that shit's for squares and losers. The based way of doing it would be to force your brain to perceive time and space as one, and then see how you perceive the rest of the world because of it. Fucking atheists don't want to expend any mental effort. They just go like, yep, our senses mean nothing. Science is the only answer. Like, where's the challenge in that? It's boring as shit. Try to use your brains, people. I tried to do this. I only had a little bit of success. Not really all that much. But I at least know that I've fallen into Dunning-Kruger's Valley. Which means I know enough to know how much everyone bullshits and how little they actually know about science. At one point, I thought about going forward and actually writing something about this whole theory that I have, with more of a greater emphasis on the simulation theory. In particular, so I could pull off some tomfoolery and piss off a bunch of physicists by walking them through a line of logic that concludes with some bullshit like, if light from an object never reaches an observer's eyes, then the object doesn't exist. Or some fucking malarkey like that, you know? Some shit that would get me banned from Reddit as a whole. And science is so political now, and I hate it because of that. I was into science, but I was still a troll. But here's the thing. With the simulation, you kind of have to assume that things are the way they are for simple reasons, if that makes any sense. Like, for example, my perception on photons basically makes them the ultimate arbitrator of universal justice. And light and gravity don't operate independently. However, for anyone who only studied physics in school, light, electricity, magnetism, they're all the same thing. It's all EM waves. In my theory, my hypothesis, light and gravity are the same thing. And my dumbass didn't make that connection until it was too late. I never realized when I was 12 that a true unifying equation would not only need to consider the forces of electromagnetism and gravity, it would need to consider the fact that those forces are the same force. Yeah, good fucking luck with that one, bucko. Unifying relativity and quantum mechanics is already a task beyond comprehension for someone like me. Unifying different forces, distinctly different forces that act seemingly independent from one another. I mean, I don't know. I was in way over my head. I was not in the depths of Dunning-Kruger's trench like I am now. And I'm not the first person to ever think about this sort of thing. Actually, I was kind of late to the party on that one. I mean, bro, like, literally, gravitational waves move at the speed of light. Like, you know what else moves at the speed of light? Light. How could I not make that connection? Like, why? I'm looking back at it. I was really, really foolish at the time. I was in way over my head. Like, it's so obvious now, right? But I couldn't really comprehend it back then. I thought that what I was thinking was profound. I still can't comprehend it, actually. I don't know, not just back then. I'm no Einstein, all right? But I realized, the main thing I realized is that if I was to do this, especially if I was going forward with simulation theory as like a part of the foundation, then I would have to combine two fundamental forces that are so inexorably different. I knew I couldn't comprehend that. And as far as I'm concerned, science is a waste of time if you can't comprehend it. Like, science for scientists' sake is stupid. The only science worth doing is science that's fun. It took me 2 years to imagine a four-dimensional world. Imagine how long it would have taken me to combine gravity and EM. Like, bro, I would have lost all my fluid intelligence by the time. I was 13 years old. My brain was already less plastic than the fucking ocean, alright? Than the fucking straws in LA. I never actually wanted to dedicate my entire cognitive prime to quantum physics, alright? Even then, I never even fully bothered to understand Schrodinger's equation. So, like, you can see why I gave up on it. And dude, I have to also room temperature superconductors. My fucking god, dude. Actually, that could be it. Like, when I heard pretty recently that we found a room temperature asterisk superconductor, that was the first time in my life where I thought, like, oh, this could be it. This could be the key to unlocking the theory of everything. This could be the theory to finally cracking, dare I say, perpetual motion. I never thought that way before. Not when we got the picture of the black hole, not when we detected gravitational waves, not when we thought neutrinos move faster than light that one time. Nothing. Nothing made me think this way. But superconductors, room temperature superconductors, oh my fucking god. And nobody ever talks about them. Like, you go on YouTube and you look up black holes and you'll see billions of views. But you look up superconductor technology, shit that's happening on Earth right now, nobody gives a fuck. Like, if things go the way that scientists think it'll go, room temperature superconductors will be the most important invention of the 21st century. Literally up there with computers, the wheel, fire, like all. You cannot underestimate how impactful they can be. How much they can change the world. All these businessmen, these like venture capitalists, like Shark Tank guys and all that stuff, they want to like find out the technologies that will lead the world to the future, underrated technologies. They want to invest in the next .com, whatever, the next technology revolution. If I was a betting man, it's room temperature superconductors. That's what you invest in. That's how you get irrigation to every human on Earth for the lower class. That's how you get computers that are 1% the price, yet 1,000,000,000,000 times the speed for the middle class. And that's how you get flying cars and commercial rocket flights to Mars for the upper class. Billionaires all talk about like quantum computing as like the next gold rush. Yeah, if I was the CEO of what will be the next generations like AMD, Nvidia, Apple, if that's my goal, if I'm going for quantum computing and I'm trying to push Moore's law to its limits with a new generation of computer architecture, and I'm in charge of putting together a all-round R&D budget for everything in quantum computing, right? So I get all bases covered. Processor, storage, RAM, which actually may not be needed because storage could, in theory, just be fast enough to make RAM obsolete. But graphics, as well as like funding different technologies that could allow for small kinds of non-binary transistors and new kinds of computing architecture at the microscopic, um, I mean, like, yeah, microscopic level. But figuring out what elements, if I was in charge of figuring out these elements that would be used to create hardware that is optimized for different kinds of algorithms, different kinds of logic gates, lambda calculus, which is an absolute must, as well as encryption and graphics processing. And encryption has to be taken care of pretty damn early, otherwise, you're setting up a foundation for a hellish future technology landscape. But say I'm in that position, I'm that CEO, and I'm thinking about all these things, right? I'm developing a budget that covers literally everything in quantum computing. If I was making the call, like 20% of the budget, at least 20, maybe 25% of the budget would go into research and development on room temperature superconductors. If you're a billionaire and you want to invest in the new tech revolution that'll create supercomputers and solve NP problems and base any bit encryption and creates AI generated art and music and movies catered to be exactly what each individual person enjoys and simulate the weather months in advance, years in advance, maybe predict virus outbreaks, predict natural disasters, cure cancer, develop nanobots, like solar sails, all that stuff. If you want to be the pioneer that gets the credit for all that stuff, then I'd place a few chips on superconductor technology, room temperature superconductor technology. And if you're an aspiring thinker and scientist and you want to enter a field that's going to guarantee to turn heads in the next 20, 50, 100 years, and you want to get a lot of notoriety for being ahead of your time, like if you want to enter a field that's basically guaranteed to snag at least a couple dozen Nobel Prizes, and you want some chances of earning one of those for yourself, this is the field you get into, in my opinion. I'm no expert, just a hunch. Don't take my advice. I'm like, there's always a risk, okay? Hell, it could be possible that room temperature superconductors simply can't exist. But if I was a billionaire, that's a risk I'd be willing to take for funding the research. Because even the ones that require really low temperatures or the pressure of a diamond press, they're still super useful. And they still stand to make a fuck ton of money. Like you can already use supercomputers to create sensors that can sense single individual photons on their own with deathly precision. Like you can set up some insane camera sensor setups with it. I'm talking about detecting photons. Like individual, not light from a scene and then piecing it together with AI. No. I'm talking about detecting lasers from space, detecting flashes in neutrino collisions, detecting motion, right? Extremely rudimentary night vision or thermal vision, but extremely powerful. I could go on, but in general, I have no doubt that the energy crisis is coming and it's going to take advantage of superconductor research in the future as well. There's a whole new world of technology, and not even just the world. I'm talking about beyond the world. Like technology to be used in satellites and the moon and Mars and for sending things to distant stars. I'm not going to talk too much about this. All I'm going to say is, like, if this works the way scientists think it'll work, it's most likely going to usher in the newest revolution of technology and science and medicine and biology and meteorology and archaeology and fucking everything else while we're at it. And by the way, the guys who are really with the shit, who do their research and they know the potential here, they're already working on the R&D. They just keep it on the low key because they don't want other people to get the same idea. They know that this is a very underappreciated, underrated area of investment with an extremely high likelihood of making a whole bunch of people billions, trillions of dollars in the future. And they don't want everyone picking up on this and they all hop on the same bandwagon. But everybody who's really in the know, Google, IBM, Microsoft, they've all made quantum computers using, you guessed it, superconductors. Literally, like, they're extremely expensive. And they use qubits, so not actual bits. And I don't even know if they run Lambda or not. So it's not like they could ever, like, it's not like they could just eat an entire crypto block in a second, right? Even if they had the compute power, I don't think they're actually designing these computers with current decryption usage in mind. Maybe IBM, but I don't think Microsoft and Google are doing that. But I think it's far more for the future of their companies, for more broad usage. I don't know if they've even bothered to set up a Turing machine model for them. I know that they can do calculation. They can do other calculation methods that involve, like, vectors and, like, superpositions and stuff. But I'm not sure if they're really capable of doing Lambda at their core. They might literally need to just simulate traditional computer memory to do it. But yeah, these guys all have heavy investments in the superconductor world. So it's not like nobody's on this shit. It's just that nobody talks about it. And I'm pretty sure from looking at Apple's financials that they aren't in the superconductor business. But it makes more sense for them to be in it than like any other company in the world. Like Intel is investing in superconductors, Amazon is. I'm pretty sure AWS even has a basic quantum computing thing now that people can buy, like quantum instances. I know Quanta Computer invests in this sort of technology. Alibaba invests in it. A lot of top-end universities. The entire country of China is, well, theorized to be looking into it. They are, but look, there's a difference between having substantial, like, definitive proof and knowing that it's true. And I have no doubt that it's because of modern encryption, because every form of encryption that we use today would just dissolve in the hands of a quantum computer that can do true RNG. Apple's already, making their own chips on their own assembly lines now. Like, they're too invested in the future of computer hardware to not be in the superconductor business. Maybe they are, and I just don't know it. But I think they aren't. If I'm not mistaken, they're like one of the only big tech companies that aren't. Not to say I have, like, foresight in the ranks of Apple leadership, but, and like dude, take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. Room temperature superconductors may not even have as much potential as I'm making them out to be, right? It's just a hunch that I have. It's just a gut feeling. But it's for sure not talked about enough. Motherfuckers talk about electric cars every 2 seconds. Like, talk about some big shit for once, Not shit that ends up on the front page of every mainstream, like, all trending on Twitter all the time and all that stuff. There just isn't much money going into research right now. I mean, like, there's the millions of dollars, right? But, like, Tesla's worth a few $100 billion, is it not? But if I were to pick personally, if I were to pick owning Tesla in its entirety versus owning all of the current R&D on superconductors, I'd pick the R&D. It's got a lot of money backing it, but relatively speaking, it's not enough, and it's ripe for investors right now. Either there is not enough money being pumped into the research, or Tesla is extremely overvalued, or possibly both. But at least one of those statements is true. Who am I to say? I don't know. I'd rather not piss off Reddit. Let's move on. I have already pissed off Reddit enough. And honestly, room temperature superconductors are kind of a touchy subject. I know it's small and most people don't care, but some people, man, just some, like I really shouldn't even be talking about this stuff, because it's risky. Like I don't want to imply that Einstein might be kind of, sort of a tiny percent chance a little bit wrong, maybe, even though nobody's been able to reconcile his theories with the modern ones. But nope, Einstein always has to be 100% right, and anyone who dares question him is a heretic. Even if really what they're trying to do is create new perspectives that fit with Einstein's theories. Nope, not okay. Reddit will have to have a stern talk with you for that one. So yeah, let's move on from that. But it's not even just Reddit. I know I make Reddit sound really bad. That's because I was a part of the problem. I know how it is. But just the way that these scientific institutions in general and academia operate right now, it's so fucking socialist, bro. We won't get anywhere with this approach. You have to understand how monumental of a task it is to prove in an explainable way that gravity and electromagnetism are the same thing, that tau neutrinos and charm quarks are the same thing, that order and chaos are the same thing, that philosophy and science are the same thing. Seriously, a theory like this would have to be so profound that it would completely unify science and philosophy, far beyond bridging them, but it would have to make them indistinguishable from one another. And the only room left for philosophical thought beyond just understanding the truth of the matter would be thoughts about the human condition regulated to the profession of the storyteller or the musician or artist. Philosopher would become an obsolete title. It would take nothing less than for all of the world's philosophers to stop calling themselves philosophers to create this theory. And when I think about it now, I almost feel like ashamed that I spent like 4 years of my life creating a theory to solve a problem that I don't have the brain to solve. And notice how I said create a theory, not finish a theory. Ether theory doesn't work. I would have to create it from scratch, actually. Like, I did all this because I thought the standard model was ugly. I thought the strong force being explained with gluons was fucking stupid. Like, that's lame. I mean, yeah, it's correct, but it's lame. Like, why do I have to try to simulate that bullshit in my head? At the time, I didn't know. Dude, I hadn't even learned the Bohr atomic model in school yet. And I was out here trying to conceive of the math of probability of electron fields in my own head. Like, obviously, my theory was going to have plot holes. I just ignored them because I wanted to be like a big and famous, like, I wanted to be like Michio Kaku or like a Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I wanted to have my own observatory on some iconic mountaintop. And then I wanted that observatory to be like sacred after I died, and for it to like stay there, like Griffith Park and stuff like that. But yeah, the theory, if I were to go for it, it would have to be made from scratch. And not from scratch, like it would, I'm talking from, like you can't do what YouTube philosophers do where they read like a 400 Wikipedia page, um, and then like a bunch of subreddits and they find patterns. You need to find patterns in a realm in which observation is literally impossible. To say that you can find patterns in the fabric of reality is an oxymoron. Like, that's a paradox. It's by definition impossible because anything observable enough to form conclusions about is is complex enough and has enough properties to where we can be sure it is still made of smaller building blocks. Anything that we can make conclusions about simply cannot be the foundation of reality. And for someone who was at that point in my life just then starting to realize how deeply embedded my prior knowledge was up till that point, like despite being a kid, I still wasn't 100% malleable. To me, I knew it was impossible. It was already too late. Maybe if I had started when I was 2 rather than 3, then it would be different. But I didn't start with 2. I started going deep into science when I was 5 or 6 years old, when I learned about volume displacement. And even then, I was set up for failure. Like I had the option to read the Principia Mathematica. I didn't read it. I can't even read. I still read it at a kindergarten level. I was doing it for fun. Okay, that's ultimately what it was, and my frustration is coming out now because it wasn't fun. Most of it was not fun. If any part of theorizing is less fun than playing with the leap pad or the quantum pad, what a great name, quantum pad, and like learning biology facts from the encyclopedia and stuff like that. If any part of this was not as fun as those activities, I didn't want to do it. And I think I had the right motivation as a human, but I had the wrong motivation as a scientist. I was set up to fail from the start. The odds that someone will ever figure out theory of everything is next to none. If that. And my gut is telling me that even if someone can do what Einstein, Newton, and Hawking all failed to do, just my gut tells me that they would never actually truly be able to explain it to anyone else. Like, they could put it into words maybe, but nobody would truly understand it the way they would. They would be like a modern day Socrates type situation. One of a kind man. A man who knows something nobody else around him could ever understand. He's alone in the knowledge that he can never transfer that to anyone else fully. Or it could be like a Freud type situation, or like a Diogenes type situation where people do understand them, but only many, many years after they die. And we start to figure these things out on our own as a personal journey. The day we figure out the theory of everything is the same day that all conclusions that can be made become absurdist conclusions. Like saying something like, yes, the floor here is made of floor. Like, that's not a meme anymore at that point in time. If that's to happen, that is an actual scientific contribution in a world where perception becomes the only kind of truth that actually matters. There's a single objective truth that has been found, and there's no more journey left in that cause. Not to say that it's not already the case that perception is the only truth that actually matters, cough, cough, hint, hint. But what truly matters versus what people perceive matters is it's a matter of perception. But that's a topic for a future day. Actually, a past day. I already explained that one on YouTube. It's called Facts Don't Matter. I don't think I uploaded it yet. Oh shit. I'll upload it soon if I haven't. I mean, I already tell people like that irrationality and rationality don't exist. Like, for example, you can't ever have an irrational fear of something, because if you fear something, that fear comes from some place. So that so-called irrational fear, the irrational part of it, is coming from the same place that a rational fear would come from. But because it's not experienced by the majority, it's apparently not rational. But then again, arachnophobia is considered an irrational fear, and most people have some form of arachnophobia. But I'm getting off topic here. My contribution when I was 13 was not any of this physics stuff. That was extra. My real contribution when I was 13 was my conclusion that finding the fundamental theory of the universe is not going to come down to whoever works the hardest. It's going to come down to who is the most creative, who can think outside the box. And if humans are incapable of thinking so far outside the box that we are unable to develop an idea that works for the core of reality, or at least one that other humans are satisfied with, because we're never going to be able to be objective about something so foreign. If we aren't able to simulate that in our own heads, though, then we're never going to be able to understand the universe, no matter what kind of technology or math exists, let alone explain it to others with words. You need to be kind of crazy if you want to figure it out, actually. I mean, after all, the only non-fallible Occam's razor line of logic that can be applied to the universe is that it shouldn't exist. Like, what created the universe? Maybe other beings. What created them? Computers. Maybe other beings created those computers. What created them? Okay, God. What created God? Okay, you're stuck. Technically, the universe shouldn't exist by its own logic. But only losers start their sentences with technically. The logic that exists within our universe isn't sufficient enough to explain anything beyond it. In fact, outside our universe, observers looking in our universe may not even qualify it as something that exists to begin with. But then again, you can make an Occam's razor line of logic about yourself, and saying I think therefore I am also seems pretty shaved down, if you ask me. If a God exists, he intentionally wired our brains so that we can never fully understand the universe. Holy shit, that's a great quote. Hold on, I'm gonna write that down. Damn, I've been writing down so many quotes. I gotta write that down. Damn. If a God exists, he intentionally wired our brains so that we could never fully understand the universe. Actually, that's too serious of a quote. Okay. Here's the right quote. God really likes to fuck us in the ass whenever we try to reach the liminal point of understanding the fundamental laws of nature. That's a better quote, I think. put that one up on the wall if you want to. I think there's a smaller quote that isn't as grand, but I think it actually applies well to what I've been saying earlier, which is this is one of my favorite, probably my favorite quote that I've heard recently, and by recently I mean like the last 5 years, but definitely one of my favorite quotes, which is, "Man suffers because he takes seriously that which God made for fun." But that's the one I put up on the wall. But yeah, honestly, the kind of person to crack the code either doesn't exist or would also be the kind of person you'd find in a mental asylum. I tried to be a genius like Einstein and Newton and Pythagoras and Tesla, but my ether theory didn't hold up all that well. It's funny because the general idea I had that I couldn't put into words actually very closely resembles the idea of spin foam in loop theory, which I found out about way, way later, like 2018. But yeah, it didn't go very well. I didn't really have any help. I was a one-man team, and I also got bullied a lot, so I had a lot on my mind at that time. I got really tunnel vision on a few certain things, like all the black hole stuff. And I still, to this day, can hardly read. So back then I was even worse at communicating with others. I was socially inept, which didn't help me find people to assist me in developing my theory. I didn't get very much support for it. My parents didn't care all that much. I did get a bit of support actually in school. There were two instances, and both of the instances, both times, they were the people who assisted me were on the far end of the autism spectrum, and I had a tough time being friends with them. Just a lot of challenges, not excuses, just challenges. I also got distracted every time I thought of a new way to perceive the universe, because my mind was running wild and I would think of new things and it would contradict ether theory, and I would have these internal conflict. Okay, do I stick with this theory I've been working on for 6 months,